Chapter 4025. In a short period of time, many experts had gathered outside the Longting Manor. In particular, the Shen family, one of the three big families in the south, appeared last. This was the most terrifying. Everyone knew how influential the south was. Moreover, the Shen family, one of the three major families in the south, was definitely a terrifying existence. Whether it was in business or martial arts, they had the ability to crush everyone else. This maze array is quite unusual. Even I have never seen it before. Ordinary martial artists would probably find it difficult to break through. Shen Tianquan, Long Tianxing, and the other two walked in the maze array. Long Tianxing's eyes lit up. He had figured out something. Long Tianxing was a grandmaster, but he was different from ordinary grandmasters. He was very knowledgeable about talismans and formations. He could see the big picture through a tube, and naturally, he could see some things from this. His impression of Lin Fei had changed quite a bit. Do you think this stupid formation can stop us? Shen Wudi snorted coldly. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Shen Wudi still could not forget the scene that day. It was because of what happened that day that he had suffered so much. This time, Shen Wudi would return all the pain he had suffered to Lin Fei. It's a pity that Lin Fei offended our Shen family. Otherwise, we might have been able to recruit and groom him based on his ability. He might even become a decent formation master. Shen Tianquan's expression was indifferent. He had good eyesight and could tell that this formation was unusual, but that was all. No matter how powerful a formation used to trap people was, it was only used to trap people. A real formation was one that had killing power. The formation in front of them could only be described as ordinary. When they walked out of the maze array, they instantly felt an unusual aura. Under this aura, their bodies seemed to relax quite a bit. What a good Lin Fei! He was actually able to make changes to the Blessed Enclave. I've underestimated him. Long Tianxing's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but size up the villa. He started calculating with his fingers. If the Soaring Dragon Villa falls into Lin Fei's hands, it will be far more useful than if it falls into Yu Zishan's hands. Shen Tianquan's expression also changed slightly. Naturally, he could tell what was going on. This was because this blessed land was indeed different. Their Shen family also had a blessed land, and they thought that it was pretty good. However, compared to this blessed land, it paled in comparison. A trace of ecstasy and greed flashed across Shen Tianquan's eyes. No matter what, we must take down this Longting Manor. Perhaps he didn't care much at first, but after Shen Tianquan personally stood in the Longting Mountain Manor, he kept telling himself that he had to take down the Longting Mountain Manor no matter the cost. This was because the Soaring Dragon Manor was more important than the Shen family's blessed enclave. Shen Tianquan believed that he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. In reality, he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. For example, Elder Qin of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Chen Dingshan took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up like sparkling crystals. I didn't expect that there would be such a blessed land in a place like the East Sea. How is this possible? If Yu Zishan was really so capable, the Longting Manor wouldn't be what it is now. This blessed land is not inferior to the Valley of Medicine Masters at all. This Lin Fei must have some big secrets on him. Another elder chimed in, "We've made the right decision to come here. A good blessed land will definitely bring us great benefits." However, they still couldn't understand. It was clearly an ordinary blessed land. How could such a change happen in the blink of an eye? They were certain that Lin Fei must have done something, and if the Valley of Medicine Masters were to get their hands on this, it might even bring the strength of the Valley of Medicine Masters to another level. In a small forest in the Longting Manor, it had already been rearranged. It didn't look very extravagant or grand, but it still gave off the vibe of a disciple. There are quite a lot of people attending your disciple's banquet this time. Tai Zhan sat face to face with Lin Fei, tasting the tea in his cup. This time, he had tasted a cup of good tea as he wished, and the aftertaste lingered in his mouth. The more the merrier, don't you think? Lin Fei smiled and said, looking at the time, almost everyone should be here. Tai Zhan didn't see any panic or uneasiness in Lin Fei, as if everything in front of him was a small matter. This made Taijan even more confused. Although the Longting Mountain Manor had a rather powerful formation like the Soul Confusion Array, it was only a formation to trap people and not attack them. With Lin Fei alone, he really couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. Young Master Lin, if you feel that you can't solve it, the Yen Huang battle team can help you solve it. I believe they will still give us face, Taijan offered. I appreciate the good intentions of the Yen Huang battle team, but this kind of small matter is actually very easy to solve. Chief Tai just needs to watch the show. This was the first time Taijan had asked for help and ended up being rejected. He represented the Yen Huang battle team, and who knew how many powerhouses wanted to ask him but couldn't. He snorted coldly in his heart, I want to see how you, Lin Fei, will solve this problem. Father, he is that Lin Fei. Lai Xian had come this time as well, and had almost been trapped in the illusion array. Luckily, his father had brought him out. Seeing Lin Fei again, Lai Xian's heart was filled with hatred for him. At this age, with this level of strength, he is calm and unruffled. He is a good seedling, Lai Tian said word by word, causing Lai Xian, who was at the side, to stare wide-eyed, unable to recover his senses. His own father was actually praising Lin Fei. What was this? Luckily, the next sentence made Lai Xian feel much better. But no matter what, my son is not someone you, Lin Fei, can bully as you please. No matter what, you have to ask me first. Lai Tian had a bad temper, but after all these years of self-cultivation he did not show it on the surface. But when it came to family matters, Lai Tian would become extremely irritable. At this time, Lai Tian also remembered Lin Fei. No matter how young he was still an enemy of the Lai family. You are Lin Fei. Everyone exclaimed and sighed with emotion. Their gazes also fell on one of the thin and small old men. This old man was none other than the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. After all, he was the vanguard today. If he did not act, who knew what would happen next? Yes, I am Lin Fei. What can I do for you? Chapter 40-26. There were indeed many people at the Longting Villa today. Almost half of the experts in the south had gathered, especially the Grandmaster experts. Usually, it was rare to see one, but today, many Grandmasters had appeared at the same time. When the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, stepped forward, everyone knew that today's show was about to begin. If this tame headmaster, Kai Shan, did not step forward, then the show would not begin. Although it was said to be Lin Fei's disciple acceptance banquet, it was actually the second time that everyone was going to make things difficult for Lin Fei. However, it was a little different from the first time. Everyone was a little uncertain about Lin Fei. Without complete confidence, no one was willing to make a move. No one wanted to follow in the footsteps of those grandmasters. Their pride was still rather important. I heard that you're the #1 expert in East Sea, and I'm the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. You once crippled my disciple. No matter what, you and I will have to fight eventually, Kai Shan said coldly. As soon as he said this, many people were displeased. You're the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, after all. Why are you still being so wishy-washy? Just make a move. We're all here to watch the show. However, no one dared to say this out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. After all, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's deterrence was not bad. His tame head techniques were very vicious and ruthless. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend this tame headmaster. Lin Fei laughed. I did teach your disciple a lesson, but so what? Also, I'm not the #1 expert in East Sea. I'm not worthy of that title. However, it seems that the #1 expert in East Sea has come to my villa. You can fight with him first. Only after you defeat him will you be qualified to fight with me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Lai Tian and Lai Xian, who were standing nearby, changed slightly. Wasn't it a good opening? Why did the Lai family get involved again? You, Lin Fei, are too shameless. Although everyone knew that Lai Tian of the Lai family was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, this #1 expert of the Lai family rarely took action. So much so that everyone had almost forgotten about him. However, who was Lin Fei? He was a famous person who had caused a huge commotion recently. Furthermore, he had been crowned as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Compared to the Lai clan's Lai Tian, his selling point was much higher. Although Lai Tian did not think highly of Kai Shan, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Kai Shan's strength was formidable. Moreover, the Taming Master was vicious and merciless. If he did not manage to kill the Taming Master, the revenge of the Taming Master would be extremely terrifying. It was not uncommon for an entire clan to be exterminated. Thus, under normal circumstances, Lai Tian would rarely fight with a tame headmaster. There was no need to. Lai Xian, who had been standing beside his father that day, wanted nothing more than to berate Lin Fei. He cursed in his heart, "What is the meaning of you, Lin Fei, dragging our Lai family into this?" Lai Xian did not really believe that the tame headmaster Kai Shan would make a move. The Lai family's influence was still there. The original #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lai Tian? Kai Shan's expression was gloomy. "What you said makes sense. This old man loves to defeat Chinese experts the most, and Lai Tian was originally one of my opponents for this mission. It just so happens that today's matter can be settled in one go." Kai Shan's gaze turned fiercely and instantly locked onto a person. This person was none other than Lai Tian. "Lai Tian, you're really fast. This old man wanted to go to your Lai family, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Since we've already met, why don't we have a match?" Kai Shan said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Some of them had yet to recover from their shock. What was going on? Wasn't Kai Shan going to challenge Lin Fei? Why did it suddenly turn into a challenge? This was completely different from what they had imagined. The warriors present were all shocked. Invincible God and the rest were equally shocked. One had to know that Lin Fei's title as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean was pushed out by Invincible God's people through various means to provoke Kai Shan. However, this scene had Invincible God almost jumping up and down. "Kai Shan, you idiot. Is there something wrong with your brain? Your opponent is Lin Fei. He destroyed your disciples Dan Tian. Why are you going after Lai Tian now? Is there something wrong with your brain?" Invincible God cursed in his mind countless times. The event that everyone had been looking forward to had turned out like this. How could they accept it so quickly? Putting everything else aside, Guang Lai Tian was also filled with anger. He had planned to wait until Lin Fei was at a disadvantage before making a move. Although he had a bad temper, he was very meticulous and knew when to make a move. After all, there were quite a number of people here today. Some of them, especially some grandmasters, made Lai Tian feel a certain amount of pressure. However, now that he was involved, Lai Tian was displeased. "Master Kai Shan, I think you've made a mistake today," Lai Tian said calmly. "You're here to spar with the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lin Fei. Our Lai family is already outdated. I don't think there's a need to spar with him." What a joke. Lai Tian would definitely not be willing to spar with Kai Shan. Who knew if he would be plotted against? This was the Eastern Ocean, and many people were eyeing the Lai family covetously. It was because he was the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, and his reputation shrouded all the warriors in the Eastern Ocean. That was why they dared not make a move. If any bad news were to spread about the sparring with Kai Shan, it would be extremely bad for the Lai family. This was something that could not be defended against. Lai Tian had originally thought that Lin Fei was not bad, but he did not expect this guy to be so sly. With just a few words, he had changed Kai Shan's mind. His mouth was too sharp. And Kai Shan, was there something wrong with his brain? How could he be convinced with just a few words? Kai Shan said calmly, "Lai Tian, you used to be the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. I've been looking for you for some time, but you weren't around. Since we've bumped into each other, we can have a spar. As for that Lin Fei you mentioned, I'm not in a hurry. After all, this is the Longting Manor." Lai Tian became even more depressed after hearing this. This is not in line with your goal. Your goal should be the Longting Manor's Lin Fei. Shouldn't you say that after you defeat him? Of course, you can choose not to fight, but you must kneel in front of me, lower your head, and say that you're not my match. Otherwise, I'll decide to defeat you first. This way I can properly defeat Lin Fei. Only then will I be worthy of being the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean." Kai Shan smiled. "Kneel?" Lai Tian's face darkened. "That's impossible. Don't even think about it." Of course, Lai Tian would not kneel. If he did, he would become the laughing stock of the entire Eastern Ocean, or even the entire martial arts circle. I've also heard of the reputation of the #1 sorcerer, Kai Shan. Since we've bumped into each other here, let's have a spar. Chapter 4027. What's going on here? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Isn't Kai Shan the #1 taming headmaster in Southeast Asia challenging Lin Fei? What the hell is this? The warriors present began to discuss quietly. The scene in front of them was really unbelievable. The script was wrong. That Lin Fei actually moved his lips and made Kai Shan, the #1 taming headmaster in Southeast Asia, change his opponent. On second thought, it seemed that Kai Shan's words were very reasonable. It was not an exaggeration to say that the #1 expert in Donghai was Lai Tian. In everyone's hearts, Lin Fei was always a rising grandmaster. In fact, everyone was not convinced that he was the #1 expert in Donghai. Therefore, at this time, it seemed that it was not impossible for Kai Shan to target Lai Tian. After all, he was also here today. Moreover, Kai Shan's last words were not wrong at all. Anyway, this was Longting Villa, and no matter how he ran, he could not go anywhere. After defeating Lai Tian, then defeating Lin Fei would have a different meaning. Everyone had to admire Lin Fei's way of speaking. Although he was young, his means were different. He quietly dragged Lai Tian into the water. No matter who won or lost in the end, the reputation of Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, would reach a peak. Su Mei, who had been standing behind Lin Fei, had a look of admiration in her eyes. Based on her woman's intuition, she believed that this should be the doing of her master. And none of the warriors who came today were good people. Su Mei could not wait for them to be in chaos. Lin Fei sat down again. Su Mei brewed a pot of fragrant tea. "Master, have a drink." Lin Fei took a sip and laughed in his heart. "Didn't you guys want to watch me make a fool of myself? Then watch slowly. If I don't make you guys play tricks today, then I am not Lin Fei." In fact, there were not many grandmasters present who were worthy of Lin Fei's initiative. Moreover, today was his disciple acceptance ceremony. It was not good to fight and kill. Fortunately, there seemed to be quite a number of big fishes coming this time. Those who had a grudge against him were basically all here, which saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Fei didn't mind making a killing this time. At the very least, he wanted to let them know how powerful the Longting Villa was. From now on, it would become a forbidden area in the East China Sea. When anyone mentioned the Longting Manor, their first thought was fear and terror. No one dared to offend the Longting Manor anymore. Lin Fei needed a reputation. His previous reputation was not enough. "Father, have we fallen into a trap?" Lai Xian also felt uncomfortable. He was here to see Lin Fei make a fool of himself, not to see his father fight with the taming headmaster, Kai Shan. This was completely different from what he had imagined. If it was possible, Lai Tian did not intend to make a move. However, given the current situation, it seemed that he had no choice but to make a move. From the bottom of his heart, he regretted coming to the Longting Villa. Not only did he not get to watch the show, but he also got himself into it first. It was all Lin Fei's fault for talking nonsense. The taming headmaster, Kai Shan, had already locked his spiritual energy on Lai Tian, not allowing him to make any unnecessary movements. Lai Tian suppressed all the unhappiness in his heart and decided to fight Kai Shan first. Dong 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 dong. Lai Tian's footsteps were like the beating of a drum. In an instant, he covered a distance of several meters. He attacked with a move called Huashan Mountain. Following Lai Tian's attack, everyone quickly made way for him. Their eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that they had not recovered from the shock. He really attacked. "Father, the situation seems to be a little different." Invincible God and the others retreated as well. They were very displeased. They had finally managed to push Lin Fei out, and he had even become the #1 expert of the East Sea. Although it was an exaggeration, At least the title had been put up. There was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. This saying had always been around. As long as one was called number one, he would invisibly attract a lot of hatred. For a moment, Invincible God almost wanted to stand out and scold Kai Shan for being a pig. Couldn't he have just dealt with Lin Fei? Why did he have to go after Lai Tian? He had nothing better to do. If he was defeated later, who would take the initiative to deal with Lin Fei? Invincible God knew very well that none of the people present would make a move easily. After all, everyone had a high status. If they lost, the repercussions would be huge. Otherwise, why would some martial artists not make a move? It was because they were afraid that the repercussions would be too great if they lost. Bang 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 bang. Kai Shan's taming headmaster used close combat. His Muay Thai was vicious and vicious. In an instant, he was engaged in an intense battle with Lai Tian. Every punch and kick carried a huge amount of strength. Shen Tianquan and Long Tianxing naturally saw this scene. Their first thought was that something was amiss. However, on second thought, it seemed to be very normal. After all, the number one expert of East Sea was Lai Tian. This was without a doubt. Lin Fei was not qualified to be the number one expert of East Sea. Right now, they could only hope that Kai Shan could defeat Lai Tian. At that time, they would be able to fight against Lin Fei. Otherwise, if they were asked to fight, they would not make a move at all. They were all smart people. If they did not have a 100% chance of winning, they would not make a move at all. Everyone was shrewd and knew how to scheme. What a good Lin Fei. Lai Tian is also a fool. He knew that he was the number one expert of East Sea, but he still dared to come. Isn't he just giving Lin Fei an excuse? Tai Zhan pulled Lin Ro and stood in the distance. He could not help but admire Lin Fei's methods. What a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. He had used it so flexibly. Lai Tian knew that he was using a borrowed knife to kill with a borrowed knife, but he still wanted to make a move. Otherwise, the Lai family would become a big joke in the martial arts circle the next day. Even the taming headmaster, Kai Shan, did not dare to fight. What was the use of having the number one expert of East Sea? Once he was crowned as the number one expert, the Lai family's status would be greatly affected. Now, Tai Zhan seemed to understand why Lin Fei would tactfully reject him when he suggested to help. At that time, he could not see through it. But now, he seemed to have seen through it a little. It was possible that everything that happened at today's apprenticeship banquet was within Lin Fei's calculations. If that was the case, then this Lin Fei was too powerful. Tai Zhan knew that he could not do this, especially when facing so many people. It would be very difficult for Tai Zhan to deal with every grandmaster present. He knew that his worries were unnecessary. This Lin Fei is indeed a person with some tricks up his sleeves. Chief, who do you think will win between Lai Tian and Kai Shan? Lin Ro asked at the side. She could only see the two of them fighting continuously. Her eyes were dazzled and she could not see clearly. Chapter 40:28. The fight between Kai Shan and Lai Tian was extremely intense. The two moving shadows looked at everyone in shock. A fight between masters was not common, and a fight between top-notch masters was even rarer. Whether it was Kai Shan or Lai Tian, they were both top-notch master experts. Wanting to see them fight was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Everyone knew that Kai Shan was very strong, especially with his tame head technique. However, his close combat strength was also very strong. This was because his attacks were mixed with mental attacks from time to time. This caused Lai Tian, who originally had an advantage, to feel a huge problem. Blazing palm. Lai Tian let out a low growl. His attacks changed as he struck out a powerful palm technique. The surrounding area instantly became scorching hot. This was a palm technique that Lai Tian had comprehended. It was very powerful, and when his palms struck out, it was like a furnace. Everyone could feel a terrifying wave of heat surging towards them. Moreover, they were far away. If they were at a close distance, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the heat. Lai Tian's current situation seemed to be quite bad, forcing him to use blazing palm. However, Kai Shan didn't dodge or evade. He chose to take it head-on and took it head-on. Lai Tian was shocked. Caught off guard, Kai Shan's fist landed on his chest. Kai Shan took advantage of the situation and used his fist as a claw, tearing off a few pieces of flesh. Lai Tian's expression changed. He didn't expect that Kai Shan would choose to fight head-on with him despite being injured. Since when were tame headmasters so ruthless? Didn't he know that if he was injured, it would be very difficult to defeat Lin Fei? Lai Tian retreated in pain. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out. 4 bullets chased after him like meteors. One of the bullets instantly pierced Lai Tian's back. Even though Lai Tian's reaction was fast and he managed to control his muscles to stop the bullet, it still caused him to bleed profusely. Looking back, Li San, who wasn't far away, had fired a shot. Li San, how dare you sneak attack me? It turned out that the one who fired the shot was Li San from Dianan. He had fired 4 shots and his technique was very good. I've long heard that you're the #1 expert in the Southeast and East Seas. I wanted to know how many shots you can take. It seems that your strength isn't that great. Bang bang bang. Li San laughed out loud as he fired shot after shot at Lai Tian. 3 stars chasing the moon, 6 directions invincible, meteor chasing the moon. In an instant, Lai Tian's scalp turned numb. Bastard, how dare he shoot? Lai Tian did not dare to face Li San's marksmanship head-on. As he continued to dodge, his body was still hit by 4 shots. Every shot was not far from his vitals, forcing him to the side of a large tree before he managed to stop. However, his entire back was drenched in cold sweat. He did not expect that Kai Shan and Dianan's Li San would be able to force him into such a state with just 2 guns in hand. This was a sudden scene, and it was unknown how many people present were shocked. Everyone knew that Dianan's Li San had suffered a loss at Longting Mountain Villa. It was very normal for him to appear at Longting Mountain Villa again this time, but no one expected Li San to make a move at this time. Those dark strength martial artists all felt their scalps go numb. They finally knew how powerful the spear god was. If he was targeted, he would definitely die. However, no one could figure out why Dianan's Li San would make a move against Lai Tian. Lai Tian had suffered greatly from this attack. The 5 bullet holes on his body were like a slap to his face. He was, after all, the #1 expert in the East Seas. Today, he had failed miserably. Lai Tian did not make another move because the other party's 2 spears were still staring at him. This made Lai Tian feel fear, and the bullet wounds had also greatly affected his strength. All of his plans had been ruined. There was nothing more unpleasant than this. Grandmaster Lai Tian, my marksmanship is pretty good, right? However, you're much worse than Lin Fei. Dianan's Li San shook his head and said, with your strength, you still have the nerve to be so presumptuous. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do this. Do you really think that being the #1 expert in the East Seas is very powerful? I think you think too highly of yourself. You can't even block my marksmanship. Li San, what nonsense are you talking about? My father is not someone you can say that about. Lai Xian could not hold it in any longer and said coldly. Before he had finished speaking, 2 bangs rang out. 2 bullets brushed past Lai Xian's cheeks, leaving behind a trail of blood in an instant. Don't kill me, don't kill me. With a plop, Lai Xian knelt on the ground. He was scared out of his wits. His face was pale, as if he had been fished out of water. Those 2 shots were simply too terrifying. Lai Xian was a grandmaster. Even though he was just an ordinary grandmaster, he had never experienced such powerful spear techniques before. He was completely defenseless against it, and there was not even a hint of killing intent when the other party fired. Even so, it was impossible to defend against it. Lai Xian finally understood why Dianan's Li San's reputation was so resounding. It was not without reason. A spear god was a spear god. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Originally, it was already unbelievable that Kai Shan had attacked Lai Tian. However, no one had expected Dianan's Li San to attack, causing Lai Tian to suffer greatly. This was something that no one dared to believe. The Lai family had suffered a huge setback. That was the reason for everyone's silence. Clearly, today's events had gone beyond the plan. Even if they were given 100 guts, They would not dare to believe that the number 1 Grandmaster of Donghai would be finished just like that before the matter against Lin Fei had even begun. Everyone could not figure out what was going on. They just felt that there was something wrong with everything that had happened today. That number 1 Grandmaster of the Lai family, your strength does not match the prestige of a Grandmaster. Lin Fei shook his head, his face full of disappointment. If I were you, I wouldn't have been so weak. Lai Tian was already injured, and the anger in his heart had been suppressed. However, after hearing what Lin Fei said, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, you have guts. Our Lai family admits defeat this time. Let's go back. Lai Tian did not plan to stay here any longer. Now that he was injured, his strength was greatly reduced. If any accidents were to happen, it was unknown whether he could even leave Longting Manor. Spear God Li San had put a lot of pressure on Grandmaster Lai Tian. Bang 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 bang. Dianan's Li San fired again. It's not easy for everyone to get together. Grandmaster Lai Tian, you don't have to be in a hurry to leave. After all, the disciple acceptance banquet hasn't started yet. These few shots were fired quickly and ruthlessly, and they even exploded with great strength. As Grandmaster experts, they knew this better than anyone. What kind of madness was this Dianan's Li San up to? Chapter 4029. Li San's shooting instantly made Lai Tian, the number 1 Grandmaster in the Eastern Sea, angry and annoyed, but he couldn't do anything. He could only glare coldly at Li San, the Grandmaster. Lai Tian still couldn't figure out why Li San would attack him when there was no relationship between the Lai clan and Li San. This was not normal at all. Lai Tian felt that there was something wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. As for the others, they were equally bewildered by this scene. It was hard for them to imagine just what in the world was going on. It's rare for everyone to come to the Longting Manor, so there's no need to leave in such a hurry. Even if you want to leave, you should wait until the apprentice banquet is over. Am I right? Lin Fei said with a smile. When everyone heard this, they felt very awkward. It seemed like the situation wasn't right. For a moment, no one dared to speak again. Because they really couldn't figure out what was going on. Vice President Li, I heard that your strength is also very strong, not inferior to Grandmaster Lai Tian. I just don't know how many shots you can take from my spear technique. When no one spoke, Li San opened his mouth. Without giving Li Tianqiang a chance to speak, he fired 6 shots at him. 6 shots were fired at 6 parts of Li Tianqiang's body. Li Tianqiang was still thinking about what was going on when his hair stood on end. He didn't care about losing face and directly fell to the ground, rolling away. He cursed Li San countless times in his heart. As Li Tianqiang rolled on the ground, every time he rolled, a bullet hit the ground, splashing dust and making his face dirty. When he finally got up, he saw Kai Shan, the taming master, attacking fiercely. Kai Shan, what are you doing? Our martial sect has nothing to do with you. Li Tianqiang moved to block. He didn't want to fight with Kai Shan. First, he was blocked by Li San's spear, then he met Kai Shan's attack. Li Tianqiang instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. After exchanging a dozen blows, Li Tianqiang took 3 or 4 punches and retreated 7 or 8 steps before he stabilized himself. His face was very pale. Li Tianqiang's mind hadn't adapted to what had just happened, but his back was covered in cold sweat. Because just now, he had actually walked on the edge of life and death. Li Tianqiang was just a bystander. Why was it his turn all of a sudden? This wasn't the way to act. Your target should be Lin Fei. What enmity does our martial gate have with you? What kind of hatred was there for him to treat her like this? Li San had shot at Lai Tian first, then at Vice President Li Tianqiang. In the eyes of everyone, he had become the target of a lunatic. If he wasn't a lunatic, why would he shoot? Moreover, his marksmanship was very good. Only Grandmaster strongmen could barely avoid it, and covert strength warriors would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Especially in such a short distance, it was a great deterrent. Chen Dingshan of Medicine King Valley had originally planned to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, but now he really did not dare to open his mouth, especially since the distance was too close. He even suspected that if he moved, he would be shot by Li San. In Dianan, Li San's spear technique was publicly recognized. Within a few dozen meters, he was a real sharpshooter. The only one who was the calmest at the scene was Lin Fei. He didn't plan to make a move today. With these Grandmaster strongmen, it was enough to deal with these situations. Lin Fei wanted to let these people have a good look. He was not so easy to deal with. You can't even deal with the Grandmaster subordinates that I recruited. What qualifications do you have to fight against him? Vice President Li Tianxiang, you disappoint me. The dignified Marshal Gate, your strength is a bit unreliable, Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, said coldly. A gaze fell directly on Qin Dingshan of Medicine King Valley. I know you are Elder Qin Dingshan. There are countless elixirs in your Medicine King Valley. It just so happens that this old man needs some elixirs. If you politely deliver them to the door, then this old man will not make a move. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for being rude. Chen Dingshan had already realized that the situation was not right. It was beyond his control. After being said by Kai Shan, the taming headmaster, his face sank. What do you mean? Do you really think that our Medicine King Valley is easy to bully? Kai Shan laughed and said, since this old man wants to challenge the #1 expert of Donghai, then naturally I will beat up all of you trash and ants. Otherwise, this old man will always have a thorn in my heart that I can't get over. In a few steps, Kai Shan came up to him. Kai Shan, you've gone too far. Chen Dingshan was furious, and a set of palm techniques was displayed from his hands. However, as soon as this set of palm techniques was displayed, Spear God Li San, who was motionless, raised his hand and shot, causing Chen Dingshan's offensive to stop. Being targeted by Li San, Chen Dingshan's strength was greatly reduced because he had to be on guard against Li San at all times. He now hated Li San to the bone. He actually sneakily shot at him, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, Chen Dingshan was not alone. There was an elder next to him. The elder also became gloomy. Li San, you are a Grandmaster of Dianan. It's not very kind of you to attack the Medicine King Valley now. The elder used his movement technique, a rock spreading its wings, and attacked Li San with a snake-shaped hand. However, when he attacked Li San, a miniature array instantly enveloped him. It turned out that it had been set up at some point, and it was done quietly. It blocked the figure of the elder of the Medicine King Valley. Wang Zimo, how dare you attack me? The elder sucked in a breath of cold air as he attacked the invisible array formation. His eyes were fixed on Wang Zimo, who was not far away. He knew that Wang Zimo was good at arrays, but he did not expect that Wang Zimo would set up a formation. Wang Zimo laughed and said, it's nothing, I just don't like your Medicine King Valley. You usually put on airs, and it's rare to have a chance to fight with you. Why are you not happy? At this time, another Grandmaster, Chen Tianya, laughed and said, I've been looking forward to becoming a Grandmaster of the Medicine King Valley for a long time. How can I not take such a good opportunity? In a few steps, Chen Tianya also attacked. Chaos, it was all chaos. Tai Zhan sucked in a deep breath of cold air when he saw this. Even the stupidest person seemed to understand what was going on. These people were probably helping Lin Fei to attack. This was the only way to explain why Lin Fei was still so indifferent. He was not afraid of anything happening at all, and everything was under the control of the other party. This method. Chapter 40-30. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them, especially Tai Zhan. He knew better than anyone else that these 8 Grandmasters might have joined Lin Fei's side. What a ridiculous thing to do. Everyone could tell that Lin Fei was more mysterious than they had imagined. Otherwise, Lai Tian and Vice President Li Tianxiang would not have been treated like this. There were several Grandmasters attacking together. They could even tell that the Grandmasters nearby were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. It seemed as though they would attack at the slightest command. Li Tianxiang was forced into a corner, and this was only the beginning. Then, several Grandmasters joined forces to attack, completely suppressing the other party. How is this possible? I have no feud with them. Li Tianxiang was shocked. He was simply unable to withstand the combined attacks of these people. In just a few moves, he was knocked to the ground. Bang 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 bang. Li San fired a few shots that brushed past Li Tianxiang's ear. What is the meaning of this? Li Tianxiang could not accept the scene before him. He was perfectly fine, but now he was surrounded by a group of grandmasters. Shen Tianquan and Lai Tian, who were not far away, also realized that they might not have the chance to make a move at this disciple recruitment banquet. This was because Lin Fei was too mysterious. He had actually subdued 8 grandmasters. Everyone could see the current situation clearly. These 8 grandmasters must have been recruited by the other party. Otherwise, why would they attack them? From the beginning to the end, they did not see any panic or uneasiness on Lin Fei's face. All he had was an indifferent expression, as though everything before him was nothing. It was just that they could not have imagined that Lin Fei would actually have the capabilities to recruit a grandmaster. What sort of methods was that? Father, it seems that we have come to the wrong place this time. Shen Wudi's expression was extremely ugly. Even his body was trembling slightly. They were both grandmasters, but why was Lin Fei so amazing? There was no way to compare at all. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Shen Tianquan's face turned ugly as well. This was completely out of his expectations of Lin Fei. This guy was too shameless. Lin Fei's methods were truly extraordinary. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Shen Tianquan was a grandmaster, but facing these grandmasters gave him a certain amount of pressure. Chen Dingshan was also severely injured by this sudden scene. Before he could react, a few grandmasters surrounded him and attacked him. In less than a dozen moves, Chen Dingshan was trampled on the ground. Boss, it's done. Wang Zimo laughed. The 8 grandmasters attacked at the same time, instantly defeating Li Tianxiang and Chen Dingshan. A crushing defeat. When Wang Zimo said that, he finally confirmed his suspicions. Just as I expected. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. This was arranged by Lin Fei. Everyone, do you like my gift? Lin Fei smiled and glanced at everyone. Gifts, 8 grandmasters as gifts. This was a show of strength. Li Tianxiang, Lai Tian, and the rest immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Their faces turned pale. Too treacherous. Lin Fei, how dare you trick us? Li Tianxiang roared in anger. Bang bang. Li San opened fire. Speak properly. The 2 gunshots just now swept across Li Tianxiang's face, leaving bloody marks. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He couldn't guarantee that Li San wouldn't open fire again. This guy was really crazy. With the grandmasters watching from the side, he wouldn't dare to do that even if he was given 100 guts. Didn't he know what was going on? Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Shen Tianquan said coldly. After all, the current situation was completely unexpected. The guy who seemed so easy to take down had displayed such a terrifying scene in the blink of an eye. He had taken down the 8 grandmasters without anyone knowing. They had thought that the 8 grandmasters were here for revenge. Now, they finally understood why the 8 grandmasters didn't say anything when they suffered at the Longting Mountain Villa. Because all of this had been done on purpose by Lin Fei. If he hadn't done it on purpose, how could it have ended up like this? What I mean is actually quite simple. Since you are all guests, you should bear witness to my disciple acceptance ceremony. Don't you all agree? No one expected Lin Fei to say such a thing. Shen Tianquan's face darkened. If it was possible, he wanted to leave this place immediately. After all, if the 8 grandmasters were to join forces, they would definitely make him suffer. You are Lin Fei. Your array here is pretty good, but you think too highly of yourself, Long Tianqing said. Bang bang bang. You have no right to say that. Li San snorted coldly. Why don't you think about who you are? Long Tianqing's hair stood on end as soon as they started snatching. If I were you, I would listen to you obediently. Li San smiled. Shukju website. Chapter 4031. Li San's actions, Li San's words, made them very unhappy, but the strength of this spear god was there. The pitch-black muzzle of the spear was constantly pointed at them, causing their hairs to stand on end. It was as if as long as they said a word or did anything, his unparalleled spear technique would be displayed. What kind of trouble was this? Moreover, the remaining 7 grandmasters were also glaring at them like tigers that had seen sheep, ready to pounce on them at any time and tear them to pieces. They were all grandmaster powerhouses, so when did they become so miserable? After being shot twice by Li San, Long Tianxing was immediately silenced. He was really worried that this lunatic might shoot him at any time, especially at such a short distance. He was a live target with no way to dodge. This feeling was really unpleasant, but he had no way to resist it. He could only stand there obediently. "Young Master Lin, this is how you treat people," Shen Tianquan said. Lin Fei laughed. "This is my territory, I can do whatever I want. If you have the ability, make a scene. As long as you can make a scene, then you're powerful. If you can't make a scene, then you'd better stay put. This is the Longting Manor, not the territory of the 3 southern clans." These words almost made them vomit blood in anger. This was too impudent. If this was the territory of the 3 southern clans, they would not be so passive. They would have made a move long ago. However, no matter what, Lin Fei now had a huge advantage. He did not make a move himself, but the actions of the 8 grandmasters were clear to everyone. From now on, another powerful force was going to rise in the East Sea. Correction, it was not 8 grandmaster powerhouses, but 9 grandmaster powerhouses. Who would dare to offend this young Lin Fei from now on? Invincible God, who had always been proud of his strength, now felt that he had become a joke. He was the pride of the 3 great clans in the south, but now he felt that with his strength and status, he was destined to be crushed by his opponent. Moreover, it was a continuous crushing, and he could not even take a breath. This feeling made him very unhappy, especially after he had been schemed against last time. He had been unlucky every day and had almost died. This was the shame of his life. But now, he felt that revenge was just a distant dream. Now, he felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. "Young Master Lin, aren't you afraid of offending the Shen family? You should know the purpose of our trip here." Shen Tianquan tried his best to hide his anger and spoke calmly, but his heart was about to explode. "What does your motives have to do with me?" Lin Fei laughed. "Do you think I care about your motives? Today, all of you are guests, and you can bear witness to my acceptance of a disciple. From now on, remember, my disciple is called Su Mei. If anything happens to her anywhere else, you will be the first to be punished. Please remember my words, I'm not joking, I'm serious." Chief Taijan's face finally revealed a look of joy. It had been a long time since he had seen these people suffer such a huge loss in the East Sea. If it was possible, Taijan wished he could go home and enjoy a bottle of good wine. At this moment, he could only hold it in. At the same time, he felt that he had to report this matter to the higher-ups. He had to make the headquarters take Lin Fei seriously. Otherwise, Taijan was really worried that something would happen again. If it was the Yen Huang battle team who made a move, it would be too late for regrets. "Shen family head, we're all here to attend the acceptance banquet. Why make such a big fuss?" Taijan said with a smile. Shen Tianquan knew that Taijan had said those words on purpose. After all, today's events had indeed exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that Lin Fei, who seemed to have been completely dominated, would secretly recruit 8 grandmasters? There were 9 grandmasters in one mountain manor? Even Shen Tianquan himself had become extremely mysterious. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it to be true? At least, Shen Tianquan did not believe it to be true. What a good acceptance banquet. I've really seen something new. Shen Tianquan did not dare to make another move. At this moment, he could no longer see this Lin Fei. Other than his entire body being filled with mystery, there was nothing but mystery. Lin Fei laughed. "Since it's a banquet to accept disciples, everyone must come from afar to give my first disciple a gift, right? Otherwise, it'll be too embarrassing." A dignified grandmaster actually came empty-handed. Just the thought of it would be too embarrassing. Lin Fei laughed. Everyone's faces darkened once again. Some even vomited blood, feeling as though they had suffered 10,000 points of damage. He had clearly injured them, and now he still had the cheek to extort them. Was he really not afraid of revenge? But when they thought of the 8 grandmasters, their faces turned as ugly as could be. After all, even they would not have been able to do such a thing. Who knew how many grandmasters this guy had behind him? Even Qin Dingshan from the Medicine King Valley felt that things were getting troublesome. He finally understood why Lin Fei dared to enter the elixir fields of Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan. Lin Fei was very confident, but Qin Dingshan felt that Lin Fei was a pushover. Lin Fei then smiled faintly. You guys don't have to pay anything. After all, it depends on your mood. I won't stop you guys from leaving either. However, you guys have to think this through. This formation of mine is far from ordinary. If you guys were to get lost in it and end up getting tossed out like dogs, I don't think that would be a good thing. Although it was only a maze formation that had been activated, it was only the most superficial maze formation. Once the profound power of the maze formation was revealed, even a Grandmaster powerhouse would be lost in it and eventually be thrown out like a dog. The threat. This was a blatant threat. If it had been before, they might have thought it was nonsense. How could a formation be so powerful? But now, the young Lin Fei had become very mysterious in their eyes. If he could recruit 8 Grandmasters, then whether this array had a more advanced function or not, no one dared to bet. After all, there were many warriors standing outside. If they were really thrown out of the gate like garbage, they would definitely not be able to lift their heads for the rest of their lives. But when they asked them to send a gift, and it seemed to be a generous gift, they could not calm down. Now it was really difficult to get off. On the one hand, they wanted to save face. On the other hand, they did not dare to take action again. They were all famous Grandmasters, so they did not know what to choose. Chapter 4032. Just as everyone was at a loss, there was a loud bang. It was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's hearts. Since you don't know what to choose, I'll give you a choice. Lin Fei smiled. At the same time, he pinched his fingers and formed a large hand seal, instantly activating the formation of the entire Longting Manor. A terrifying pressure reverberated in everyone's hearts. Bam bam! There was a series of loud bangs. A vast force directly crushed their bodies. Kacha! Invincible God was the first to kneel on the ground. Cracks immediately appeared on the originally hard ground as he knelt. This was the first. The second was Qin Dingshan and the other 2 elders from the Medicine King Valley, followed by the vice president of the martial sect, Li Tianxiang. These Grandmaster experts, who usually flaunted their prowess, were now as weak as ants under the pressure of the formation. One by one, they knelt on the ground. Lin Fei, how dare you? Long Tianxing roared angrily. He stepped forward and also cast a spell formation. But as soon as the spell formation was formed, it was destroyed. He knelt on the ground, and his voice was louder than anyone else's. His legs were twisted like a fried dough twist. Long Tianxing used this small formation to provoke Lin Fei. He was definitely courting death. And Shen Tianquan did not say anything. His body exploded, and his clothes were stained red. He also knelt on the ground with a thud. In a short period of time, all the Grandmasters who wanted to deal with Lin Fei were kneeling on the ground. It was as tragic as it could be. Among them, Shen Tianquan was the most unable to accept this scene. How can there be such a powerful formation? Even our Shen family's formation pales in comparison. Shen Tianquan now had a deep understanding. In the face of this formation, a Grandmaster like him was nothing but a fart. He finally understood why the 8 Grandmasters had suffered a great loss in the Longting Villa before. In front of this formation, they were no different from fish on the chopping board. They could live or die as they pleased. Just a word from the formation could decide their fate. The Yan Huang battle team's chief Tai Zhan, who was within the formation, also sucked in a breath of cold air. This is definitely a top-notch formation. Even I, a Grandmaster expert, can smell the terrifying danger and the aura of death. What is the background of this Lin Fei? I'll never guess this guy. Tai Zhan felt that he had guessed correctly time and time again. However, every time he was in front of Lin Fei, he felt that he had guessed wrong. With such a huge formation, Tai Zhan definitely understood better than anyone else that whoever dared to enter the dragon-soaring mountain would only be asking for trouble. Just by looking at the scene before him, he knew. Which one of these Grandmaster experts wasn't a tyrant outside? But now, they were all kneeling on the ground. Even their arrogant faces were filled with fear and unease. It seemed that as the power of the array continued to increase, they could feel the aura of death. Now, have you thought it through? Lin Fei said with a smile. In fact, he didn't plan to make a move. After all, they were grandmaster experts. He had to teach them a deep lesson. Using the formation to teach them a lesson was the most suitable. He believed that these people would definitely make the right choice. As long as he didn't make a move, no one would ever know his true strength. My Medicine King Valley is willing to participate in young Master Lin's apprenticeship. Chen Dingshan was the first to speak. This kind of thing had almost crushed his heart. What was important was that such a person could master such a formation. The power behind him was definitely very strong. Even their Medicine King Valley might not have this ability. Therefore, it was really not good to offend such a person. Chen Dingshan hated Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan to the bone. If he could leave this place, he would definitely teach the two of them a lesson when he returned. On the other side, Gao Yishan and Wang Yuan didn't know about this at all. Instead, they were happily planning to celebrate. After Chen Dingshan, it was Vice President Li Tianxiang of the martial sect. Although he was only a vice president, he was really shocked at this moment. In the face of such power, he was like a small ant. He had completely underestimated Lin Fei's ability. If Li Tianxiang had known that Lin Fei was so powerful, he would never have come even if he was beaten to death. Long Tianxing and Shen Tianquan were also smart people. Naturally, they knew that if they said anything at this time, they would not be able to gain any benefits. Moreover, in this kind of formation, if those grandmasters were to make a move, they would all be killed on the spot. At that time, no one would be able to find any evidence of the Longting manner. Even Tai Zhan from the Yan Huang battle team would speak up for Lin Fei and pretend that this matter had never happened. They had lost completely in this matter. Their previous aggressiveness had long since turned into dark clouds and vanished like smoke in thin air. Now, they just wanted to leave the Longting manor. The longer they stayed, the less confidence they had. This was because this Lin Fei was like a madman, constantly giving people a feeling that they couldn't see through him. This kind of feeling was the most terrifying. The Shen family is willing to send a congratulatory gift to congratulate young Master Lin on accepting a disciple. Shen Tianquan's expression kept changing as he spoke. This was equivalent to choosing to bow down to the Longting manor. If this were to spread outside, who knew how many people would be shocked? And to the warriors present, this scene was quite shocking. No one had expected that the seemingly dangerous situation would be resolved so easily. From today onwards, the Longting manor would become the #1 force in the East Sea. Even the Lai family would have to step aside. No one would dare to offend the Longqing manor anymore. The Medicine King Valley is also willing to send a congratulatory gift. The martial sect is also sending a generous gift. Congratulations to young Master Lin for accepting a disciple. Now that they were all smart people, they didn't say a word and directly gave him a big gift. Yu Zishan had personally come and asked everyone present to sign a congratulatory note. He had even personally signed his name. To them, this was an absolutely humiliating scene. However, at this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. They really couldn't afford to offend this Lin Fei. My good disciple, these are their gifts to you. Accept them all. Lin Fei gave all the notes to his disciple, Su Mei. After seeing the congratulatory gifts, Su Mei was also dumbfounded. They were so expensive that she couldn't believe it. Master, these things are too expensive. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's not expensive. Anyway, it's just a gift. I believe they will hand it over willingly. You can ask them if they are willing. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, these people nodded one by one. It's getting late. Boss, you can start the disciple acceptance ceremony. Yu Zishan walked over. As a result, the scheme against Lin Fei vanished like smoke in thin air. With everyone as witnesses, they knew that the Longting manor would become the #1 force in the East Sea. Chapter 4033. The apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. It could even be said that it was not complicated at all. All the martial artists present were envious and jealous. After all, Su Mei would become a pearl in the palm of Donghai from now on. Who would dare to be an enemy of such a person? Look at the Grand Master experts present today. Which one of them had not suffered a lot in the hands of Lin Fei? As the eldest disciple of Lin Fei, She was naturally above one person and below tens of thousands of people. At least in Donghai, everyone had to give her some face. Many martial artists had gathered outside Longting Villa. These martial artists did not leave but stood together in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them were discussing the matters in Longting Villa. Everyone wanted to know what would happen in the end. Today, all the big shots had come to Longting Villa. Even if Lin Fei was strong, he still had to bow his head in front of everyone. This kind of thing was more exciting to think about. Not long after, someone came out. The first to come out was Lai Tian. However, at this time, Lai Tian's face was pale and his expression was cold. He got into his car with a blank expression. This scene caused the atmosphere at the scene to turn cold. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Did the number 1 Grand Master Lai Tian lose? Not long after they finished speaking, Li Tianxiang of the martial sect also came out with a sullen face. At this time, everyone had a question mark in their minds. What the hell is going on? Did something happen? Someone muttered. After that, Chen Dingshan of Medicine King Valley, one of the 3 major families, the Shen family, came out one after another. However, their expressions were basically the same. It was difficult to see any joy or anger on their faces. But for everyone, there was a trace of difference. Because until now, the number 1 Black Magic Master, Kai Shan, had not come out, including the 8 Grandmasters. Who can tell me what is going on? This is completely wrong. Did they all lose? After they left, more inward strength martial artists came out. As soon as these inward strength martial artists came out, all kinds of news poured into everyone's minds. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. For a moment, they could not accept this scene. That Lin Fei had actually recruited 8 evolved Jing masters. Shocking, shocking. Didn't that mean that including him, there were already 10 grandmasters in this Longting manor? Hearing this news, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. They simply could not imagine such a situation. It could be said that in the entire East China Sea, there was almost no force that could find 10 grandmaster powerhouses. However, the Soaring Dragon Manor had done it. They were going to become the number 1 force in the East China Sea. This was definitely a truly explosive piece of news. Who would have thought that Lin Fei, who seemed to be suppressed by them, would actually be so powerful and domineering? If it weren't for the oath of these inward strength warriors, they wouldn't have believed it was true. That was because those Grandmaster experts, no matter where they were placed, were existences that could shake an entire region with a stomp of their feet. They were existences that people couldn't even hope to reach. But now they had actually suffered a huge setback in this place. Half an hour later, the news about Longting Villa spread directly in the entire martial arts circle of Donghai. All the martial artists were once again completely stunned. It made everyone realize one thing, and that was that the East China Sea had changed. From now on, the Soaring Dragon Manor would become the number 1 force in Donghai, and Lin Fei would also become a mysterious existence, full of mysteries. Even many people did not doubt that Lin Fei would become the true number 1 expert in Donghai. How long had it been since such a big movement last time? Those martial artists who were planning to take advantage of others' misfortune and take advantage of it all had cold sweat on their backs. In the Soaring Dragon Manor, the 8 Grandmasters, including Li San, did not leave the Soaring Dragon Manor. Instead, they stayed there. This also made those who were paying attention to the situation outside gasp once again. Everyone knew that this news was true and definitely not a rumor. From now on, Longting Manor would have 10 Grandmaster experts guarding it. It could truly be regarded as a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. My good disciple, what you need to do in the next period of time is to stimulate the blood in your body. I will make a potion for you. You only need to soak in it for a while every day. Everyone retreated. Lin Fei began to talk to his eldest disciple, Su Mei. Su Mei had really gained a lot of knowledge today, and her life had also opened a new door. It turned out that this world was so beautiful. In the past, she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. If she didn't say it out loud, who would dare to believe that it was true? Martial arts experts did exist. Master, I will definitely cultivate well. Su Mei nodded vigorously. I will definitely not let Master down. Su Mei was not a stupid person. She knew one thing in her heart, and that was that Master had done too many things for her. Even though these people had been released, she also knew that these people might hold a grudge against her. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You don't have to think too much. Even if the sky falls, Master will hold it up. You just need to cultivate well, don't waste your talent." Yu Zishan left with Su Mei. Lin Fei wondered if he should find a female martial artist for Su Mei. After all, there were some things that he couldn't do, but it would be different if there was a female martial artist by his side. "The few of you did pretty well today." Lin Fei collected his thoughts and looked at the few grandmasters not far away from him. Although the strength of these grandmasters was around the grandmaster middle stage, they were still grandmaster experts. In the East Sea, it was really impossible to find a force that could directly find 8 grandmaster experts. Longting Villa could be considered an exception. "Boss, this is what we should do." The 8 grandmaster experts bowed and said, "If you do well, you will naturally be rewarded. As a boss, I am not a stingy person." Lin Fei flicked his finger at them, and a Jingguang landed in the minds of the 8 grandmasters. "This is a cultivation method that is suitable for you. Although it is only at the innate level, with your strength, when you master this cultivation method, you will definitely become a god-level expert." Lin Fei said with a smile, "From now on, arrange for your own people to protect the villa, and the rest of you can go underground to cultivate." In Lin Fei's eyes, transcendent grandmasters were still too weak. They had to reach the innate level to have a certain degree of deterrence. Otherwise, if they encountered an innate level expert, even grandmaster experts would not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei still had this little bit of insight. However, for these 8 grandmasters, they were extremely excited and moved. An innate level cultivation method. In an instant, they saw a further path, and they might even become god-level experts in the future. For a moment, the 8 grandmasters knelt on the ground. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Chapter 40-34. In Lin Fei's eyes, these techniques were trash that couldn't be any more trashy. However, for these 8 grandmasters, they were all tailor-made cultivation methods that were tailored to their cultivation attributes. As long as they cultivated according to these techniques, they would be able to break through to the innate realm more smoothly than anyone else. In other words, they would become god-level experts. This temptation was huge. No one could resist it. This time, they knelt on the ground willingly. No matter who it was, they were all sincere. There was no hatred in their hearts. In fact, they were happy. This was because they finally had a chance to break through to the god level. The god level. This was a realm that they had never dared to imagine in their entire lives. Even if they had to give up their freedom, they were willing to do so. At the same time, they worshipped their boss, Lin Fei. This made them realize that their boss was a genuine god-level expert. Otherwise, who would be willing to take out these innate-level techniques? These were all priceless treasures. If they had innate-level techniques, they would have broken through long ago. They would not be stuck at the Grandmaster level like they were now. Kai Shan, this is a demonic technique. You can bring it back to Southeast Asia to cultivate. Remember what I told you. You have to act in the shortest time possible. Don't disappoint me. Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, also received a technique as he wished. It was also an innate level technique. In the future, he would be able to cultivate to the god level. Kai Shan knelt on the ground immediately. Boss, after I go back, I will immediately recruit all the black magic masters in Southeast Asia and keep all the materials. Kai Shan patted his chest and promised. Compared to the other grandmasters, Kai Shan was the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. His current strength was very different from before. After all the poison in his body had been destroyed. However, with this demonic technique, his strength would quickly recover and he would be even stronger than before. He would be able to recruit all the black magic masters in Southeast Asia and become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei also believed that Kai Shan could do this. Otherwise, this #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia would be too useless. At the airport in Donghai. Inside a private plane. Shen Tianquan and Long Tianxing boarded the plane immediately. No one wanted to stay in the East Sea any longer, because this time, they had really suffered a huge setback. If possible, no one wanted to come to the East Sea again. Who would have thought that that guy would be so calculative? They had come in a menacing manner and planned to quietly plot against them, but in the end, they got involved in such a thing. Father, are we really going to end up like this? Invincible God was the most infuriated one. Even now, his heart was filled with rage. The Shen family, one of the three great families in the south, actually suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. Invincible God could not take this lying down. A loud bang resounded. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Wudi was sent flying by a slap from Shen Tianquan. He knocked over his chair and curled up on the ground like a shrimp. The strength of this palm was solid. If it were not for the fact that they were on the plane, Invincible God would have suffered even more pain. Trash, isn't it all because of you? Shen Tianquan said coldly. Although he was infuriated by that brat's shameless scheme, he was more concerned about Lin Fei's background. Although Shen Tianquan had not fought with Lin Fei before, he could confirm one thing based on some clues. Lin Fei's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He might even be at the pinnacle of Master Realm. Such a strong person must have a huge force behind him. However, Shen Tianquan had never heard of such a force before. This was the scariest thing. And all of this was caused by his own son. Hence, when Shen Tianquan heard this, he could no longer suppress his anger. With a single slap, he sent Shen Wudi tumbling to the ground. If you weren't my son, I would have killed you with one slap. Invincible God felt wronged, but he did not dare to say another word. Brother Shen, you can't blame young Master Invincible for this. You can only blame that Lin Fei for being too cunning. To think that he would dig such a huge pit for us to jump into. He's definitely a shameless person, Long Tianxing advised. Long Tianxing advised. After all, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Lin Fei this time, and the formation of the Longting Manor was even more powerful than he had imagined, suppressing him to the point where he couldn't move at all. It was impossible to say that he wasn't angry, but Long Tianxing was better at restraining himself. That brat is indeed AB***. However, we know very little about him. We don't even know where he came from. Shen Tianquan laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for this unfilial son, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Father, how would I know that Lin Fei has such a background? If I had known, I would have swallowed my anger. I dare say that he did it on purpose. Shen Wudi was trembling as he spoke. That slap was way too powerful. If it weren't for the fact that he was a master stage powerhouse, that slap would have taken his life. That's right. There's no point talking about this now. Let's go back to the south first. As for this brat, we'll discuss it later. Also, remember this. For the time being, don't even think about taking revenge. If you end up in his hands again, it's not that I won't come to your rescue. Just pretend that the Shen family doesn't have a son like you, Shen Tianquan said coldly. His gaze was so cold that no one dared to look him in the eye. Shen Wudi trembled in fear at that cold gaze. He lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. In the other car, Lai Tian was sitting in the car. The entire car was filled with an oppressive aura. Even the driver's hands were trembling slightly as he gripped the steering wheel tightly. When you get back, pack your luggage and leave the country. Don't return to the East Sea for at least a year. The cold words echoed in Lai Xian's mind. Lai Xian was shocked. Was he going to be exiled to a foreign country? Father, the Lai family will not go against him. Is there a need for me to leave Huaxia? If there was a choice, who would want to go to that fair-skinned world? In any case, Lai Xian did not like it at all. Lai Tian glared at him. If you don't go, I'll break your legs. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? That Lin Fei is so mysterious and you have the nerve to offend him? Didn't you see that your father almost didn't have the chance to walk out of Longting Manor? Why don't you go overseas? Are you prepared to see the Lai family destroyed? Lai Xian had never seen his father so angry before. He instinctively shrunk his neck. Father, it's not as serious as you make it out to be. Pack your luggage and leave the country in 3 days. Don't come back without my permission. Otherwise, I won't have a son like you. Lai Tian's voice was even colder. Chapter 4035. Xiao Rou, book a ticket to Beijing for me when you get back. It's best if it's at night, the sooner the better. Inside the Yan Huang battle team's base. As soon as he returned, Tai Zhan called Lin Rou over. Director, why are you going to Beijing all of a sudden? Didn't you say you don't like going to Beijing the most? You even said that those people like to scheme against each other. Tai Zhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. He glanced at Lin Rou and said, "Aren't you usually very smart? Why are you so slow this time?" Lin Rou's eyes suddenly widened. Director, are you talking about that Lin Fei? But does that guy have to be reported to the Yan Huang battle team's headquarters? As the assistant in charge of Tai Zhan, Lin Rou had seen a lot of things, but she had never seen the director take something so seriously. After all, he was just a young man. Tai Zhan shook his head and said, "You still can't see it clearly? That guy is too mysterious, far beyond my expectations. Maybe he has a big backer behind him. Such a person is no longer someone I can continue to be responsible for, so this matter must be reported to the headquarters." Right now, the Longting Villa has a total of 10 grandmasters, including him. Think about it, our Yan Huang battle team only has a few grandmasters, but his villa has 10 grandmasters. This is absolutely an uncontrollable existence. At least for now, I don't have the ability to control Lin Fei, so I must report this to Beijing. Only Beijing has the ability to control this Lin Fei. Tai Zhan was indeed shocked. It was hard to imagine that the seemingly ordinary guy would actually be so calculative, digging such a big hole and causing so many people to jump in one after another. What Tai Zhan admired the most was Lin Fei's methods. If he were in Lin Fei's shoes, he would definitely not let these people leave Longting Villa so easily. After all, this was equivalent to letting a tiger return to the mountain. However, Lin Fei still did so. One could imagine how confident Lin Fei was. Tai Zhan felt that all his previous guesses and analyses about Lin Fei were about to be overturned. This Lin Fei was far more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined. Tai Zhan had no doubt that if he had stood on those people's side before, he might have been eaten this time as well. Lin Fei would definitely be able to make it. Such a big matter, Tai Zhan could no longer make the decision. He had to report it to the higher-ups. As for how the higher-ups would handle it, that was their own business. In any case, Tai Zhan could not do anything about it. The only fortunate thing was that the Yan Huang battle team had a pretty good relationship with Lin Fei. This was the only thing that made Tai Zhan heave a sigh of relief. What? There are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Longting Villa. The 8 grandmasters who suffered a setback last time all sought refuge under Lin Fei. In a high-class district. In the study room on one of the floors. Li Tianqiang said dejectedly. Sitting opposite him was a man in his 50s. He had a full beard on his face and gave off a very ferocious and explosive aura. At this moment, after hearing Li Tianqiang's words, his whole person was a little stunned. "Are you sure you're not joking? Such a big force has quietly formed under our eyes. Do you think it's believable?" The middle-aged man was the president of the Eastern Sea martial sect, Su Wei. Usually, he did not care much about the affairs, but this time, Li Tianqiang had taken the initiative to visit, which really gave Su Wei, the president, a big shock. Especially after Li Tianqiang's words, it was like a heavy bomb had exploded, and he was not lightly shocked. One had to know that in the territory of the Eastern Sea, the Yan Huang battle team had the greatest influence. Other than them, the martial sect was responsible for supervising the warriors of the entire Eastern Sea. Ordinary people did not dare to offend the martial sect, because the overall influence of the martial sect was very big. Furthermore, the headquarters was located in Yanjing, and was in existence that could challenge the Yan Huang battle team. "President, if it's possible, I really don't want to talk to you about this kind of thing, but in the current situation, the martial sect must make a stance." Li Tianqiang's expression was solemn. Lin Fei definitely has a great background. If he has any ideas about our martial sect, if we don't solve this matter, I'm afraid that our martial sect's influence in the Eastern Sea will be greatly weakened in the future. Li Tianqiang continued, "In the Longting Villa, there is a powerful formation set up. Even experts like Shen Tianquan and Long Tianxing have become extremely weak in front of this formation. Our martial sect must treat such a master with caution. This was the first time Su Wei had seen Li Tianxiang speak so solemnly. How could this be? Our martial sect has been in the Eastern Sea for so many years, and all the guys who have stood out have been taken in by us. But this time, Su Wei still believed Li Tianxiang's words. After all, Li Tianxiang, the vice president, would never lie to him. Then the Eastern Sea's Longting Villa was going to rise. However, this kind of rise was something that President Su Wei and even the martial sect did not want to see. I think it's best if you report this situation to the headquarters, guild leader. I'm guessing that only the headquarters can resolve this matter. Li Tianxiang thought for a while and said, in any case, I'm afraid and hateful of that Lin Fei now. That guy is far more terrifying than I imagined. If anyone underestimates him, they might suffer a lot. At the very least, I've seen it. Li Tianxiang had previously vowed that he wanted to take advantage of the situation, but in the end, he didn't get any benefits. Instead, he was injured. Especially that spear god Li San, every shot was fatal, and he almost walked on the edge of death. This kind of thing was not something that anyone was willing to experience again. Give me a copy of Lin Fei's information, and then you will personally go to the martial sect's headquarters with me. It's better for you to personally come forward and talk about this kind of thing. Our martial sect has been rooted in the Eastern Sea for so long, we can't let Lin Fei and the Longting Villa behind him cause the martial sect to suffer losses. This is unbearable, so it's better to personally go to Yanjing. Li Tianxiang nodded and said, I'm willing to go to Yanjing. Su Wei also had a headache, so this matter had to be reported to the headquarters. He believed that the Yan Huang battle team was the same. Lin Fei didn't know what these people were thinking. He began to teach Su Mei how to cultivate. The first step of cultivation was not the basic skills, but the activation of the bloodline. Yu Zishan, the Grandmaster expert, personally went out to buy a batch of materials, and Lin Fei personally took action, putting in a lot of effort in this aspect. At this time, Bai Xingnan, who was busy with the development of the cloud shape-shifting garment, suddenly received a call from her father, Bai Tiancheng, asking her to go home for dinner. Ever since the cloud shape-shifting garment became popular, Bai Xingnan hadn't received a call from her father for a long time. On the phone, she seemed to hear a cheerful voice from her father's mouth. She couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. Then wait for me to take care of the matters at hand, I'll come back for dinner tonight. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4036. Bai Tiancheng was the head of the Bai family. Ever since he saw his daughter and that man at the Longting Villa, he had been completely convinced. However, he didn't expect that in such a short period of time, another explosive news would spread. It shook Bai Tiancheng quite a bit, making it hard for him to accept it. That ordinary-looking guy had actually suppressed the experts from all sides and made them suffer a big loss. Now, they had become the #1 force in the Eastern Sea with a total of 10 Master Realm experts. They could definitely sweep away all the so-called top-notch families in the Eastern Sea. After hearing the news, Bai Tiancheng immediately arranged people to investigate it. After confirming that the rumor was true, he was so happy that he opened a bottle of red wine worth 100,000 yuan on the spot and drank it to his heart's content. At the same time, he called his daughter immediately. He knew that whether the Bai family could rise or not depended on his daughter. Bai Tiancheng was now very impressed with his daughter. Her eyesight was so good that she actually found such a powerful boyfriend. He had beaten the Lai family, kicked the Medicine King Valley, and even stepped on the Shun family of the 3 great families in the south. How could this not make people excited? When Bai Xingnan returned home with a tired body, she found her parents waiting for her. They had even cooked a table of good food, all of which were her favorites. Dad, what a good day today. You even cooked a table of my favorite food for me. The sun really rose from the west. Bai Xingnan said with a smile. Daughter, you've been busy with work recently. I see that the cloud silk shapewear seems to have become popular. As the manager, you must have a good rest. I've prepared a table full of delicious food for you. It's also a supplement. Bai Xingnan's mother came up and added a set of chopsticks for her daughter. Go wash your hands and eat quickly. It had been a long time since Bai Xingnan had experienced this feeling. However, She always felt that her father looked at her with a strange gaze. This was a little different from usual. Dad, it's all your fault for cooking such delicious food. It wasn't easy for me to lose weight, but it's all for nothing. After eating, Bai Shengnan complained. Bai Tiancheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you're full, let's go for a walk and lose weight. It just so happens that we haven't taken a walk in a long time. Bai Shengnan didn't refuse her father's words. She went back to her room to change her clothes, and the two of them went out for a walk. Dad, why do you feel so weird today? Did you do something behind my back again? Bai Shengnan asked. Bai Tiancheng smiled and said, I'm your father. How could I do anything to let you down? I'm just too happy today. The more it was like this, the more Bai Shengnan felt uneasy. I know very well what kind of person you are. Last time, you couldn't wait for me to marry that person from the Yan family. Speaking of this matter, Bai Tiancheng revealed an awkward expression. After all, how could he have known about the previous incident to this extent? Let bygones be bygones. There's no point in bringing it up again. I was doing it for your own good. But my daughter, you have good foresight. When are you going to bring young Master Lin home? Bai Tiancheng asked with a smile. At this point, Bai Shengnan felt a bit awkward. Last time, they were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Bring him home? How was he supposed to carry it? Lin Fei is very busy. How could he have the time to visit our house? Besides, our relationship isn't that bad, Bai Shengnan said perfunctorily. When Bai Tiancheng heard this, he immediately became anxious. He now knew what Lin Fei was capable of. He was simply a diamond bachelor. No, he was even more of a diamond bachelor than a diamond bachelor. Compared to Lin Fei, those rich and powerful families and geniuses were simply too weak. My daughter, since you've met someone you like, you have to hurry up and chase after him, just like how I chased after your mother. Once you like him, you have to stick to him. Anyway you like him. At most, I'll teach you a killer move. I guarantee you'll like it. Dad, did you take the wrong medicine today? I see that you're quite concerned about this matter. Bai Shengnan could more or less tell that something was wrong. She just didn't believe it. Since when did her father care about this kind of thing? Nonsense. How could I take the wrong medicine? My body is fine. I'm just telling you what I know, Bai Tiancheng said. Bai Tiancheng said, I think young Master Lin is a good person. He's young and matches your status. Plus, he was able to make something like the cloud shapewear. I just think that it would be a pity if you missed this opportunity. After all, young Master Lin is such an outstanding person. Who knows when he will be seduced by those vixens? You have to know that men are the most uncontrollable animals. They will be seduced by a little temptation. Don't you like young Master Lin? Or do you like to see him seduced by others? Bai Tiancheng's words touched a thorn in Bai Shengnan's heart. To be honest, Bai Shengnan really did like Lin Fei. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, she could always feel that there was something different when she was with Lin Fei. It was a special feeling of power and security. Bai Shengnan had never felt this kind of feeling from other men, but she could clearly feel it from Lin Fei. Could it be that I've really fallen for Lin Fei? Bai Shengnan asked herself. She knew that a person like Lin Fei was a very outstanding person. However, as an outstanding person, there would always be all kinds of women around him. If it wasn't today, it would be tomorrow. As a woman, Bai Shengnan knew very well that she didn't have the means of ordinary women, especially the means of seducing people. In this aspect, she wasn't much different from paper. Since you like young Master Lin, then go chase him. I believe that with such a beautiful daughter, any man will be infatuated with you. Bai Tiancheng then said, if you don't seize this opportunity now, you'll regret it in the future. If you really like young Master Lin, I can give you a gift. It's called cooking rice. That's how I got your mother back then. Upon hearing this, Bai Shengnan burst into laughter. She couldn't believe it. Dad, look at what you're saying. What cooking rice? This is just a small suggestion of mine, but I think it's quite useful. You have to know that this is something passed down from our ancestors. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes. In the future, don't get involved in the matters between me and Lin Fei, Dad. I know what I should do. Okay, I won't mention it in the future. That night, Bai Shengnan couldn't sleep. Her mind was filled with her father's words. Chapter 4037. Yanjing. The land of the emperor, the center of all of China. In an inconspicuous courtyard house. A car stopped, and two people got out, a man and a woman. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were none other than the director of the Yanhuang team, Tai Zhan, and his assistant, Lin Ro. At this moment, the director of the Yanhuang team, Tai Zhan, had changed his domineering demeanor. He reached out and knocked on the door of the courtyard house. Not long after, the door opened. The person who opened the door was a young man. He looked to be in his 20s, but the demeanor he exuded gave off an extremely powerful pressure, making people feel pressured. "Director Tai, what brings you here?" the young man said with a smile. "I'm here to be a guest and to get a pot of good wine. I wonder how my teacher is feeling today?" Tai Zhan said with a smile. Even though the person in front of him was a young man, Tai Zhan did not dare to underestimate him, because he was one of his teacher's direct disciples. He was so young, but his strength was not weak at all. "You came at the right time. Teacher is making tea. You're in luck. I heard that teacher got this tea from somewhere else, and it's very rare." The courtyard house was very big, with pavilions and terraces, rock gardens, and flowing water. Walking in the courtyard house, one felt like they had returned to Jiangnan. This feeling was extremely obvious. Not long after, a pavilion appeared. It was an octagonal pavilion, and it looked very ancient. Below the pavilion sat a middle-aged man in a traditional Chinese suit. At first glance, he seemed to be sitting, but one could not feel his presence. This was an incredible feeling. Teacher's strength has increased again. He's almost one with nature, Tai Zhan thought. Even though this was just a small change, in his eyes, this meant that his teacher's strength had increased greatly again. It was very difficult for ordinary people to reach this level, which meant that his teacher had reached the level of being one with nature. He looked like he was sitting there, but it seemed like he did not exist. This was a very brilliant technique. "Lil Tai, you haven't been to Yanjing for a long time. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea." The middle-aged man gave off an amiable aura as he smiled at Tai Zhan. This person was the director of the Yanhuang team headquarters, and also the #1 expert in China, Yi Xian. Iron Zhan sat in front of the chief like a child. Every time he came to Yanjing, he would feel great pressure in front of the director. This was a kind of pressure that belonged to the strong. Although the teacher did not deliberately release it, any martial artist could feel this change. "I heard that a lot of things have happened in Donghai recently. As the director, you must be under a lot of pressure, right?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Tai Zhan drank his tea, put down the cup, and said, "Teacher, you really have a sharp eye. As the bureau chief, the pressure is not small. This time, I came to report something to you. Because it is not easy for me to deal with this matter, I can only ask you to give me some advice." Yi Xian laughed. "It's rare to see something that can make you feel pressured. I remember that you've been the director of Donghai for almost 8 years. Back then, you were high-spirited. Is there anyone in Donghai that you can't handle?" "That's right. You're right." Tai Zhan was Yi Xian's disciple, but he was only an ordinary disciple. Compared to the identity of the young man's personal disciple, there was a certain gap. But to become the disciple of the #1 expert was not an ordinary person. It was because of this identity that Vice President Li Tianqiang of the martial sect did not dare to do anything to Tai Zhan. He was polite every time because he could not afford to offend the #1 expert, Yi Xian. "Teacher, you flatter me. Managing such a large city is still stressful. But this time, I really can't do anything. Teacher, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Maybe you can help me." Lin Ro, who was next to him, took out a document and put it on the table. "Teacher, take a look first." Yi Xian knew Tai Zhan's personality very well. This disciple was the kind of person who was more competitive. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely come to Yanjing. But every time he was asked to come to Yanjing, it was naturally because there was something that he could not handle. He picked up the document and started reading. A guy with a very mysterious background. Yi Xian looked through the document and suddenly laughed. Even forces like the Southern Shen family, the Medicine King Valley, and the Lai family have suffered at his hands. This is interesting. Is Lin Fei a member of the Lin family in the capital? But I don't remember there being such a master in their family. Taizhan said, Teacher, this Lin Fei should not be a member of the Lin family. Because the disciples of the Lin family are much weaker than Lin Fei. I suspect that this Lin Fei should be a strong expert at the peak of the master realm. He should have a very powerful backer behind him. So I can't handle this matter. Please help me, teacher. Having such a master in a place like Donghai was not a good thing for anyone. For Taizhan, who monitored warriors, this Lin Fei was almost like a time bomb. And this time bomb was not something he could control. Maybe it would explode one day, and the power of the explosion would be absolutely terrifying. So Taizhan could only seek his teacher's help. After all, once his teacher spoke up, then Lin Fei would not be a problem. What do you think? Yi Xian closed the document. Taizhan thought for a moment and said, I think the best way is to take Lin Fei in. An expert like this would be a great help to Donghai and even the Yan Huang battle team. I rarely see people at his age reach this level. Who knows, if he is given time, he might break through to the god level one day. Only by taking him in will I be at ease. In front of his teacher, Taizhan did not need to hide anything at all. He spoke his mind directly. Since it's taking him in that's easy, then I'll let my personal disciple go to Donghai. Taizhan knew that although there were not many personal disciples of his teacher, each one of them was a true genius. They were not comparable to those ordinary geniuses. Every one of them was very strong, and they rarely fought. Even if Taizhan went against these personal disciples, he might not have any chance of winning, because their strength was really too strong. Teacher, this Lin Fei is very strong. I'm afraid that if my personal disciple goes, he might be at a disadvantage, Taizhan said again. Don't worry, your senior brothers and sisters aren't weak. This time, I'll let Yu Luocha make a trip. After all, her strength is only a step away from that step. It's time for her to go out and temper herself. Besides, she's a member of the Lin family. She might even know that brat. What do you think? At the mention of Yu Luocha, Taizhan subconsciously gasped. Could it be that Lin Ziqing? Chapter 4038. If it was someone else, Taizhan might not have recognized them. However, this Yu Luocha was known as a fierce person in the martial arts circle. She was also very talented. She was not even 30 years old, but Taizhan was no match for her in terms of strength. Hearing that his teacher wanted Yu Luocha to make a trip to Donghai, Taizhan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this was Lin Ziqing, who was said to have the potential to become a god-level powerhouse. She was even ranked in the top 20 on the master ranking, and she was one of the female disciples that his teacher admired the most. Thank you, teacher. With senior sister Lin's help, everything will be simple. Yi Xian said to the young man next to him, Go and call your senior sister Lin over. Tell her that I have something to tell her. The young disciple turned around and left. About 10 minutes later, a figure in black walked over. He was wearing a tight-fitting leather shirt and tight-fitting leather pants. He was full of a wild aura, but under this wild aura, there was a hint of coldness, which made people think that he was more of a cold-blooded person. Teacher, you need to look for me. Qing, practicing martial arts must be done in an orderly manner. Don't just blindly focus on breaking through. You're only one step away from that step. Thinking about breaking through all day won't do you any good. As the saying goes, read 1,000 miles of books, travel 1,000 miles. Coincidentally, there's something that needs your attention this time. Take a look at this information first. Yi Xian passed the information to Lin Ziqing. Lin Ziqing took the document and flipped it open. When she saw the photo on the first page, her expression changed slightly. Then, she returned to normal and flipped through the document. Teacher, this Lin Fei is not a member of the Lin family. I know he's not from the Lin family. This Lin Fei is quite powerful. Go down and meet him, and bring him to Yanjing. Don't hurt him. We don't allow any unstable factors in Huaxia, and this person's strength shouldn't be weak. You can use him to hone your strength. Who knows, you might have some unexpected gains. Lin Ziqing nodded. I'll go to Donghai in the afternoon. At this moment, Taizhan stood up awkwardly. Teacher, senior sister, I just thought of something. It's about Lin Fei. If we go to the East Sea now, I think that Lin Fei shouldn't be in the East Sea anymore. Last time, I asked him to go to Hangzhou City to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention on behalf of our Yan Huang battle team. Looking at the time, he should be on the way now. If senior sister goes now, I think you'll have to wait in the East Sea for a while. Lin Ziqing shook her head and said, Director Tai, it's okay. I haven't been out for a long time. It's good to go to the East Sea. I don't need that much time. Tai Zhan had only just remembered it. Many things had happened in Donghai recently. He believed that Lin Fei would go to Hangzhou. I'll have to trouble you with this, senior sister. Tai Zhan didn't want to face Lin Fei. In a room somewhere in Donghai, Lin Fei suspected that he had misheard. You asked me to send Su Shaoan back. Xiao Qinglan laid on Lin Fei's chest and drew circles on his chest with her jade-like hand. Didn't you say that you're going to Hangzhou soon? Shaoan is going back too. It's on the way. Moreover, she's a girl. It's not safe for her to go back alone. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, this reminded him of something. It seemed that the Martial Arts Circle Convention was held in Hangzhou. The specific time should be in the near future. If he didn't mention it, he would have forgotten. Hubby, okay? You have nothing to do anyway. Go out and relax. Lin Fei couldn't refuse since she said so. He had settled the matters in the East Sea. It was not a bad idea to go out for a walk. Moreover, he hadn't been to Hangzhou for a long time. Remember, don't do it again. This is the only time, said Lin Fei. Thank you, hubby. You're so nice to me. I'm relieved to have such a powerful hubby like you send Su Shaoan back. Lin Fei needed to go out and relax too. There were too many things recently. Brother Lin, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Su Shaoan took the initiative to come over and said, I can go back alone. Anyway, it's not far from Donghai to Hangzhou. It's only a 2-hour journey. Su Shaoan had been living with Xiao Qinglan these days. She came out to relax, but she still had to go back to Hangzhou no matter what. It's not troublesome. I'm going to Hangzhou anyway. I can participate in an activity on the way. I'll have a companion on the way, said Lin Fei. Su Shaoan said curiously, Brother Lin, there doesn't seem to be any special activity in Hangzhou recently. What are you going to participate in? Why don't you take me to have a look? I'm a streamer with many fans. Maybe I can help you, Brother Lin. It was the first time that Lin Fei heard about Su Shaoan's profession. It was a very popular streamer. He sized Su Shaoan up and down. You're a streamer too. Su Shaoan wore a white dress today and looked like a graceful fairy. Yeah, I'm a streamer. Don't I look like one? It's rare to see a fairy with such a temperament like me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he had to admit that Su Shaoan had a good foundation. Do you know about the Martial Arts Circle Convention? Su Shaoan blinked and was very curious. Martial Arts Circle Convention? Brother Lin, you're not lying to me, right? Is there such a convention now? Why haven't I heard of it? Even Xiao Qinglan was a little surprised. Was there a martial arts circle convention nowadays? Honey, you're not mistaken, are you? Is Wulin a dance? Lin Fei explained with a smile, it's the real martial arts circle convention. If you're interested, I can take you to have a look because there's a limit on the number of people who can participate in the martial arts circle convention. Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter. I happen to have an invitation with me. I can take you there to broaden your horizons. Wow, Brother Lin, you're so awesome. You actually know about the Martial Arts Circle Convention. I want to go. I want to go. As a streamer, Su Shaoan had seen all kinds of scenes, but it was the first time that she heard about the Martial Arts Circle Convention. She usually heard about it on TV dramas, but she had to experience it personally. She had never been there before, so she had to go and have a look. To Lin Fei, there was not much difference whether he brought one more person or one less person. Anyway, he was just going to Hangzhou to have a look. No problem. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Lin. I think my fans will be looking forward to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Su Shaoan was also looking forward to it. Chapter 4039. This time, Lin Fei had nothing to arrange when he left the villa. After all, there were 9 Supreme Power Masters in Longting Villa. Coupled with the evil sky formation, it could be said to be as stable as Mount Tai. Originally, he thought they would take a plane, but Su Xiaowan proposed to take a train, which surprised Lin Fei. Streamers like Su Xiaowan rarely took a crowded train. However, Su Xiaowan said, taking a train gives you a feeling, and you can experience life. Faced with such words, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry and could not find an excuse to refute. But thinking about it, it was only a 2 or 3 hours journey, so forget it. After all, she was a woman and had the right to be capricious. For Lin Fei, it did not make much difference which train he took. Brother Lin, thank you for taking the train with me. The train from Donghai to Hangzhou was not very crowded, which made Lin Fei experience a different feeling. Lin Fei had almost forgotten this way of traveling by train. In fact, I haven't taken a train for a long time. If you didn't mention it, I probably wouldn't take a train in this life. Lin Fei said with a smile, picked up Su Xiaowan's luggage and put it on the luggage rack. Brother Lin, don't joke. I really haven't taken a train for a long time, because compared with the train, the speed of the current motor car is faster. I think in a few decades, the train will disappear from the stage of history. Su Xiaowan sat by the window, and Lin Fei sat next to her. This was because the 2 tickets they bought this time were consecutive. From time to time, Su Xiaowan took out her mobile phone and took pictures outside, while Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. This feeling of slowness made him reminisce. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to take such a train. Although the East Sea was a few hundred kilometers away from Hangzhou City, Lin Fei, an immortal expert, would be able to reach Hangzhou City in less than half an hour. Therefore, there was not much difference between taking a train and climbing a tortoise, but the process of enjoyment was different. Originally, it was just an ordinary trip. For Lin Fei, it was just a process of enjoyment. However, after Su Xiaowan went to the bathroom, the situation changed. While Lin Fei was resting with his eyes closed, he heard a commotion in the distance, which was accompanied by Su Xiaowan's voice. I really didn't mean it. Lin Fei, who was enjoying the rhythm of the train, slowly opened his eyes and looked back. He didn't know when, but there were a lot of people standing there, and it was noisy. Women just don't let me have a moment of peace. Lin Fei's hearing was very good. When he heard Su Xiaowan's aggrieved voice, he stood up and walked toward the aisle. This time, he was going back to Hang City with Su Xiaowan. If anything really happened, he would definitely be scolded by Xiao Qinglan. Lilwan, what happened? When Lin Fei walked over, he saw Su Xiaowan's helpless look. Behind her, a young man pulled Su Xiaowan's clothes and refused to let her go. Su Xiaowan seemed to have found her backbone when she saw Lin Fei coming over. Brother Lin, I really didn't do anything. I just accidentally bumped into him when I walked over and he fell down. I really didn't do it on purpose. Su Xiaowan was very weak and her eyes were red. If she continued talking, tears would fall down her cheeks. Lin Fei noticed that an old man was lying on one of the seats. The old man looked to be in his 70s or 80s. His face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was weak as if he would stop breathing in the next second. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei was an immortal expert. He could see it clearly with just one glance. Young people, just admit that you're unlucky. I think this matter is not small. Look at how pale his face is now. There's no trace of blood on his face. Now that we're on the train, you should hurry up and call your parents, someone beside him said. It will take a long time to get to the next station. The young man who grabbed Su Xiaowan's clothes said coldly, it's best that you're his friend. If anything happens to my grandpa, you won't have a good ending. You'd better pray that nothing happens to my grandpa. Otherwise, no one can save you. Brother Lin, I really didn't mean to bump into him. I just accidentally brushed against his shoulder when I came back from the toilet, and he fell down. Su Xiaowan had never seen such a thing before, so it was hard for her to accept. Especially this old man, he seemed to be in a very bad condition. He was at a loss for a moment. He only felt a little better when he saw Lin Fei. You're really a person. You don't want to let go of a girl when something happened. You're so scared. Don't you have any gentlemanly etiquette? Lin Fei walked over with a smile and reached out to grab Su Xiaowan. It seemed like a casual action, but he pulled Su Xiaowan over. The young man was stunned subconsciously. He found that his left hand had grabbed nothing. The girl called Su Shaowan had returned to the young man's side. He could not help but be furious and stared at Lin Fei. "You still dare to help her? You're quite bold." After Su Shaowan was pulled back, she was scared out of her wits. Her face was a little pale. After all, she was just a streamer. She had never encountered such a thing before. The old man's appearance was too scary. It would have been fine if it was elsewhere. However, on this train, Su Shaowan really did not know what to do. "Your old man is not dead yet. Do you have to bully a person?" Lin Fei said faintly. "Of course, if you want your old man to die on the train, then I'll let you. Now I'll give you a chance. Either I take action, or you watch your old man die with your own eyes. Don't say that I lied to you. Your old man has a bad heart. Now his heart is closed. There are no good doctors on this train. Even if there were, it would be useless. But I'm different. I guarantee that your master will get off the train alive. He will even be fine in the hospital. Of course, it's up to you to choose." Lin Fei was not a doctor, but his eyes were very sharp. He could see clearly that this old man's heart was born with a bad heart. The reason why he could live until now was because he had money. But today's situation was not very good. Even if there were doctors on the train, it would be difficult for them to do anything. If Lin Fei did not take action, this old man would definitely die on the train. As soon as Lin Fei said this, the young man on the other side was immediately unhappy. He glared at him fiercely and said, "Nonsense. Are you cursing my grandfather to die on the train? Do you believe that I will give you a slap in the face right now? What the hell are you talking about? Kneel down and admit your mistake right now." I hate to hear curses the most, especially from young people. You should be glad that I have a good temper. Otherwise, I would have given you a slap. Before the young man could come back to his senses, a figure quickly walked over and kicked him. In an instant, he fell to the aisle. Usually, I like to kick people with my feet. It's more enjoyable this way. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4040. On the aisle of the train. No one expected Lin Fei to send the young man flying with a kick at this time. After all, they were on the train, and judging from the young man's tone of voice, it seemed that he had a high status. It seemed that his background was not small. "How dare you kick me?" Dong Tianai, who had been kicked away, took a while to react. He clutched his chest, feeling a burning pain in his chest. For a moment, he couldn't even breathe. The few people who were accompanying the old man were obviously bodyguards. At this time, their faces also darkened and they were quite angry. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch this guy." Dong Tianai was very angry at this moment. No one in Hangzhou dared to do this kind of thing to him, but he was kicked by an ordinary guy in the train. This was a shame. After seeing this scene, Su Shaowan was a little nervous and hid behind Lin Fei. Her heart warmed. "Brother Lin, you don't have to do this. I think they are all people with high status." Lin Fei said with a smile, "It doesn't matter. It's just a few kids. He should be glad that he's on a train. If he was anywhere else, he would have suffered a lot more. It's his fault for being so rude. People always have to pay the price for speaking the truth." After hearing this, Dong Tianai was even more angry. "What do you mean by talking nonsense? That's what I usually say. Who dares to disrespect me?" Just as the bodyguards were about to make a move, a crisp voice rang out, and a woman wearing high heels walked over without anyone noticing. "Stop. This is the train. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" This cold shout immediately made the bodyguard stop. "And you, Tianai, how many times have I told you to be honest when you are outside? Who talks like you? You always want to beat people up. Do you think you are the king?" When Dong Tianai heard this, his whole body instantly sank like an eggplant. He explained, "Sister, I really didn't do anything. It was that guy who bumped into Grandpa. Otherwise, how could Grandpa get sick? How dare he say that Grandpa is hopeless? Isn't he cursing Grandpa?" Dong Tianai got up and rubbed his chest. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. It was really too painful. In front of others, he might still dare to say harsh words, but in front of his sister, Dong Tianai really did not have the confidence. He was really afraid of his sister. People often said that one should hit one's younger brother as soon as possible. However, for Dong Tianai, as a younger brother, he had been bullied since he was a child. The tall woman scolded Dong Tianai as soon as she came up. Soon, she came to the old man's side. She looked nervous and raised her head. "Little girl, this is not your fault. You and your friend can go." Dong Tingting knew Grandpa's situation. It was just an accident, so she did not make things difficult for the young woman and, hearing this, Su Shaowan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she really did not do it on purpose. It was just an accident. Su Shaowan quickly said, "Thank you, sister, for understanding." "Sister, how can you let her go just like that? She was the one who bumped into Grandpa." Dong Tianai was not convinced and stared at the young man. "Enough. Just stand there obediently. If you don't behave, when we go back, I will tell your father everything you have done in the past. Let's see who has a hard time." Hearing this, Dong Tianai subconsciously shrank his neck. He knew his father's temper very well. He would definitely beat him to death. "Miss Dong, why don't you let me handle your grandfather's matter? I am quite knowledgeable in this aspect. At least, I can stabilize the situation." At this time, an imposing young man walked over. He was full of the aura of a scholar. Dong Tingting glanced at the person, who looked very unfamiliar. "You know me." The young man took out a business card and handed it to Dong Tingting. "I am a doctor. I have just been appointed to the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Grandpa's condition is not very good. I have heard of Miss Dong in Hangzhou. You are a famous person in Hangzhou, and Grandpa is even more famous." Dong Tingting thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Not everyone could become a chief doctor in the People's Hospital of Hangzhou. Dong Tingting believed that the person in front of her would not dare to lie to her. Once he lied, he would definitely not have a good ending. Wang Pengfei looked at Lin Fei and said seriously, "You should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble. You can leave now." Wang Pengfei knew Dong Tingting's capability. She was famous in Hangzhou City. If he didn't seize such a good opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If Dong Tingting took a fancy to him, he could definitely save 30 years, no, even 50 years of effort. Wang Pengfei knew that such an opportunity was rare. At the same time, he was also confident in his medical skills. At least he could alleviate the pain. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to stand out. Lin Fei glanced at the old man indifferently and said, "I hope your medical skills are good. Otherwise, I think you won't be able to smile when the time comes." After saying that, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan turned around and left. Dong Tianai was still angry. "Sister, we shouldn't let people like them go. It is obviously their fault." Dong Tingting looked at Dong Tianai coldly and said, "Think about what you did wrong just now. Otherwise, when will you understand it? Come and tell me. Otherwise, I will tell my father about it. Don't think that our Dong family is very influential in Hangzhou City." Dong Tianai suddenly had a lot of questions in his mind. He always felt that his sister's words meant something, but he could not figure it out. The man and the woman were just ordinary people. What was so great about them? Would he really be afraid of them? Wang Pengfei felt uncomfortable with the man and the woman, especially the man. He did not say anything but said such words. Was he not cursing his medical skills? "Miss Dong, don't worry. I am very confident in my medical skills. Master's problem should not be serious. Let me treat him now." Wang Pengfei wanted to let that guy know that he did not study abroad for nothing and that he was not called an overseas returnee for nothing. "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Although Dong Tingting was worried, there was no other way. She could only rely on Dr. Wang Pengfei. It was Master's request to take the train back. Otherwise, this would not have happened. "Brother Lin, will nothing happen there?" Su Shaowan asked with some worry. "I think the old man's condition is not very good." "The old man's condition is indeed worse than I thought. The young doctor is also unreliable. If Miss Dong is smart, she will find him herself. At that time, she will help her solve this little problem. In this way, you don't have to feel guilty. But it depends on whether Miss Dong is smart enough," Lin Fei said casually. "So serious?" Su Shaoan really believed what Lin Fei said. Chapter 40-41. Wang Pengfei's medical skills were indeed quite good. He wasn't the king of all trades, but he did have a certain level of ability. It was a pity that the situation he encountered this time was worse than he had imagined. Not long after the rescue, he wanted to show off, but he found that the old man's condition was getting worse and worse. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, which scared Wang Pengfei a lot. How can this be? No, it shouldn't be like this. At this time, Wang Pengfei was also anxious. After all, he had promised to stabilize the old man's condition by patting his chest, but the current situation was not optimistic. It was somewhat out of Wang Pengfei's expectation. Looking at Dong Tingting and Dong Tianye's expressions, Wang Pengfei's heart tightened even more. Can you do it? If anything happens to my grandpa, I can make you suffer. You won't have a good ending. Dong Tianyi was originally a hot-tempered person. Now that his grandpa's condition seemed to be getting worse, he directly grabbed Wang Pengfei's collar and shouted, "I'll try my best. There shouldn't be too much of a problem." Wang Pengfei's voice trembled because the old man's condition was more serious than he had imagined. In his opinion, the best thing to do now was to send the old man to the hospital as soon as possible. The longer they delayed, the worse the old man's condition would be. But now they were on the train, so Wang Pengfei really didn't dare to say such things. He was a little regretful that he had come to show up. After all, the old man's condition didn't seem that bad at that time, but when he really went to check, he found that the old man's condition was no different from being beyond cure. He had stepped on a huge landmine, and this landmine was going to explode soon. If the old man died on the train, Wang Pengfei would be in trouble no matter what. A trace of disappointment and unwillingness flashed through Dong Tingting's eyes. She was very clear about her grandpa's condition. This time, they went to Donghai to find a famous doctor, but the doctor was not there. If she had known this earlier, she would have chosen to fly back to Hangzhou City. Now that they were in the middle of nowhere, even if the Dong family was influential, it was impossible for them to stop the train. It was impossible for Dong Tingting to watch her grandpa die on the train. Then hurry up and think of a way. Don't just stand there. Dong Tianyi was even more nervous than his sister. He was almost shouting. If something really happened to their grandpa, they would be in big trouble in the family. Wang Pengfei already knew that his medical skills couldn't save the old man, so he could only lower his head. Young Master Dong, the old man's condition is too serious. I really can't do anything. Hurry up and find the stewardess here and ask if there are any famous doctors. We might have a chance. In just a few words, the old man's body started twitching, and his breathing became even heavier. Wang Pengfei really didn't words, but the old man. Dong. That the young, didn't he say? The young men thought. Why not let him try? Wang Pengfei's eyes flashed, and he came up with a vicious idea. If he didn't handle it well, he would offend the Dong clan. Why should he offend the Dong clan? He had to drag an unlucky fellow along with him. Wang Pengfei bore a grudge against the young man and woman. Quite a number of people had heard what he had said just now. It was as if he was a godly doctor. Wang Pengfei felt that if he didn't help such a person, he wouldn't be able to help him. Since they were going to be unlucky, he would let them be unlucky together. That young man? Dong Tianyi was furious. He kicked Wang Pengfei's body. However, he remembered what Wang Pengfei had just said. His face turned pale. That kid is just spouting nonsense. Do you really think he can do it? Dong Tianyi didn't agree with that young man. They were about the same age. How could he cure his grandpa? On the other hand, Dong Tingting's eyes lit up when she heard what Wang Pengfei said. She was more perceptive than her unreliable brother. From what he did just now, that young man wasn't an ordinary person. If Wang Pengfei didn't mention it, Dong Tingting would have forgotten about it. She could only try it as a last resort. As long as there was a way, she couldn't miss it. Originally, they came here with the accompanying doctor, but the accompanying doctor ate something bad last night and was still in the hospital. In addition, the distance from Donghai to Hangzhou was not far, so Dong Tingting simply did not let the accompanying doctor go with them. In her opinion, that kind of thing would not happen. In the end, Dong Tingting underestimated this trip. She didn't expect such an accident. Do you think that young man has a way? Dong Tingting asked Wang Pengfei. Wang Pengfei nodded and said, "Since he said so, I think he must have a way. Miss Dong, why don't you give it a try? I really don't have a way. However, with my intuition as a doctor, I think that young man may have a way. After all, there's a saying that there are masters among the people. Maybe he is that master among the people." Wang Pengfei was still very good at talking. Although he hated that guy a lot, he was still quite good at words to save face. He knew that once Miss Dong was interested, as long as she was involved in this matter, Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. Wang Pengfei's goal would be achieved. "Okay, I'll invite him over now." Dong Tingting remembered that the man and the woman were walking toward the next carriage, so she walked over immediately. She really saw Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan was still a little scared. "Brother Lin, Miss Dong is here. Is something wrong?" Su Xiaowan said nervously. "Friend, what happened just now was my younger brother's fault. Now that my grandfather is in a serious condition, I hope that you can lend a hand and save my grandfather. Our Dong family will be eternally grateful." Dong Tingting came over and said sincerely. Dong Tingting always felt that this young man was a little different. At the very least, this young man was a martial artist. Ordinary people might not be able to see it, but Dong Tingting had seen many martial artists, so she knew that this young man must be a martial artist. As a martial artist, he or she had more or less mastered some medical skills. This was something that was recognized in the martial arts circle. "Is Dr. Wang's medical skills not good?" Lin Fei said lightly. "That's a pity." Dong Tingting naturally heard the teasing tone in his words, but she didn't say anything. "Friend, if you help our Dong family this time, I, Dong Tingting, will agree to whatever you want, no matter what you want." Dong Tingting was now in a desperate situation. Since she was sure that the person in front of her was confident, she had to ask him for help. In fact, Dong Tingting had heard the previous conversation. Su Xiaowan knew that Lin Fei had some means. When she heard what Dong Tingting said, she couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, help her. If it weren't for me, this wouldn't have happened." Chapter 40-42. "It's not impossible for me to help you." Lin Fei said, "It's just that your brother is too rude. Although my friend accidentally bumped into your grandfather, it's a normal thing to do on the train. He doesn't have to bully a woman like that. Am I right?" Dong Tingting nodded and said, "That's right. My brother has a bad temper. I've told him many times. As long as you ask your brother to come and apologize to my friend, I will help you stabilize your grandfather's condition. It's not difficult for him to recover, provided that your brother must come and apologize. It's not a good thing for a man to bully a weak woman." Lin Fei did not ask for much. He just didn't like that man's behavior. Su Xiaowan, who was sitting next to Lin Fei, felt a surge of warmth in her heart. "Brother Lin, it's not necessary. I didn't do a good job. I can't blame that man." Lin Fei shook his head and said, "No. You're Qinglan's best friend. How can you be so gentle when something like this happens? If I don't let that man know his mistake this time, he will do this kind of thing again in the future. This time, he met me, but if it was someone else, he probably wouldn't have such a good ending. He must change his character." Dong Tingting did hope that the man in front of her would help her. However, she had just kicked her brother, which could be considered to be even. Now he asked a Mano to come and apologize, which made Dong Tingting a little dissatisfied. However, Dong Tingting had received a good education, so she didn't show it on the spot. But all this could not be hidden from Lin Fei. "I know you feel uncomfortable and think that I'm too much of a bully. However, it's your own business whether to let your brother come or not. I'll only tell you about your grandfather's condition. There are only a few minutes left at most. Once I help your grandfather, he can recover and even talk and laugh. However, once the time is up, I can only say that I'm sorry. As for whether you believe it or not, it's your own problem." Dong Tingting was stunned by such serious words. She knew that her grandfather's situation couldn't be delayed any longer, but such words came from a young man's mouth, which seemed a little different. "Friend, don't you think this is a bit too much? If it's too much, you should ask your younger brother. Don't bully people just because you have a family background. You should at least show some respect. Of course, you can also not let me do anything. It's not like I'll lose anything. You can ask that doctor for help. I believe that a talent like him who has returned from overseas can solve this kind of problem. Dong Tingting was very angry. If Dr. Wang was useful, she wouldn't have come here to ask for help. Sister, Grandpa seems to be out of breath. Dong Tianai ran over anxiously. What should we do now? The thing that he was most worried about still happened. Dong Tingting could not help but become anxious. She finally understood why this young man had said that just now. He could say it so accurately from such a distance. If he did not have medical skills, what else could it be? She suddenly made a decision in her heart. Tianai, come over and apologize to this lady. Be more sincere, Dong Tingting suddenly said to Dong Tianai. Hearing this, Dong Tianai was stunned. Sister, what are you talking about? You want me to apologize to her? How is this possible? I didn't do anything wrong. Dong Tianai had just suffered a loss. It was absolutely impossible for him to apologize to this woman now. His character did not allow him to lower his head and apologize to anyone. Apologize to me immediately. If you don't, then I don't have you as my younger brother. Dong Tingting's tone was a little more serious. If you want to see Grandpa die on the train, then you don't have to apologize. As for how to explain in the future, it's up to you. Dong Tianya's eyes instantly showed a trace of anger. He was smart and immediately realized that this young man must have said something in front of his sister. Otherwise, he would not have come to apologize. Brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Dong Tianai said coldly. He did not dare to make a move. After all, the strength of that kick just now was still hurting his chest. Lin Fei looked at Dong Tianai. I didn't say anything. I just said that it's not good for you to bully women. I want you to apologize. Of course, you don't have to apologize. It has nothing to do with me anyway. But your grandpa can't wait that long. Although Lin Fei did not go over, the old man's situation was under his control. You dare to threaten me? Dong Tianai had never seen such a person before. His hand was already raised in midair, but he did not dare to hit him. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Lin Fei did not even look at him. Anyone can talk big. You can try. Let's see if you can do it. Or is the kick just now not enough to teach you a lesson? Hearing this, Dong Tianai was instantly terrified. Dong Tingting walked over. This matter is indeed your fault. It's right to apologize to this woman. Dong Tingting's eyes were very cold. Dong Tianai felt a chill in his heart. He knew that if he did not apologize today, his sister would definitely not let him go. Dong Tianai knew how powerful his sister was. She was one of the best among men. It was creepy to see her. Isn't it just an apology? I'll apologize then. In the end, Dong Tianai still blocked his sister's eyes. Miss, I was impulsive just now. It's my fault. Now I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Dong Tianai said to Su Shaowan. An apology must be sincere. An apology without sincerity is not an apology. Dong Tianai instantly felt a chill down his spine. He took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I won't do it again. This time, Dong Tianai did not dare to speak casually. Instead, his words made Su Shaowan feel embarrassed. There's no need to apologize. I was also at fault. Let's call it even, Su Shaowan said. As a person from Hangzhou, she had naturally heard of the Dong family. Now, she was more and more suspicious that these two people were from the Dong family. The Dong family could not afford to offend them. Su Shaowan did not dare to say anything else. You're lucky this time. You met a person like me who is easy to talk to. If you met someone who was not easy to talk to, I guess you could go home and buy a coffin. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. Remember, in the future, when you go out, you have to keep your eyes open. You might offend someone without knowing it. Dong Tianai could only bear with it. Keep pretending. You'll suffer later. Chapter 40-43. The old man's condition was already very bad. Wang Pengfei felt that if nothing unexpected happened, something might happen to the old man on the train. At the very least, he didn't have the means to save the old man's life. However, when he saw the young man invited by Dong Tingting, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This is great. Finally, someone is here to accompany me. If something really happens, at least I can get someone to take the blame. As a talent who had returned from overseas, Wang Pengfei didn't believe in the saying that there were experts among the people. It was all a lie. There was no evidence to speak of. It was all pseudoscience. Wang Pengfei was determined to expose all of this pseudoscience and trample on it ruthlessly. Friend, I see that you are very spirited. You must have mastered the medical skills passed down in your family. Right now, the old man's condition is very bad. You have to be very spirited. Don't make any mistakes, Wang Pengfei said pretentiously. You look like a talented person, but your thoughts are too filthy. For people like you, I can only give you a few words. Scram as far as you can. Scram? Wang Pengfei didn't come back to his senses. Lin Fei walked over and lifted his leg to kick Wang Pengfei's stomach. This kick sent Wang Pengfei flying more than 10 meters away. Wang Pengfei was like a ball. He kept rolling outside until his head hit the end of the corridor. At this moment, Wang Pengfei was seeing stars from the kick. His mind was blank and thoughts of, where am I? What happened just now? Popped up in his mind. It took him a long time before he came back to his senses. He was enraged. Bastard, this is slander. Blatant slander. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to arrest you. Wang Pengfei crawled up and rubbed his stomach. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. What he was planning was actually seen through by the other party. This was a completely inconceivable thing. When I'm treating someone, I don't want people chattering in my ears. I believe you can do it, Lin Fei said calmly. Dong Tianai was furious. He didn't know where to vent his anger, so he ran over and slapped Wang Pengfei's face. Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? If anything happens to my grandfather, you'll be the first one I'll punish. This slap almost caused Wang Pengfei to fall to the ground. Half of his face immediately swelled up. He opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say anything. He knew that Dong Tianai was serious. His eyes also became resentful. This was all because of that bastard. Can you help my grandpa now? Dong Tingting was completely focused on the old man. It had only been a few minutes, but the old man's condition had worsened. In front of me, as long as I say no, no one can take anyone's life. Lin Fei reached out and patted the old man's chest a few times. It seemed like a very casual action, but it was this gentle pat that instantly stopped the old man's convulsions. Dong Tingting secretly sucked in a cold breath. It seems to be working. Wang Pengfei, who was not far away, was also paying attention. He didn't believe that this guy could do anything. But after this guy patted the old man a few times, the originally dispirited old man seemed to be glowing again. This was something that Wang Pengfei didn't dare to believe. If it wasn't because Dong Tianai was in front of him, he definitely couldn't help but scream. This had no scientific basis at all. After Lin Fei patted the old man a few times, he slowly helped the old man's condition. In fact, at that moment, he transferred the energy in his body to the old man. It should be known that the energy left behind by an immortal was very powerful. Even a trace of it could bring someone back from the dead. It could be said that this old man was blessed. With this trace of energy to transform his body, he would at least live to 100 years old. Of course, he naturally had to put on a show. Lin Fei patted the old man's body a few more times. It took less than 5 minutes before he stopped. The old man's pale face gradually recovered to a rosy color. Even his breathing was stable. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes. Tingting, what's wrong with me? Seeing that her grandpa woke up and spoke, Dong Tingting completely relaxed. It's okay. You just fell asleep because you were too tired. Dong Tingting was also shocked. This was really a miracle, doctor. I've helped you solve the problem. If there's nothing else, don't come to me. Lin Fei turned and walked toward the aisle. Su Shaowan also followed closely. Although she knew that Lin Fei was very powerful, she didn't expect his medical skills to be equally powerful. He actually made the sick old man recover in a few minutes. Both of his eyes were shining. Miracle doctor. This kid is a miracle doctor. He's too amazing. Many people around who were watching clapped their hands one by one. Everyone clearly saw what happened just now. In just a few minutes, the old man had recovered. This was not an act. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Dong Tianya's mouth was wide open. Looking at the young man's back, he found it hard to digest the scene. Is this guy really a folk expert? He's really a miracle doctor. If he's a miracle doctor, he seems to be a little too young. Shouldn't he be white-haired and have a sage-like demeanor? For a moment, Dong Tianai felt that he had really offended someone. He seemed to understand why his sister was so strict with him just now. As for Wang Pengfei, there was no need to mention. He had never seen the old man have a relapse of heart disease. He actually recovered with just a few pats. Moreover, his face looked ruddy and he didn't look sick at all. There's actually such medical skills in the world. If I get this, won't I become a great hero in the medical world? Wang Pengfei's eyes suddenly lit up and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Keep an eye on him. We must keep an eye on him. We can't let him escape. Wang Pengfei felt that this was an opportunity. If he missed such an opportunity, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. After a short moment of realization, the old man quickly recovered. The old man still heard the words of the people around him clearly. What was going on with him? He knew that he didn't have much confidence in this trip to Donghai, but now he only felt comfortable all over his body. This was a comfort that he hadn't felt in 20 or 30 years. He seemed to be 10 or 20 years younger. This feeling was very strange, but he yearned for it very much. He even felt that his heart disease seemed to have been cured and he had completely recovered. Ting Ting, tell me honestly, what happened just now? 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4044. After saving him, Lin Fei didn't bother about it anymore. On the contrary, this made Su Shaowan feel embarrassed. After all, she was the one who caused this. Fortunately, no one came up to seek medical treatment. Otherwise, Lin Fei would really be depressed. 3 hours later, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan got off the train and stood at the exit of Hangzhou. Compared to Donghai, the air in Hangzhou was more polluted. It was normal. After all, Hangzhou had just been rated as a first-tier city. Brother Lin, now that we're in Hangzhou, we're in my territory. I'll be your guide. Don't reject me or I'll be angry. Su Shaowan took charge of everything once they arrived at the exit. Wait here. I'll drive the car over. You actually parked your car here at the train station. Lin Fei was surprised. Su Shaowan had lived in Donghai for half a month. She was indeed a rich lady who didn't care about money. Isn't it convenient to go out and come back? Su Shaowan smiled and went to drive the car. Lin Fei didn't reject Su Shaowan's kindness. Anyway, he was revisiting his old place in Hangzhou. However, Hangzhou had changed a lot like Donghai. Miracle Doctor, are you waiting for a car? Why don't you take my car? I'll drive you wherever you go. Just then, a white Toyota Alpha drove over. The car window wound down, revealing a smiling face. Who else could it be other than Dong Tingting on the train? Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Thank you, but there's no need. My friend is driving. Dong Tingting really wanted to invite him to the car. If he hadn't done it himself, no one would have known that this ordinary-looking guy was actually a miracle doctor. Dong Tingting found it hard to believe that her grandfather had recovered. His medical skills were superb. Dong Tingting naturally knew how to befriend such a miracle doctor. This is my business card. If you have any trouble in Hangzhou, feel free to call me. Dong Tingting saw that he didn't get into the car, so she took out another business card. She had planned to take it out on the train, but she had forgotten about it because of her grandfather's matter. Fortunately, she met him now. Thank you. Lin Fei kept the business card. Dong Tingting didn't waste any more time and ordered the chauffeur to drive. It's really the world of the young now. I didn't expect the doctor who saved me to be so young. The old man sitting in the back also laughed at this moment, a trace of excitement and shock flashing through his turbid eyes. From the moment he recovered to the moment he sat in the car, the old man had never felt so good. He also realized that the young man's medical skills were much better than those doctors in big hospitals. When I go back, I will arrange for someone to investigate this person's background. No matter what, I must ask him to take another look at Grandpa. If possible, it would be best if he can completely cure Grandpa's illness. Dong Tingting now completely trusted this person. Fortunately, this person didn't get off at any other place. As long as he was in Hangzhou, Dong Tingting still had some confidence. The old man nodded. You have a sense of propriety. It's best not to offend someone like him. To be able to cultivate such amazing medical skills at such a young age, he must have an amazing teacher behind him. Dong Tianai, who was sitting on the other side, shrunk his neck. He didn't dare to offend this young man anymore. Tianai, you should learn from your sister. You can't just look at the surface when you do things. Otherwise, you will always be at a disadvantage. Dong Tianai nodded repeatedly. I understand, Grandpa. I won't do that again in the future. After Dong Tingting and the others left, Su Xiaowan drove over. It was a white BMW 5 Series. Coupled with Su Xiaowan's appearance, she looked like a fair, rich, and beautiful lady. Brother Lin, get in the car. Sitting in the car, Lin Fei could smell a faint fragrance. This was the unique smell of a woman. Brother Lin, this is your first time here. You should stay for a few more days. I have already arranged a hotel for you at Four Seasons Hotel. Then I'll have to trouble you as a guide for the next few days. After all, it's rare to get good food, drinks, and a good place to stay. Lin Fei chuckled. Su Xiaowan was worried that Lin Fei wouldn't accept it. Now that she heard this, she was completely relieved. She drove the car and brought Lin Fei to the Four Seasons Hotel. Along the way, Su Xiaowan kept introducing Hangzhou City to Lin Fei, which more or less made him feel like he used to. Lin Fei stayed at the Four Seasons Hotel. Su Xiaowan, on the other hand, went home. In the evening, Su Xiaowan drove out and took Lin Fei to taste all kinds of special snacks. For 3 days in a row, Su Xiaowan accompanied Lin Fei and they almost walked around the entire Hangzhou City. Lin Fei was also happy to enjoy Su Xiaowan's service. With such a local knowledge, the experience would be better. Lin Fei went to some places that he had been to and felt that time flew by. On the 4th day, Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan went to West Lake in Hangzhou City. Fortunately, it was not a holiday, so there were not many people. Su Xiaowan took Lin Fei on a boat and tasted delicious food. In the afternoon, she took Lin Fei to a special sihiyuan next to West Lake. Brother Lin, today I'll take you to taste the special food here. It is said that ordinary people can't eat it. I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The sihiyuan was hidden at the foot of a mountain. There were red lanterns hanging outside the door, which gave it an antique look. After walking into the yard, there were rockery and flowing water. From time to time, there was even the sound of guzheng, which instantly made people feel relaxed and happy. The skill of playing the guzheng is good. It's quite charming. Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan were arranged to stay in an elegant and quiet private room. The faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air, which was very pleasant. At that moment, it seemed that all the troubles and tiredness disappeared with the faint fragrance of sandalwood. Lin Fei was quite interested in this place. What he saw along the way proved that the owner of the sihiyuan was not ordinary. In this place, Lin Fei seemed to smell the concept of Tao. Perhaps others could not see it, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. Such a layout was rare. He also understood why Su Xiaowan said that it was so difficult to make a reservation here. This place was indeed quite unique. It could also be regarded as a place for health. I heard that the guzheng player here is at the master level. It's not every day. It's very comfortable to listen to it. It is said that it's an ancient song. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. It's a pity that I don't have a chance to see it. Otherwise, I can ask for an autograph. Actually, it's not difficult to see it. Lin Fei smiled. It's quite simple. Chapter 40-45. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Lin, can you really do it? Of course. It's just a small matter. In fact, I also want to meet this zither master. She's much more powerful than you think. Ah, much more powerful. Isn't she just an ordinary zither master? Su Xiaowan did not realize it, but she still believed Lin Fei's words subconsciously. Lin Fei smiled and said, "You'll know when you come down." There was a trace of Tao's artistic conception everywhere in this sihiyuan. Although this trace of Tao's artistic conception was not very good, in Lin Fei's opinion, no matter who this person was, it was quite amazing to be able to do this. In particular, this sihiyuan had begun to change slowly. It was a great enjoyment to eat and listen to music here. Such a place was not so easy to find, so Lin Fei also wanted to meet this powerful zither master. If I'm not mistaken, this zither master may be the proprietress of this courtyard. Su Xiaowan's eyes widened again. Proprietress, how is this possible? I remember that the boss here is a man. When did he become a proprietress? Haha, you'll know later. This proprietress is very mysterious. Brother Lin, I can't help but be curious. After all, everyone thinks that the boss here is a man. If this is really the proprietress, it will definitely surprise many people. Not long after, a waitress in a cheongsam came over and ordered for Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan. This waitress in a cheongsam was very elegant. Although her appearance could only be said to be about 7 points, her temperament was not something that every woman had. Sir and madam, this is our menu. Take a look. If it's your first time here, I suggest that you too choose our special signature dishes. This signature dish has a total of 4 dishes and a soup. It's our specialty here. After tasting, you can also leave your own thoughts. If our boss likes your thoughts, there will be other surprises, such as a free meal and a free chance to taste the dishes. Lin Fei suddenly said, if I'm not mistaken, the boss will rarely like your thoughts here. When he said that, the expression of the waitress in the cheongsam changed slightly. There was a flash of awkwardness in her eyes. Sir, you must be joking. I can't guarantee that the boss will take a liking to it. After the waitress left, Su Xiaowan could not help but ask, Brother Lin, how do you know that if we really want to write our thoughts, the boss may not like it? That's why I said that you don't understand this place. As long as you understand this place, you can naturally imagine that not everyone can write this kind of speech. If I'm not mistaken, since the opening of this Sihiyuan, I reckon that there are very few speeches that can attract her attention. There are even less than 5 of them. Ah, so few? The boss is a little too stingy, Su Xiaowan said unhappily. But that's for others. For us, it's not a problem at all. Let's taste the signature dish here first. The signature dish was served relatively slowly. It took about half an hour before the waitress in the cheongsam arrived. Sir, miss, this is the signature dish of our Sihiyuan. 4 dishes and a soup. Please enjoy. The waitress left after putting down the signature dish. It smells so good. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath. I think I'm going to drool. Lin Fei glanced at it lightly. It's really a signature dish. It's really unique. I'm quite satisfied with this place. You're a very qualified guide. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to taste this signature dish. Thank you for your compliment, Brother Lin. In fact, it's also my first time here. I just heard that the food here is very good. I can't forget it after eating it. Su Xiaowan was a little embarrassed because it was also her first time here. However, she was very happy to be able to satisfy Lin Fei. Outsiders might not be able to see anything, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this signature dish was indeed very signature because it contained a trace of spirit qi. The dishes were not ordinary, and the soup was also not ordinary. Hence, there were 4 dishes and a soup. Lin Fei was also quite surprised. After all, it was rare to see 4 dishes and a soup like this. After tasting it as he had guessed, it contained a very thin trace of spirit qi. Even if it was only a trace of spirit qi, it was enough to make the 4 dishes and a soup delicious. In addition to the trace of spirit qi in the ingredients, Lin Fei could also see that the cooking method also contained a trace of ancient methods. Lin Fei did not know much about ancient methods, but he could tell from the various traces that it was indeed an ancient method. That was the only way to bring out the taste of the ingredients perfectly. This time, Lin Fei had learned something new. Wow, it's delicious. Su Xiaowan was very satisfied. In the end, her belly was round. She complained, this is bad. After eating such a good meal, I have to go on a diet for a few days. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Lin Fei did not eat much, but most of it went into Su Xiaowan's stomach. Lin Fei had tasted all kinds of delicacies, but Su Xiaowan had never tasted such delicious food. This was a very normal thing. Even if there were 10 people, they would also be fascinated by this smell. Brother Lin, I've eaten so much good food. I'm afraid that I won't be able to eat anything else in the future. What should I do in the future? Until now, Su Shaowan still could not forget it. It was the most delicious food she had ever eaten. Isn't that even better? You can lose weight when you have nothing to do. Brother Lin, you're so bad. After they were full, the waiter in Cheongsam came over again. Sir, Madam, are you satisfied with our signature dishes? I'm satisfied. I'm very satisfied. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten. It's our honor that you too are satisfied. Our Sihiyuan has always pursued food above all else. We're happy if the customers are satisfied. The waiter in Cheongsam took out a book. According to the usual practice, you can write some comments. If the boss takes a liking to it, there might be a big surprise. You write it. I've never been good at this. Su Shaowan handed the book to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took it without hesitation. He opened the book, picked up a pen, and wrote casually. Then, he closed the book and handed it to the waiter. Please show it to your boss. I believe your boss will come in person after reading it. Remember the mobile website? Chapter 4046. The courtyard was neither too big nor too small, and there was a clear difference between it and the courtyard outside. If you looked down from a high place, you would find that this small courtyard was actually in the middle of the Sihiyuan. It was perfectly square, perfectly stuck in the middle of the Sihiyuan. The small courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, as well as many bottles and jars. It looked lush and green. In the middle of the small courtyard, there was a small patio. Next to the patio was a small pavilion. It was an octagonal pavilion, and it had an antique feel to it. Under the pavilion, there was a stone table with a Chinese zither on it. A woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, like a ball of fire, gently stroked the zither with her slender fingers, and a pleasant note jumped out. When the woman in the traditional Chinese dress played the zither, the sandalwood fragrance slowly rose and filled the pavilion, forming a beautiful picture. Senior sister, these are the remarks left by the guests today. I've brought them to you. A tall woman in a Cheongsam walked in with several copies of the remarks in her hand. I don't think you need to read these remarks. These people are just ordinary people, and they don't know the magic of this suitable courtyard. The tall woman in the Cheongsam was very familiar with the woman in the traditional Chinese dress. She put the remarks next to the zither and said disapprovingly, "The rise and fall of fate. Feelings are hard to say. If you don't look, you won't know. Maybe one day you will gain something." The red-clothed woman chuckled. The zither in her hand stopped, and the lingering sound lingered. I knew you would say that. I remember you have been in this Sihiyuan for 3 years. The woman in the Cheongsam sat down next to her. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress washed her hands, wiped them with a towel, and picked up the remarks next to her. Reading the remarks is a daily thing for me now. If I don't read them one day, I will really feel a little unaccustomed. Didn't you look disappointed? Although many warriors have come here, they are very ordinary. They didn't see anything special about this place. Even the Grandmaster experts only think that this place is not bad. If you want to say what you want, I think it's still a little difficult. Qin Haodong said with a smile. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress smiled, looked through the remarks, and put them down one by one. However, there was more or less a flash of disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Maybe it's time for me to change. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress did not know why she sighed in her heart. In the past, she liked to read these remarks the most, but after a long time, as the woman in the Cheongsam said, none of these remarks could reach her doorstep. The longer she waited, the more disappointed she became. Senior sister, you are right to think so. Those people in the sect are still expecting you to go back. After all, you have wasted 3 years outside. The woman in the Cheongsam smiled, and there was a hint of joy on her face. Over the years, she had persuaded her senior sister many times, but she had failed every time. The woman in the Cheongsam knew her senior sister's temper very well. Unless she said it herself, ordinary people could not change her mind. Yes, it's been 3 years. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said, "Today is the last day. It's time for me to completely let go of everything." Actually, I don't think it's necessary to read the last speech, because it doesn't make much sense. How can these ordinary people know the magic of this Sihiyuan? Although the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress said so, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress still felt that it was necessary to read the last speech so that she could finish it. When she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress had planned to take a casual look at it. After all, she had been disappointed too many times, so she did not care about the last speech. But when she opened the last speech, the woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was attracted. She stood up and looked excited. How is this possible? Senior sister, what's wrong with you? The woman in the cheongsam stood up and asked, Are you feeling uncomfortable? You told me that my medical skills are not bad. I'm in good health. This is the speech. Come and read it. It's definitely something you can't imagine. I didn't expect that after waiting for 3 years, someone finally saw through it. The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress focused all her attention on the speech. The woman in the cheongsam was surprised, and she did not believe it. She knew what her senior sister wanted, but she never thought that anyone could see through the secret of the Sihiyuan. How could it appear now? Senior sister, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? The woman in the cheongsam turned her head and looked over, but she was also attracted by the speech. At this time, there was only one word on the speech, which was a big Dao. The word Dao was very ordinary. There was nothing extraordinary about it. However, it was this word that gave people an infinite attraction. It was like a black hole that sucked their minds into it. How was this possible? Lin Fei and Su Shaowan did not leave. I don't think anyone will come. Su Shaowan looked around. Lin Fei smiled. Who said no one will come? Listen carefully. The Sihiyuan was very quiet, and it became even quieter after the sound of the guzheng stopped. There were crisp footsteps outside the door. They were very rhythmic, but they sounded very hurried. It seems that someone is really coming. Su Shaowan looked in the direction of the door and suddenly covered her mouth. She looked very excited. They're coming, they're coming. Someone is really coming. At the door, 2 women came in, one after the other. The former was a woman in a red traditional Chinese dress, and the latter was a tall woman in a cheongsam. These 2 women were very elegant. Just by standing there, they instantly made people feel a sense of inferiority. Su Shaowan had always been very proud of her appearance, but after seeing the 2 women, she realized that she was not very beautiful. She was no match for the 2 women, especially in terms of her temperament. Could one of the 2 women be the lady boss? Su Shaowan thought of what Lin Fei had said and was even more surprised. The Sihiyuan was famous, especially among the upper class. However, no one knew that there were 2 such beautiful women in the Sihiyuan. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed it? Sir, did you write the word Dao? The woman in the red traditional Chinese dress was the first to speak. Her eyes were directly fixed on Lin Fei. The person who could write the word Dao was definitely not this beautiful woman, so it had to be this ordinary-looking man. You're still young, but your ability to comprehend is indeed very good. It's no wonder you're called the proud daughter of heaven. Chapter 40-47. Lin Fei's eyes were extremely sinister. The moment he saw the red-clothed woman appear, he knew that she was a proud daughter of the heavens. She was a real proud woman. He was not inferior to his eldest disciple in the slightest. In fact, he even had more potential. That was because the woman in the red Han costume in front of him was born with a trace of Dao aura. This was quite unusual. This was also the first time that Lin Fei had seen someone with Dao connotation since he returned to Earth. Such a person could be counted on one's fingers. If she was in a different world, her strength would skyrocket with a little guidance. However, in Huaxia on Earth, if there was no guidance, the achievement of the woman in the red Han costume would stop at the innate realm. Even if it was the innate realm, it would take a long time to break through. It might be 20 years old, 30 years old, or even 40 years old. The woman in the red Han costume in front of him was obviously stuck at a bottleneck. This kind of bottleneck was completely different from ordinary cultivation. When he saw the woman in the red Han costume, Lin Fei knew why she had left a message. She was looking for her opportunity. You saw it. The expression of the woman in the red Han costume changed, and she became even more excited. Su Shaowan was the only one who did not understand. She just felt that these two women were too beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had temperament. Su Xiaowan could not help but ask, "Sister, are you the proprietress here?" "Sister, you have a good eye. I am indeed the proprietress here." The woman in the red Han costume smiled and said, "You can call me Sister Gao." Although Su Xiaowan had guessed that the woman in the red Han costume was the proprietress here, she was still a little shocked and could not accept it when she said it in person. There was too much information in this news. Su Xiaowan asked again, "Is it you who played the guzheng?" "Yes, I played the guzheng." "Sister, you are so amazing. The guzheng you play is really nice. Can I have your autograph?" Su Xiaowan did not expect that her idea would come true so soon. She hurriedly took out a notebook from her bag and asked Gao Fei to sign it. The woman in the red Han costume was called Gao Fei. She did not refuse Su Xiaowan's request. She took the notebook and signed her name. Seeing the words was like seeing the person. Gao Fei's signature made Su Xiaowan happy again. "By the way, little sister, this should be your first time here. Why don't you let my sister bring you around? I have quite a few interesting places here. Most people are not qualified to go there," Gao Fei said with a smile. "That's right." The tall woman in the guzheng chuckled and said, "Yes, I saw you looking at my guzheng just now. Do you like it very much? It just so happens that I have a lot of newly made cheongsams. I'll take you to try them on. With your figure, these cheongsams should be very beautiful, and they can also enhance your temperament." Guzheng said. Su Xiaowan was not a Xiaowan was as guzheng. Fei was not a host of guzheng as was guzheng. Lin Fei also heard it and said with a smile, "Wearing a guzheng costume can really improve one's temperament. You can try it. It's good to improve your image." After hearing what Lin Fei said, Su Xiaowan did not have any other ideas. She nodded and followed the tall woman in the guzheng costume out. Lin Fei sat down once again. "Just say what you want to say. After all, it can be said that fate has brought us together. There aren't many people like you who seek to comprehend Tao will. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to say it." Gao Fei had seen all kinds of geniuses, but for some reason she always felt a sense of oppression in front of this young man. This feeling was inconceivable, but it could also be clearly felt. This was something that ordinary geniuses did not have. However, Gao Fei did not know such a person. However, the word Dao was clearly filled with the Dao meaning that she had been searching for, and it was very obvious. "I want to know how I can go further. I have been trapped in this realm for so long that I have almost become numb to it." Gao Fei wanted to find the answer from him. In the past 3 years, Gao Fei had been looking for someone who could figure out the layout of the Sihiyuan, but no one had been able to do so. Even when a grand power master came, he only felt that the place was good. No one had ever been able to figure out her thoughts clearly. And this man was the only one. In fact, it is not too difficult to break through your realm. Lin Fei said with a smile, "You are a genius. You should not be more than 25 years old, but you are already at the peak of the acquired realm, which means that you have reached the great completion of the transcendent realm. You are only one step away from becoming a god-level expert. You should have been stuck in this realm for 4 or 5 years. The reason you opened the Sihiyuan was to find an opportunity. I don't know if I'm right." If it was not the first time she met this person, Gao Fei would have thought that there was a traitor around her. Because not a single word spoken by the other party was false, it was completely from what she had experienced all these years. Gao Fei had been stuck in this realm for a long time, but she had been unable to find a way out. Therefore, she opened a Sihiyuan outside and even made 4 dishes and 1 soup, which was also known as the spring breeze soup. However, no one had been able to see through all of this. This was the only time. Yes, you are right. I have indeed been stuck in this realm for a long time. At the same time, I have been very troubled. I don't know how to break through. You can't break through because your Tao meaning has not reached the great completion, so you can't break through. If you can't really comprehend your Tao meaning to the great completion level, then you will never be able to enter the innate realm. Lin Fei smiled. Now you should understand why you can't break through, right? This is the biggest barrier. After all, you are different from everyone else. As a proud daughter of heaven, there will naturally be a corresponding test, And this barrier is your test. There were many experts in the sect that Gao Fei was in, but no one could say such a thing. This seemingly ordinary young man was more mysterious than she had imagined. This is the test? Then how can I comprehend the Tao meaning to the great completion? Lin Fei was also bored. After all, it was not easy for him to meet such a person, and she was from Huaxia. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well give her some pointers. This is very simple. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. Now, I will let you feel what is called the real Tao. As for how much you can comprehend, that will be up to your own fate. Gao Fei instantly felt that she had fallen into a large world filled with divine will. In this large world, Gao Fei felt a familiar aura. This was the Tao that she had been pursuing. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40-48. Gao Fei was immersed in this enjoyment and was unable to extricate herself. After an unknown amount of time, she only woke up from that special dream when someone pushed her body. Senior sister, are you all right? Gao Fei, who had regained her senses, realized that her junior sister was standing beside her and that the young man had disappeared. She could not help but feel anxious. Where are they? Where are they? Gao Fei turned her head and looked around. At this moment, there was no trace of the man and woman in the private room. Gone, they have already left. The Cheongsam woman said. You don't know. Gao Fei shook her head. I did not feel anything, nor did I know when they had left. All right, senior sister, what is the background of that young man? He does not look simple. Could it be that he really saw something? Gao Fei's heart flashed with disappointment. She actually did not ask for the other party's name, nor did she leave the other party's contact information. Has it been a long time since I stood here? About 2 hours. Gao Fei took a deep breath. You should not have said anything bad to that young man, right? The tall Cheongsam woman shook her head and said, No, I feel that this young man is not simple. Naturally, I would not say anything. However, senior sister was in a daze for a full 2 hours. Could it be that you experienced something just now? Do you know about epiphany and the unity of heaven and man? Gao Fei said, Just now, I entered a special state of epiphany and the unity of heaven and man. I never thought that I would be able to enter an epiphany that no one else could. I can only say that this young man is an otherworldly expert. Ah, senior sister, you entered an epiphany just now. Then I shook you just now. Wasn't that a waste of an opportunity? The tall Cheongsam woman exclaimed subconsciously. As a martial artist, she knew better than anyone how rare an opportunity for epiphany was. In their sect, it was not easy to enter an epiphany. They might not even encounter it a few times in their lifetime. The tall Cheongsam woman could not believe that the young man just now could actually make her senior sister enter an epiphany. How amazing was that? I did enter an epiphany. It was a very strange feeling. Gao Fei recalled. It seems that masters were right. There are many experts in the Great Thousand Worlds, and there's always a higher mountain. If I'm not wrong, this young man might be a divine-level expert. Ah, God-grade powerhouses. Didn't they say that God-grade powerhouses no longer dare to show their faces outside? That young man doesn't look like a God-rank expert at all. That's why I said there's always a higher mountain. What we can see is just a starting point. Close the Sihiyuan. I'm going back to the sect. Gao Fei suddenly said. After that day, the famous Sihiyuan in the upper circle of Hangzhou City was inexplicably closed. No one knew why it was closed. Big Brother Lin, you definitely didn't expect that the big sister wearing the Cheongsam was actually a master of Cheongsam design. She even personally gave me a set of Cheongsam, sitting in the car. Su Shaowan chattered and came out with a small bag with a blue and white Cheongsam in it. Judging from the material of the Cheongsam, it was not cheap at all. Although Lin Fei did not give much guidance to Gao Fei, he still underestimated Gao Fei's potential. She could actually enter a deep level after an epiphany. If nothing went wrong, as long as she solidified her foundation, she could break through to the innate realm in at least half a year and become a divine-level expert, as everyone said. In Lin Fei's opinion, he just did a very casual thing. This kind of trivial matter was quickly forgotten by Lin Fei. Giving advice to a little guy at the acquired realm was not a trivial matter. What else could it be? Lin Fei did not pay much attention to it. He could only say that the opportunity had come and he happened to come to the Sihiyuan for a meal. Su Xiaowan was in a very good mood today. Not to mention anything else, she could not forget the 4 dishes and 1 soup in the Sihiyuan. She also liked the cheongsam that she brought out later. The white BMW finally stopped in front of the Four Seasons Hotel. Sorry for troubling you for the whole day. You can go back and have a good rest. Lin Fei smiled and opened the door. It's not troublesome at all. Su Xiaowan shook her head and said, I feel very happy and comfortable when I'm with Brother Lin. At this time, a sapphire blue Porsche rushed up from behind and directly stopped behind Lin Fei. A young man ran out of the car in a threatening manner. Su Xiaowan, you bitch. I knew you were with another man. What did I do wrong? How could you go and find another man? The man who rushed out of the car roared at Su Xiaowan without any explanation. Su Xiaowan's face immediately darkened. She pushed the door and walked out. Zhang Kai, shut your stinky mouth. Who's the bitch? I have nothing to do with you. It's all your wishful thinking, okay? Zhang Kai was not very old. He was only about 21 or 22 years old. He was dressed very fashionably. In modern terms, he was a fresh meat. Moreover, he was a fresh meat who could afford a Porsche that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. He could be considered to be from a wealthy family. I'm not talking nonsense. You're my woman. Now you're hooking up with another man. What do you want me to do? Zhang Kai said fiercely, and you, I don't care where you come from. Get out of here right now. Brother Lin, don't listen to him. I have nothing to do with this guy. I've never regarded him as my boyfriend, let alone dating him. Su Xiaowan explained to Lin Fei, this guy is a troublemaker. He's a playboy. Who will like you? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. After seeing this fresh meat man, Lin Fei knew why Su Xiaowan had stayed in Donghai for half a month. Maybe it had something to do with Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai also met Su Xiaowan at a gathering of friends. At that time, Su Xiaowan happened to open a live broadcast. Zhang Kai fell in love with her at first sight. Zhang Kai was a local rich playboy. He thought he could easily win Su Xiaowan's heart, but he did not expect that Su Xiaowan was not the kind of person he had imagined. He pursued her again and again, but he failed again and again. This made Zhang Kai feel very embarrassed in his WeChat moments. After all, he was known to be unstoppable in his WeChat moments. As long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't get. In his words, as long as he was willing to spend money, there was nothing he couldn't do. But this time, he really failed with Su Xiaowan. What made Zhang Kai even more dissatisfied was that Su Xiaowan had left Hangzhou City, and he could not find her for half a month. This time, it was thanks to the help of his friend that he knew where Su Xiaowan was. Friend, since Su Xiaowan doesn't like you, you'd better leave. Anyway, you're young and can find a woman. Why do you want to pester Su Xiaowan? Lin Fei said with a smile, you should know your place. It's useless to pester her. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4049. Zhang Kai was furious. It was already amazing that he did not ask her to leave. Now, she wanted him to leave. Who did she think she was? Boy, say it again if you have the guts. Believe it or not, I will kill you. Zhang Kai was quite hot-tempered. In Hangzhou City, no one dared to say such words to him. You are so young but your hearing is so bad. You can't even understand what I said. It seems that you really need to see a doctor. Lin Fei said with a smile, listen carefully. I told you to stop pestering Su Xiaowan in the future. It's not like a rich man like you can't find a woman. Why do you have to make life difficult for a woman? You're a man. Be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. You should know that I rarely say words of persuasion. I think it's good to persuade people with reason. Zhang Kai felt that he had met a storyteller who had the nerve to persuade him. How could it be possible? Zhang Kai, have you had enough? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Su Xiaowan had already taken out her phone. It seemed that she would call the police as long as Zhang Kai did not leave. Su Xiaowan knew what kind of person Zhang Kai was. He had quite a lot of connections in Hangzhou City. Although she knew that Lin Fei was quite powerful, there was a saying that a powerful dragon could not suppress a snake in its territory. Therefore, Su Shaoan did not want anything to happen to him. Zhang Kai was even more unhappy when he heard that. I have pursued you for such a long time, but you have never said a few words to me. Now you are calling the police for a man. His whole face became gloomy. Su Shaoan listened carefully. Today I will make it clear. If you don't leave with me today, your friend will not be able to leave Hangzhou City. You should know that I am a disciple of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. A casual sentence from me will be enough to benefit your friend endlessly. It was a threat. It was a threat. As a native of Hangzhou City, Su Shaoan had certainly heard of Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It was a benchmark in Hangzhou City with more than 10,000 members. It was said that there were powerful masters in Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Those foreign taekwondo, judo, etc. were no match for the Sky Lake Dojo. There was even news that the disciples of the Sky Lake Martial Club were all arrogant and despotic. They never put others in their eyes. The Sky Lake Martial Club was also very capable. It was said that there was a time when a disciple of the Sky Lake Martial Club beat someone up outside. In the end, the big matter was turned into a small matter, and the small matter was turned into nothing. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. Su Shaoan did not expect Zhang Kai to be from the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo. This was something she didn't know before, but now she seemed to understand why Zhang Kai was so confident. Zhang Kai smiled smugly in his heart. Let's see what else you can say later. If you dare to not give me face, I'll let your friend enjoy my hospitality. From the few words just now, Zhang Kai knew that this young man should be an outsider and not a local. As long as he was not a local, Zhang Kai had nothing to worry about. Zhang Kai had done this many times, but no one could do anything about it. Not only did he have good connections, but he was also a disciple of the Tianhu Dojo. Therefore, no matter who this guy was, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Now it was up to Su Shaoan to choose. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Kai rarely used this method, but today he really had to use this method to force Su Shaoan. If it was not for the fact that he had not made any progress with Su Shaoan, Zhang Kai would not have used this method. He was prepared to slowly roll the frog in the water, but now that there was a stranger, it would not work. Zhang Kai, you're so shameless. Su Shaoan's hand holding the phone trembled a little. Zhang Kai said seriously, it's not that I'm shameless, but it's the truth. Who asked you to make me unhappy? As long as I'm unhappy, I can do anything. You should know that. Haha, you can do anything? Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was really quite interesting. Then make one for me to see. Zhang Kai snorted coldly and showed a fierce look. It seems that you really did not listen to what I said. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're the king. Lin Fei laughed again. In fact, even if the king came, it would be the same in front of me. Do you see these 2 fingers? As long as I gently snap my fingers, I will let you enter a wonderful world. Lin Fei gave Zhang Kai a thumbs up and a middle finger, waving it in front of Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai was so angry that he laughed. I've seen a lot of people like you who don't know how to behave. Since you like to play, I'll play with you. He pounced forward, instantly turning into a ferocious tiger, and his power was faintly discernible. Just this action alone showed that Zhang Kai was really a martial arts genius. Of course, this alone was not enough in front of Lin Fei. Originally, I didn't want to do it, but for people like you, I really have to fulfill your wish. I'll first break your mouth, then slowly play with you. Zhang Kai pounced forward, and then he used the Black Tiger Worry. Although the move was old-fashioned, it was quite powerful. It was quite extraordinary at first glance. Brother Lin, be careful. Su Shaoan was nervous, and her heart was in her throat. Snap. Lin Fei instantly snapped his fingers. Since you like boxing so much, then go to the square nearby and have a good night's practice. After that, go to the West Lake for a swim and sweat off. These words, which were neither light nor heavy, were deeply imprinted in Zhang Kai's mind like a magic song. Zhang Kai, who was originally pouncing towards Lin Fei, suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned around like a pole, and sat back in the car. With a loud rumble, the Porsche rushed in like a ferocious beast. This scene stunned Su Shaoan. She did not know what had happened, and only saw the Porsche disappear at the end of the road. Brother Lin, what did he do? Lin Fei said with a smile, I feel that since this kind of person likes boxing, he can't just do it for the two of us to see. There are so many aunties at the square, and I believe that they will be very interested in boxing. This scene suddenly appeared in Su Xiaowan's mind. She saw Zhang Kai driving the Porsche into the square, and then started boxing while the aunties were scolding him. Just thinking about it made her feel sour. Was that hypnosis just now? It felt so powerful. Su Xiaowan asked curiously. Su Xiaowan knew about hypnosis, but it was her first time seeing someone as powerful as Lin Fei, who could make Zhang Kai fall for it with a snap of his fingers. Actually, my hypnosis is used to hypnotize cats and dogs. This is the first time I've used it on a human. Who would have thought that Zhang Kai's brain is worse than cats and dogs? He can't do anything even if I hypnotize him. Su Xiaowan burst out laughing. Brother Lin, I realize that you're really bad. I can guarantee that Zhang Kai will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Shukju website. Chapter 4050. That night, a hot piece of news appeared on all the news channels in Hangzhou. There were more than 1 million hits on the internet. A young man driving a luxury car barged into a public square, scaring all the aunties in the public square. Countless aunties were at a loss. This was not the end. Some people tried to grab hold of the young man, but they were met with a series of fierce blows. Wind blew like a tiger, and a group of people fell to the ground. After a series of vigorous punches, the young man ran into West Lake and jumped into the lake naked, causing countless people to panic, especially the girls, who covered their faces. Lin Fei didn't know any of this. It was a silent night. Big brother Lin, you're too awesome. Zhang Kai is famous now, Su Xiaowan said as soon as she arrived. Su Xiaowan knew that Zhang Kai would be in a difficult situation, but she did not expect that he would become a hot topic. Especially those middle-aged women who were interviewed, they wished they could tear Zhang Kai into pieces. I didn't do anything, Lin Fei said. He did it himself. To be honest, I'm very happy to see Zhang Kai like this. As long as you're happy, Lin Fei said with a smile. Today, I'll take you to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Then I'll start the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan had mentioned the Martial Arts Circle Convention to her fans a few days ago, and the response was very enthusiastic. The fans had been looking forward to it for a long time. Just don't let me show my face, said Lin Fei. I will never let you show your face. Su Xiaowan giggled. Then let's go. The martial arts tournament was not held in the city. Instead, it was held in a mountain villa in the suburbs. On the road to a mountain villa in the suburbs. From time to time, luxury cars would pass by. Wow, Brother Lin, are these all going to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention? Along the way, Su Xiaowan saw many luxury cars. The cheapest one was priced at 700,000 to 800,000 yuan, and most of them were priced in the millions. All of them should be. I always thought that cultivators were imaginary. I did not expect it to be held in a mountain villa. Furthermore, it is so rich. This is beyond my imagination. Su Xiaowan was very surprised. Lin Fei knew very well that martial artists were not as poor as imagined. On the contrary, they were quite rich. Driving a car worth millions was actually very normal. When they arrived at the villa, Su Xiaowan was shocked again. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars. It was more than he had imagined. This is the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Su Xiaowan got out of the car and could not help but be shocked. Both men and women could do it. They were all very young and wondered if they had come to this place. That's right, Lin Fei said. Do you think they're all old men? Su Xiaowan nodded. She really thought so. She felt that she had really underestimated this martial arts circle convention. Luckily, Brother Lin brought me here today. Otherwise, I really don't know if the martial arts circle convention would be like this. Su Xiaowan had learned something new. I'll show you around. Lin Fei smiled and led Su Xiaowan to the gate of the villa. Someone was registering at the gate. When Lin Fei said his name, the person at the door came out. After confirming it, he handed Lin Fei a pass. You can go in. The villa was huge. I didn't expect there to be such a big villa in the suburbs. If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have known. Su Xiaowan exclaimed. As a native of Hangzhou, Su Xiaowan had never heard of such a place. Then I'll turn on the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan could not wait to open the live broadcast software. As soon as the live broadcast started, Su Xiaowan started the live broadcast. A group of fans immediately came to the live broadcast room. The number of viewers also reached more than 100,000 in an instant. What a beautiful villa! Is this the martial arts circle convention? Why does it feel like a vacation? I'm looking forward to it. Su Xiaowan first introduced the situation to everyone, which drew cheers from the live broadcast room. Lin Fei thought that Su Xiaowan was very resourceful as a streamer, and she was also very eloquent. To be a streamer, she still needed some means. When they walked into the lobby of the villa, in the lobby, groups of people were chatting with each other. The most obvious was a banner. Warmly welcome friends from all over the world to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. Seeing this scene, Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Are you surprised? Su Xiaowan nodded. I'm really surprised. If you think of them as ordinary people, you're definitely wrong. Any one of these men and women can easily defeat a few strong men. But Su Xiaowan really couldn't see it. Isn't this too exaggerated? It's not exaggerated. In Su Xiaowan's live broadcast room, everyone was stunned. This is the Martial Arts Circle Convention? I'm sure I'm in the right place. It's a critical hit. I don't believe it. The fans were really shocked. Basically, they were shocked. This is the Martial Arts Circle Convention. They really know how to brag. Sorry, videos are not allowed here. At this time, someone came over and said to Su Xiaowan with a slightly gloomy face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand as if to grab a mobile phone. After all, it was Su Xiaowan's first time here, so she was somewhat flustered. As soon as the other party came up to grab the mobile phone, his behavior was also very overbearing. Friend, there seems to be no restrictions in this place. Just as the man was about to grab him, Lin Fei made his move. He grabbed the man's wrist, and without any hesitation he grabbed it. This person was obviously stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone could grab his hand. He looked up and saw that it was a very strange young man. He immediately used his chi, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull his hand back. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a girl. Since it's the Martial Arts Circle Convention, it must be publicized. Don't tell me you have the nerve to bully a woman? Lin Fei said with a smile. Who are you? The man asked. His heart also sank. Who are you? I'm an ordinary martial artist who came to participate in the Martial Arts Circle Convention. The man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be called an ordinary martial artist? He was an inward strength martial artist himself. Just now, he used his inward strength, but it didn't work. He realized that this guy was an expert. Everyone is looking. Don't make a fuss. Lin Fei withdrew his hand, but a force shook his body and he took a few steps back. The man looked him up and down for a while. You're amazing. He turned around and left. Forget it. Brother Lin, are you okay? Su Xiaowan was a little worried. I'm fine. Just continue the live broadcast. Su Xiaowan was relieved and continued the live broadcast. Many young people present also saw this scene, and they were a little surprised. They didn't know who that man and woman were. That man was an expert in the villa. Su Xiaowan, how dare you come out? Not long after Su Xiaowan's live broadcast, an angry roar came from outside the hall. She saw a group of people rushing in. When this group of people came in, many people's expressions changed. People from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It seems that something is going to happen. Su Xiaowan looked back and saw Zhang Kai, whose face was covered with claw marks. She burst into laughter. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4051. Now, Zhang Kai's current appearance was really amusing. Su Xiaowan could not help but laugh. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She could even imagine Zhang Kai's embarrassing appearance when he was grabbed by the middle-aged woman. Xiao Xiao Xiao, shut up. Zhang Kai suddenly looked flustered and exasperated. His fierce eyes moved away from Su Xiaowan and fell on Lin Fei. Zhang Kai had seen everything that had happened last night, but he couldn't control himself. It was a very scary feeling. He was a dignified disciple of Tianhu Martial Club and a famous person in Hangzhou City. But now, he had suddenly become a big joke in his circle. Originally, the matter was temporarily suppressed. However, Zhang Kai had encountered this guy in the martial arts circle assembly. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find him by chance. Zhang Kai could not help but bring some people over. "Junior brother, this is the guy who attacked you." Several senior brothers of Tianhu Martial Arts Club also came with him. After all, Tianhu Martial Arts Club was one of the top martial arts clubs in Hangzhou. The disciples of Tianhu Martial Arts Club were also divided into drill disciples and inner sect disciples. Zhang Kai and the others belonged to the inner sect disciples. Zhang Kai was able to come out so quickly thanks to his relationship with Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Otherwise, with his vile nature, he wouldn't be able to come out as he wished. Even if he came out, Zhang Kai couldn't show his face outside. Therefore, he came to the martial arts circle assembly to relax. "Senior brother Feng, this is the guy." Senior brother Feng's name was Feng Dong. He was a martial artist and had a very good relationship with Zhang Kai. In fact, it was Feng Dong who brought Zhang Kai to attend the martial arts circle assembly today. Feng Dong patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and said, "I will help you. If he dares to play tricks on you, he will be my enemy. I will teach him a lesson." Feng Dong's eyes became more fierce. He glanced at Zhang Kai and said, "I don't care who you are, what your name is, or where you come from. Kneel down now and wait for my junior brother to vent his anger on you." Feng Dong's words were condescending like a king. No one was allowed to resist. Lin Fei said to Su Shaoan, "Turn off the live broadcast first." No matter what, this time, Lin Fei came with the identity of Dong Hai. If he really made a mess in the martial arts circle convention, it would more or less be a little embarrassing. Therefore, he asked Su Shaoan to turn off the live broadcast first. Su Shaoan turned off the live stream very quickly, but the fans in the live stream room were still in an uproar. After all, many of them were from Hangzhou City. They had more or less seen what had happened yesterday on the internet. So when they saw Zhang Kai, they could not help but be angry. Under normal circumstances, this guy should be locked up. How could he appear here? After Su Shaoan turned off the live broadcast, she secretly took a deep breath. It seemed that a lot of things had really happened. She knew that Zhang Kai had made the headlines last night. Now that the fans in the live stream room had seen it, Su Shaoan could not help but have a headache. Just now, Su Shaoan did not pay attention to this matter. Only now did she know that it seemed to be a little troublesome. However, when she saw Lin Fei, she did not know why. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei was here, everything would be a small matter. This feeling was very incredible, but it was real. As soon as the people from Tianhu Martial Arts Club came over, many people secretly observed them, especially after they recognized Feng Dong. It should be known that Feng Dong was a young talent from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. At a young age, he had reached the level of covert power. It was said that he was extremely talented and might become a generation of guru in the future. In the circle of Hangzhou City, more or less, people had to respect Feng Dong from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Who is that young man? He actually offended Feng Dong from Tianhu Martial Arts Club as soon as he came here. Where did this unorthodox method come from? He beat up the people from Tianhu Martial Arts Club. In my opinion, unless it's someone from the older generation, no one can control Feng Dong's temper. But it's normal. After all, this is Hangzhou City. It's their territory. How can they tolerate an unruly person who dares to act presumptuously here? If I were him, I would also teach him a lesson. That lady is quite pretty and she looks like a broadcaster. I don't know how she ended up following such an unlucky guy. Maybe she'll suffer later. You people don't practice martial arts properly. You only know how to bully the weak. To be honest, I am very unhappy with your behavior. I think there is a very good saying, you have the strength of a warrior, but you have no moral character. Therefore, you should all be locked in a cage. Lin Fei said very seriously. This was not the first time he had encountered such a thing. In general, the martial arts circle was not as peaceful as he had imagined. Lin Fei now understood why there were existences like the Yen Huang battle team and the martial gate. It was just that the Yen Huang battle team's ability was slightly weaker, and they were unable to suppress the martial gate. There was no need to guess. This Sky Lake Dojo must have joined this huge force, which was why they dared to say such words. Feng Dong laughed and said, "What you said is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Locking warriors in a cage? You are really thinking too much. Even the Yen Huang battle team cannot do that. What qualifications do you, a brat, have to say such words?" Lin Fei nodded seriously and said, "Actually, I do have the qualifications to do such a thing. However, today is the Martial Arts Circle Convention. I won't say much to you. Take your junior brother and leave this hall. Don't disturb everyone's mood. After all, it is not easy for everyone to come to the Martial Arts Circle Convention. I don't want to make this Martial Arts Circle Convention a mess." Zhang Kai said fiercely, "Do you really think you are the king of heaven? You can make the Martial Arts Circle Convention a mess. Don't say such polite words. Just stand there obediently and let me break your limbs. And you, Su Shaowan, chose to follow such a person of all people. If I don't let you sing the Song of Conquest today, then I am not Zhang Kai. Since my junior brother has said so, I don't think you'll be honest. Since that's the case, I'll help you," said Yi Shiwen. Two junior brothers walked out from behind Feng Dong. Both of them were strong and muscular. Outside, they looked like muscular men. Both of them had cruel smiles on their faces. "This is my junior brother. Their specialty is grappling, and it's not an ordinary grappling technique. With your small arms and legs, if you get caught later, I think you'll be crying for your parents." Alas, why do you have to do that? Chapter 4052. The two Tianhu disciples were both at the obvious strength realm. In a few steps, they pounced on Lin Fei and tried to capture him. They wanted to pinch Lin Fei to the ground on the spot. There were two bangs. Lin Fei did not seem to have done anything. He only flicked his sleeves and the two cultivators, who weighed over 100 kilograms, were sent flying. They smashed into the marble floor. The solid sound caused all the cultivators present to suck in a breath of cold air. That's too fast. He could even imagine this scene. That intense pain was definitely uncomfortable. What shocked them even more was that this young man was so skilled that he even dared to beat the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Once he started, it would be hard for him to stop. Everyone knew Feng Dong's character. He was known as a bully in the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. His favorite thing to do was to challenge all kinds of martial arts clubs. At least dozens of people had been injured by him. Some of them were even in the hospital. Zhang Kai, who was next to him, was excited when he saw that guy attack. He knew that once that guy injured someone from the Sky Lake Dojo, and with senior brother Feng present, senior brother Feng wouldn't need to say anything. Senior brother Feng would teach that guy a lesson. That was why Zhang Kai was so aggressive when he saw Lin Fei at the entrance of the lobby. With senior brother Feng's support, what was there to be afraid of? Senior brother Feng's master was the curator of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, and the curator was a grand master expert. They possessed terrifying battle prowess. Although they couldn't overturn mountains and seas, no one who had been targeted by them had ever survived. "Boy, how dare you beat the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club? You're dead meat. Not everyone can touch our Tianhu Martial Arts Club." The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club behind Feng Dong were angry. This time, they had brought a lot of disciples to participate in the Martial Arts Club assembly. In fact, they had brought them here to broaden their horizons. The Martial Arts Club assembly was an exchange meeting. At the same time, it was also an exchange activity used by Hangzhou City to announce its strength to the outside world. Now, the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club had been beaten before the event began. Everyone knew that the Tianhu Martial Arts Club was second to none in Hangzhou City and also a benchmark in the martial arts circle. "Come at me if you have the ability. Don't talk nonsense." Lin Fei laughed and said, "And Zhang Kai, it seems that you haven't suffered enough last night. Do you want me to give you another free meal?" Zhang Kai's eyes narrowed. He was unable to remain calm. After all, not only had he been caught by the aunties of the square last night, some of them had even taken advantage of him. It was so disgusting that he hadn't been able to sleep well the entire night. You dare. If you dare touch me again, my senior brother will definitely help me vent my anger. Zhang Kai was so frightened that he took a few steps back. Until now, he still had not completely understood how he had fallen for the trick. However, he more or less had some understanding of it. This guy might even have a skill in hypnosis. Zhang Kai was really afraid that he would be hypnotized again. The last time he was hypnotized in the square, he was already in such a state. If this were to happen again, Zhang Kai could not guarantee what would happen to him. Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Not only did you hit a member of our martial arts club, but you also dared to threaten my junior brother. You are really capable. Few people in this place dare to say such words to you. Feng Dong was really angry. I have already hit you. What can you do to me? Lin Fei said very calmly, an ant like you, I can kill you with one finger. However, I have a good temper now, so I don't want to talk too much with you. As long as you leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Once I take action, you will not have a good ending. Lin Fei really did not like this kind of trivial things like fighting and killing. Even his immortal divine body did not exert its full strength. Otherwise, these ordinary flesh and blood bodies would not be able to resist his attack at all. Feng Dong was infuriated. In front of so many people, as a member of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, if he left, it would mean that he was afraid of the other side. Moreover, he was a warrior of covert power, so there was really nothing to be afraid of. Since you dare to say that, let me see what makes you think you can say that. Forget it, I don't even want to fight with a piece of trash like you. Lin Fei shook his head and snapped his fingers. If you can stand it, I'll snap my fingers first. A crisp sound rang out. Before the crowd realized what was going on, they found that Feng Dong's face became listless. Since you like it so much, you can practice boxing here. And you, Zhang Kai, do the same. Practice here for 3 days and 3 nights. Energetic people should have a good exercise. The moment Lin Fei snapped his fingers, Zhang Kai actually noticed it. He wanted to run away, but he could not. His expression immediately changed, and he fell into a state of stupefaction. The crowd saw Feng Dong and Zhang Kai start practicing their boxing skills like puppets. One punch after another, strong and vigorous. After finishing one set, he did another set, repeating it over and over again. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Hypnosis. This is definitely hypnosis. It's amazing. I didn't expect there to be such a hypnosis. Feng Dong is a warrior of covert power, but he fell for it just like that. Some people who had looked down on them did not dare to look down on them anymore. With this method, even the people of covert power did not dare to have any ideas. With just a snap of his fingers, he was controlled like this. I guess only a guru can do this. Su Shaowan gently pulled Lin Fei's arm and said worriedly, Brother Lin, let's go. Lin Fei chuckled and said, What's there to be afraid of? Actually, there's really nothing to worry about. We're just here to watch the show. You don't say, a senior brother's fist technique is better than a junior brother's. It's more imposing. If we don't have money, we can still sell our skills and earn some money to spend. Who dares to make trouble in the martial arts circle convention? Are you really full and have nothing better to do? At this moment, 3 people walked out of the hall. The giant in the lead had a loud voice like a huge bell, which suppressed everyone's voices. Even so, Feng Dong and Zhang Kai continued to practice their punches without being affected at all. It's Director Xue from the Yan Huang battle team. At the mention of Director Xue, these young people's expressions changed, as if they had seen a huge beast coming. They saw 198 meters tall giant walking over. Every step he took had a strong aura. Chapter 4053. This person's presence was completely different. He was a real big shot in Hangzhou. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club seemed to have found their savior. Director Xue, catch him quickly. He's causing trouble at the Martial Arts Club and controlling our senior brother Feng using crooked means. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club were also good at talking. They immediately put a label on Lin Fei. Today was the Martial Arts Club convention, which was jointly organized by the Yanhuang Battle Squad and the top masters in Hangzhou's martial arts circle. Whoever caused trouble here was equivalent to slapping the faces of these two people. Shut up. No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. There was a loud bang, like thunder, directly exploding in the hearts of the disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club. Puff, 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 puff. The disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club vomited blood and sat on the ground shakily. Everyone knew that Director Xue's temper wasn't that good to talk to. Once Director Xue got angry, it meant that he was in a very bad mood. No matter who it was, they wouldn't give him face. Everyone could not help but sweat for the young man. Director Xue turned around and said to someone behind him, "Your disciples of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club should be disciplined. They have no respect for their elders." The person that Director Xue was talking about was the deputy director of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, Lei. He was also a tall and strong man with a very strong aura, but he was still a head lower in front of Director Xue. Director Xue is right. When we go back, I will discipline them well, Lei said. Thunder One responded, "Someone, take these blind guys back and lock them up for a week." Immediately, the people from the Tianhu Martial Arts Club helped them out of the room. "You're the one causing trouble here." Director Xue glanced over. Zhang Kai and Feng Dong knew each other. They had seen each other a few times, but the current situation made him somewhat unable to figure it out. However, he knew in his heart that they should have been hypnotized by a strong spiritual force, and his voice just now actually wanted to wake the two of them up, but in the end, he still underestimated the power of this hypnotism. He was a great master ranker, yet he couldn't wake the two of them up. Could it be that your Yanhuang battle team is also planning to interfere? Lin Fei laughed. If that's the case, then this martial arts convention will be meaningless. As soon as Lin Fei spoke, Chief Xue immediately locked onto Lin Fei. Vice Curator Lei Wan from Tianhu Martial Arts School was in a very bad mood. He swept his fierce gaze over. "How dare you cause trouble in the martial arts tournament? I don't care what your reason is, but you should go and think about what you did wrong." Someone behind Lei ran straight to Lin Fei. This Lei also knew how to talk. No matter what, he had to take Lin Fei away first. If he fell into the hands of the Tianhu Martial Arts Club, they could do whatever they wanted, and no one could say a word about it. "You can go now." As soon as Lei's men came out, a big hand blocked in front of them. Director Xue said, "This matter should be caused by your Tianhu Martial Arts Club. It has nothing to do with him." When Lei heard this, his whole face changed. He knew that Director Xue was a very old-fashioned person, and he was never polite to anyone who caused trouble. However, what kind of situation was this now? He actually spoke up for that person. Before Lei could completely recover, Director Xue strode in front of Lin Fei. "Young Master Lin, you should have informed us in advance that you are coming to Hangzhou. You are an important guest, so our Yanhuang battle team should have come to pick you up. If that guy knows, he will definitely call me and tell me." The tense expression on Director Xue's face became bright. This scene made everyone stunned, and they all wondered who this young man was. It was very rare for Director Xue to speak so warmly. Lei also opened his eyes wide. Young Master Lin? When did they have such a person in Hangzhou? Even he didn't know about it. This was almost impossible. There is no need for your Yanhuang battle team to pick me up. Anyway, this time I just came to Hangzhou to have a look. I heard that there was a martial arts conference, so I came to have a look. Who knew that this kind of thing would happen? Lin Fei shook his head and said, Director Xue's heart couldn't help but thump. If it was someone else, he might not care, but the person in front of him was definitely a powerful person. One should know that there were many masters in Donghai, but they were all defeated by Lin Fei. Even the Shen family, one of the three big families in the south, suffered a big loss in the hands of Lin Fei. It could be said that the current Lin Fei was a real existence in Donghai, and he was so young with unlimited potential. Director Xue, as the branch director of the Yanhuang battle team, naturally knew about such a person. He was a person that could not be offended. Director Xue didn't want Lin Fei to make too much trouble in Hangzhou. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he heard the voice. Otherwise, today's martial arts conference would not be able to continue. That would really be a slap to the Yanhuang battle team's face. At that time, even if it was clear, if you let Director Shui find trouble with Lin Fei, it was simply too drunk. Only someone with brain damage would do that. He couldn't wait to serve Lin Fei. Young Master Lin, you are really joking. You coming is the biggest face of our martial arts conference. Director Shui smiled. Lin Fei didn't know this Director Shui, but since he was the branch director of the Yan Huang battle team, it was normal for him to know something about him. Director Shui really knows how to be polite. Just treat me as an ordinary person. Anyway, I'm just here to take a look and ask my friend to help promote your martial arts conference. However, I found that in our martial arts circle, there are many people who rely on their strong martial arts and do things based on their preferences. I think Director Shui should work hard in this area in the future. For example, these two people from the Tianhu Martial Arts School were really not very kind. Lei Yi, who had been standing behind, couldn't help but say. This was a slap to the Tianhu Martial Arts School's face. Although he didn't know why Director Shui was so polite to this young man, he didn't think that this young man could challenge him. Maybe Director Shui was so polite because of the power behind this young man. Young man, you have to be responsible for your words. Everyone in the Tianhu Martial Arts School has good qualities. We are not as bad as you say. Lei Yi walked out with a sullen face. He planned to let this guy know the strength of the Tianhu Martial Arts School. Deputy Director Lei Yi, watch your attitude. What are the qualities of these two disciples of yours? I know very well. Men, take them back to the branch office and lock them up for half a month. This kind of people should be locked up in a dark room and reflect on their mistakes. Young Master Lin, what do you think of this? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Actually, I think it's better to just cripple their strength. People like this will never learn. Chapter 4054. Cripple their cultivation? The moment Lin Fei said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. Director Shui only locked them up for half a month. How could he say that he wanted to cripple their cultivation? Did he think Director Shui would agree? Didn't he know if Lei Yi would agree? Of course, Lei Yi would not agree. Regardless of whether it was Zhang Kai or Feng Donghao, they still had some influence in Hangzhou City. If their strength was crippled, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of Tianhu Martial Arts Club? Lei Yi did not think that Director Shui would agree to their request. After all, it was too much. Director Shui was slightly stunned. He finally realized how overbearing Lin Fei was. However, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. There were almost 10 Grand Master strong in Longting Villa, and this was only on the surface. Who knew how many masters were hidden in the dark? Moreover, Zhang Kai and Feng Dong were not a big deal. It was not a big deal to deal with them. Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. What young Master Lin said makes sense. If martial arts practitioners have the mentality of bullying the weak, the circle will be messed up sooner or later. We have to deal with such people seriously. Director Shui nodded hard and turned to Lei. Deputy Curator Lei Yi, what do you think? Director Shui's words were even more shocking. It subverted everyone's understanding. Where did this powerful man come from? Even Director Shui has to agree to his request. It's a matter of crippling their elixir fields. Feng Dong is talented and has the potential to be a genius in the future. It's a great loss that his elixir fields are crippled. Oh my God, just what kind of man did Little Lon find? His background is way too big, isn't it? Su Xiaowan's family was rich and some of the people present looked familiar. However, she did not expect Lin Fei to have such a powerful background. She finally understood why Xiao Qinglan was willing to follow this man. Xiao Qinglan had no regrets even if she had to be a bird in a cage. Su Xiaowan had good eyesight. Naturally, she could tell that this middle-aged man who looked like a giant was someone with a powerful background. Lei's heart skipped a beat. He thought he had heard wrongly. Chief Shui wanted to cripple 2 disciples from his dojo? Did he not know how powerful the Sky Lake dojo was? Lei really wanted to disagree, but he felt pressured by Director Shui's gaze. Moreover, it was as if he could not be disobeyed. He knew what kind of person Chief Shui was. As long as he spoke, no one could stop him. If the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo refused, Lei didn't need to think to know that the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo wouldn't have a good time in the future. At that time, even the head of the dojo might not be able to mediate. This was because Director Shui was such a person. He was like a rock in the latrine, smelly and hard. Moreover, he was the director of the Yan Huang battle team and represented the entire Yan Huang battle team. Even if the Sky Lake Dojo had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Deputy Head Lei said bitterly, Director Shui's words make sense. These black sheep have to be dealt with. I have to thank Director Shui for taking action at this time. If they really cause trouble one day, the reputation of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo will be affected as well. Director Shui waved his hand, and 2 streams of energy shot out. They landed on Feng Dong and Zhang Kai like invisible palm prints, sending them flying and crashing outside. Without needing Director Shui to say anything, the people from the Yan Huang battle team immediately dragged them away. The hall quickly returned to normal. Lei's mood was the worst. The elite disciples of the dojo had been crippled, but he didn't dare to say a word. He hated this young man to the core. Young Master Lin, it's rare for you to come here. There are a few masters here who have always wanted to admire you. Why don't we go together? Director Shui invited with a smile. Lin Fei was also impressed by Director Shui's courage. He actually dared to cripple the Dan Tian of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo disciple. Since Director Shui had invited him, Lin Fei naturally had to give him face. I'll have to trouble you then, Director Shui. It's no trouble at all. Director Shui smiled and took the initiative to lead the way for Lin Fei. After Director Shui left, Lei's expression turned even worse. Get someone to investigate this fella's background immediately. Lei knew all the reputable people in Hangzhou City very well, but this person was definitely not one of them, especially someone who was worthy of Director Shui's attention. The only thing he could do now was to get someone to investigate this fella's background. Even though he was furious, he could only hold it in for now. Once he found out who this fella was, Lei would definitely not let him go. The disciples of the Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo were not that easy to fight. After passing through the hall, Lin Fei and Su Shaowan arrived at a temporary martial arts field in the villa. Many people had gathered at the martial arts field at the moment. Many of them were dressed in martial arts attire, and it more or less looked like a martial arts circle convention. When Director Shui came in, many people greeted him with a smile. However, more people noticed Lin Fei and Su Shaowan who were next to Director Shui. After all, it was hard not to notice the 2 young people who were walking side by side, especially when they were strangers. There was a row of tables and chairs at the top of the martial arts field. 5 old men were sitting there at the moment. All of them were above 60 years old. Their faces were rosy, and they were in high spirits. They looked like sages, and they had a very imposing aura. Director Shui, where did you find these 2 great disciples again? Are you trying to take advantage of us again? We won't agree to that this time. If you continue to take advantage of us, you'll take everything we have. The old men chuckled as they spoke. It was obvious that they were making fun of him. Director Shui smiled mysteriously and said, You're wrong this time. He's not my disciple and I'm not qualified to make him my disciple. He's a real young genius. The old men's faces changed slightly. They did have a preconceived idea, but they did not expect Director Shui to say that. They could not help but be shocked. They searched through the information in their minds, but they really could not find out who this fellow was. Director Shui, don't keep us in suspense. We're old and muddle-headed. We really can't figure it out. Director Shui laughed and said, Didn't you guys just say that you want to see that young genius? He's here now. What? He's the one? He's too young. You're not trying to trick us old men, are you? Chapter 4055. News of what happened in the lobby had spread inside. Therefore, everyone started guessing again when Director Shui brought a man and a woman in. It would have been fine if they were juniors, but Director Shui had brought them to meet the few grandmasters. Those master stage experts were not young, but they were also genuine master stage experts. As soon as they sat down, they gave off a strong pressure of a master stage expert, forming an invisible special zone. Everyone couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to know which family this person belonged to. Something unexpected happened. The few grandmasters who were present all stood up one by one and took the initiative to greet the young man. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Who can tell me who that fella is? The grandmasters are greeting him one after another. Oh my God, that's so scary. He's even tougher than an iron plate. No wonder Lei from Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo dared not say anything. Coincidentally, Lei brought his men in. Although he wanted to leave, he did not do so in the end. He wanted to find out who that fella was. He felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly when he saw the scene. Lei knew very well where the few grandmasters came from. They were rather old-fashioned and were like a stabilizing force in the martial arts circle in Hangzhou. Lei had never seen them greet a junior on their own. Moreover, they seemed to be on the same level as him, judging by their enthusiasm. That made Lei even more confused, and he was getting angrier. He even felt that Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo was doomed today. Even if Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo was influential and everyone had to respect them, it would be impossible for them to teach that fella a lesson. Lei still had some awareness. Not only did the few grandmasters greet Lin Fan, but they even invited the man and woman to take a seat. No matter how one looked at it, they felt that they were from a powerful background, which made it hard for Lei to bear. The 5 old men were all grandmaster experts. They had heard about what had happened in the East Sea. Naturally, they had talked about it a lot. After all, this man had caused the Shun family, one of the 3 major families, to suffer a great loss. This was not something that anyone could do. When they recognized Lin Fei, they could not help but sigh with emotion. It was really the younger generation now. If they were his age, it would be good if they could enter the Dark Realm. How could they be like Lin Fei, who had become a grandmaster expert? Moreover, his strength was unfathomable. They could more or less feel a trace of danger from Lin Fei. If they were to really fight, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. This kind of feeling was very absurd. However, as grandmaster experts, this feeling was very real. For a moment, Lin Fei became mysterious in their hearts. Deputy Curator Lei, haven't you always wanted to meet the genius of Donghai? Now that you have the chance today, come and get to know him. One of the old men waved at Lei when he saw him. The genius of Donghai is here. Lei's heart skipped a beat, but he walked over anyway. He thought to himself, please don't let it be him. Otherwise, it'll be terrible. No matter how ignorant Deputy Curator Lei was, a name popped up in his head when he heard the word Donghai. Lei walked over and stood next to the old man. He forced an ugly smile on his face. It could not be helped. After all, this grandmaster supported Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo, so it was not good to offend him. I don't think we need to get to know each other. We've already met outside, Lin Fei said with a smile. Deputy Curator Lei, what do you think? Lei laughed awkwardly. Master Lin, it was a misunderstanding. Please don't mind it. After all, there are many black sheep in the martial arts circle. Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo will definitely review them carefully in the future. We won't let these black sheep appear again. Before the old man could introduce him, Lei already knew who he was. Director Xuan naturally took the opportunity to teach Lei a lesson. Deputy Curator Lei, you have to listen to what Master Lin said. There are many people in Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo who are arrogant. You can't do that. We're in Hangzhou. If you cause too much trouble, it'll affect the entire city. That won't be good for anyone. Deputy Curator Lei could not say much. After all, it was Sky Lake Martial Arts Dojo that was in the wrong first. All he could do now was to tolerate it. Did you offend Master Lin? The old man asked coldly. Lei's expression turned even uglier. It's just a misunderstanding. It's been resolved. The 5 old men were all very wary and respectful of Lin Fei. It was because Lin Fei was younger than them and had unfathomable power. Until now, they had not been able to see through him. A person like Lin Fei had limitless potential in the future, and he might even be able to break through to become a divine-level expert one day. He was not someone they could afford to offend. That was why they were so polite to him, because he had the right to do so. In reality, all the martial artists in the martial arts training field had witnessed this scene. They inhaled sharply again. They were not well informed, but they could tell that this young man had a high status. Even Lei did not dare to breathe too loudly. It's indeed resolved. It's just a small matter. Don't let these things affect the martial arts circle convention today, Lin Fei said with a smile. Everyone laughed out loud. The martial arts circle convention is an exchange of pointers. It's our honor to have such a big shot like Master Lin here, Director Shui said. Lei felt the worst. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he could not leave. More and more people gathered on the martial arts practice field. Not long after, there were almost hundreds of people on the field. Young Master Lin, the martial arts circle convention is about to begin. You're the genius of Donghai and a guru powerhouse. It's a good opportunity for us to exchange pointers and learn from each other. I believe that with guidance from a genius like you, it will be extremely beneficial for them. Naturally, Director Shui would not let go of such a good opportunity. He had to get closer to Lin Fei no matter what. He had such an idea since a long time ago. As the branch director of the Yan Huang team, Director Shui naturally knew about the situation there. Recently, Donghai's Yan Huang team's overall ability had improved tremendously. The members had all achieved breakthroughs in their abilities. Hangzhou, which was initially ahead of them, was slowly falling behind. Meanwhile, the latter was gaining momentum. After further investigation, he realized that it was more or less related to Lin Fei. Naturally, Director Shui wanted to gain some benefits from Lin Fei. Now was the chance. Lin Fei rejected a few times without success. He eventually agreed and sat down at the front desk. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4056. When Lin Fei was invited to the rostrum, it was unknown how many people were stunned. Those who could attend the martial arts circle convention today were not fools. From the scene outside to the actions of the grandmasters inside, it all proved one thing, and that was that this young man had a very strong background, and it was very likely that this person was from another province. To everyone, it was more of a kind of envy and jealousy. This was the true pride of the heavens. Compared with him, these people were obviously too far behind. Did you see that? As long as you have the talent and practice hard, you will be like them sooner or later. Who said that cultivation is useless? Heaven Lake Martial Arts Club is amazing. In the end, 2 of their disciples were crippled, but they did not dare to say a word. You must focus on practicing martial arts so that you can get rewards. For example, that young man must have practiced hard. At least for more than 10 years. This is the goal you are striving for. Many martial arts masters present took advantage of this time to instill new ideas into their disciples. The effect of this round of indoctrination was quite good. At the very least, many of the young disciples listened to it. No matter how they looked at it, that person was not much older than them. Now that he was sitting on the rostrum, it proved that they also had a chance. The martial arts circle convention soon began. Among them, Su Shaoan was the most excited. After agreeing, Su Shaoan began to broadcast live from the front stage. The Supreme Master experts did not refuse and approved of it. Originally, everyone had a lot of thoughts about Su Shaoan turning off the live broadcast. However, as Su Shaoan restarted the live broadcast, the number of fans in the live broadcast room directly soared to more than 1 million. Everyone came for the martial arts circle convention. This time, they really saw the martial arts circle convention. Although it was different from what they had imagined, it could be considered as an eye-opener. Lin Fei had been sitting on the front stage, watching the martial arts competition below with a smile. He had to admit that there was a certain difference between Donghai and Hangzhou City. The strength of the martial artists in Hangzhou City was much higher, especially the younger generation. There were many masters who could fight, but the people in Donghai City were not. Lin Fei finally understood why Taizhan had asked him to come to Hangzhou City. It was probably because he had lost face. Director Shui sat beside Lin Fei and introduced the geniuses below from time to time with a smile on his face. Although he knew that Lin Fei was representing the Yan Huang battle team, what did that matter? Young Master Lin, what do you think of these people? Chief Shui asked with a smile. His potential is very good. If he were to cultivate diligently, in a few years' time, Hangzhou City should be able to produce quite a number of Grandmaster experts, said Lin Fei with a smile. If they could hear you say that, they would be very happy. Everyone burst into laughter. The entire martial arts circle tournament lasted for a long time, and it only ended at noon. Brother Lin, I think this martial arts circle convention is quite interesting. It's completely different from watching Taekwondo and Jeet Kune Do. You don't even know that I have more than 1 million fans in my live broadcast room. Su Xiaowan was very excited. Although she was also a famous streamer in the live broadcast room, there were not many times that she had more than 1 million fans. She did not expect that the live broadcast of the martial arts circle convention would actually make the number of fans skyrocket. Naturally, Lin Fei would not say that this kind of fighting was nothing. If you saw a fight between grandmaster experts, it would be really shocking. It's good that you're happy. By the way, there's still a match in the afternoon. You can continue to live broadcast. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. Can I really continue to come? Of course you can. No one would dare to say anything if you live broadcast here. At noon, the table was very sumptuous. Originally, Lin Fei and Su Xiaowan planned to find a random place to sit, but they were forcibly dragged to the table of grandmasters by Chief Xue. They did not know how many people were envious and jealous of them. After eating and drinking, Chief Xue suggested that they sit together again. Su Xiaowan happened to be a little sleepy at noon, so Chief Xue arranged for someone to get a room for her. He brought Lin Fei to a small garden in the manor. At this time, several grandmasters were in the garden. When he saw these grandmasters, Lin Fei knew that Chief Xue must have something to say to him. Otherwise, he would not have found such a place. Lin Fei wanted to see what Chief Xue was up to. After sitting down, everyone chatted casually. They talked about everything under the sun. From beginning to end, Lin Fei did not say anything. He just listened quietly. Suddenly, the topic changed. A grandmaster surnamed Su spoke. Child Lin, do you know anything about the World Grandmaster list? Lin Fei shook his head. I've been cultivating all the time, so I don't know much about the outside world. Can you tell me more about it? Chief Xue explained with a smile. The World Grandmaster list is actually no different from the Grandmaster version in our country. It's just that if you want to enter the World Grandmaster list, you must be extremely strong. The World Grandmaster list has a total of 30 strongest Grandmasters. Yi Xian, who is ranked first in our country, is ranked third on the Grandmaster list. You can see how powerful the Grandmasters on the World Grandmaster list are. Lin Fei frowned slightly. The one in our country is only ranked third? Although he had not seen the god of war from Huaxia, subconsciously he should not be weak. However, he was only ranked third on the World Grandmaster list, which made Lin Fei a little disappointed. Child Lin, you don't know. The Grandmasters on the World Grandmaster list have deep accumulation. Here in Huaxia, we cultivate internal qi. In the West, they cultivate all kinds of powerful abilities. They are innately faster than us in cultivating internal qi. Lin Fei had not been in this world for a long time, so he did not know much about this. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly. If I can help, I will. After all, we are all from Huaxia. Lin Fei heard a hint of meaning in their words, so he went straight to the point. He knew that these grandmasters definitely had something to say. The few old men, including Chief Xue, smiled awkwardly. They did have a reason for inviting Lin Fei over. After all, Lin Fei was a new star in the martial arts circle. No one knew how strong he was, but not everyone could make the Shun family, one of the 3 big families, suffer such a big loss. Actually, we want to invite Child Lin to join our group and compete for the Moon Spirit Stones that will appear soon. As long as Child Lin agrees, we will agree to any conditions. Wait, what is the Moon Spirit Stone you are talking about? Why do I feel confused listening to you? Chapter 4057. After Lin Fei said this, the few old men present, including Chief Xue, were dumbfounded. In the end, Chief Xue took the initiative to say, Young Master Lin, don't you know about the Moon Spirit Stone? That shouldn't be the case. You should know that the Moon Spirit Stone is a treasure that cultivators use to cultivate. It is formed by absorbing the sun and moon spirits of the world. It is very rare, and every time a Moon Spirit Stone appears, it will cause a fight. After hearing Chief Xue's explanation, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't it similar to a spirit stone? It just has a different name. Lin Fei was wondering what it was, but it turned out to be something like this. It just has a different name. I heard it so mysteriously that I didn't realize it. Lin Fei smiled. It's just that the name is different. It makes me think for a while. Everyone's heart trembled again. The Moon Spirit Stone was a rare treasure. From what Lin Fei said, it seemed like he had seen it often. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. We have calculated it. In about 7 or 8 days, there should be a Moon Spirit Stone appearing in a suburb outside of Hangzhou City. This is what we have roughly calculated. The specific range should not be more than 2 or 3 kilometers. Therefore, we would like to invite young Master Lin to join us and fight against the foreign enemies together. If it was anything else, Lin Fei wouldn't be interested. However, he was slightly interested in the Moon Spirit Stone. After all, this kind of spirit stone that contained heaven and earth spirit chi was very helpful to him. Although he now had a blessed enclave, it had just been created. It would take a long time for it to change. Something like the Moon Spirit Stone was slightly different. I'm quite curious. Could it be that the Moon Spirit Stone doesn't appear in a fixed location? Or do they appear for some special reason? Lin Fei asked curiously. Whether it was in a different world or somewhere else, Lin Fei believed that all spirit stones and the like were produced by a mineral vein. It was impossible for one to appear here and there. This was not normal. Chief Shui shook his head. We haven't investigated the origin of the Moon Soul Stone. But every once in a while, the Moon Soul Stone will appear. And every time it appears, there will be a fight for it. This time, we heard that a Western force has infiltrated our Hangzhou city to fight for the Moon Soul Stone. Not only is the Moon Soul Stone helpful to the cultivation of warriors, but it can also help superhumans to improve their strength. I heard that the one who came this time is Malison, who is ranked 30th on the World Grandmaster list. Young Master Lin, we wouldn't have taken him seriously if it was any other time. However, Malison is very powerful. He's ranked 30th on the World Master ranking. Although he's ranked last, no one dares to underestimate his strength. Although the few of us old men are quite strong, we're still lacking compared to him. We don't have any confidence in winning. The few old men also smiled bitterly. There were also differences in strength among the Grandmasters, and the disparity was still very big. As a member of Huaxia, since I've encountered such a thing, I have to do something about it no matter what. Lin Fei did not reject Chief Shui's invitation. In fact, he also wanted to see the Moon Soul Stone. He knew better than anyone else that since the Moon Soul Stone had appeared, it was impossible for it to appear alone. There must be some connection. If there was a Moon Soul Stone mine on Earth, it would be of great help to him. Chief Shui and the few old men heaved a sigh of relief. They were not afraid that Lin Fei would not agree, but they were afraid that Lin Fei would not agree. Come, have some tea. Chief Shui took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei. During this time, he explained in detail, which also let Lin Fei know more information. The martial arts tournament continued in the afternoon. Su Xiaowan's fans in the live broadcast room increased greatly again. From 1 million, it had exceeded 2 to 3 million, and she received countless gifts. From afternoon to evening, she maintained a bright smile on her face. Brother Lin, I reckon I'm really going to become a big streamer this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about this day. Su Xiaowan was also very excited. It was completely beyond her imagination. Her live broadcast career had ushered in the most important day. Her popularity had increased to 5 million, which made her feel like she was in a dream. It's good to become a big streamer. In the future, when I go out, I can say that I've had a meal with this big streamer. It'll make me look good. Su Xiaowan burst into laughter. Ever since he knew that Su Xiaowan was a streamer, Lin Fei knew that Su Xiaowan lacked an opportunity. After all, she was quite good in terms of personality and other aspects. As long as there was a chance, she would definitely become famous. In the evening, Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel. When he was in the lobby, Lin Fei noticed that there were a few strangers there. Their gazes shifted from time to time. Although their movements were very subtle, Lin Fei saw them clearly. Lin Fei pretended not to see them and walked into the elevator. They were just a few nobodies. There was no need to pay too much attention to them. There was no one lying in ambush in the room. Lin Fei was a little surprised. What the hell were these guys doing? Subconsciously, Lin Fei thought that these people should be from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club. After all, Zhang Kai and Feng Dong had been crippled outside today. It could be said that they would never have a chance to practice martial arts again. It was equivalent to giving Sky Lake Martial Arts Club a big slap in the face. Therefore, it was very normal for them to take revenge at this time. When he walked into his room, Lin Fei thought that someone would sneak up on him. In the end, he rejoiced for nothing. If the people from Sky Lake Martial Arts Club really dared to sneak up on him, Lin Fei did not recommend going to Sky Lake Martial Arts Club to teach them a lesson. Until 12 o'clock in the evening. There was a sudden knock on the door. It was very urgent. When Lin Fei opened the door, he found that there was an envelope outside. Interesting, really interesting. After opening the envelope, there was only a note inside. Su Shaowan is in my hands. If you want her to be fine, come to 365 West Lake and welcome young Master Lin. After reading the words on the note, Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he closed the door. I really don't know if you're pretending to be smart or if you're really smart. Su Shaowan is obviously fine, but you actually tried to trick me with a note. You guys are really smart. Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Shaowan. He sensed that the spiritual imprint had not left that position, which proved that Su Shaowan was fine. The words on the note became a lie. If an ordinary person saw this note, they would definitely go to this address. However, Lin Fei could tell at a glance. Since you guys sent me an envelope in the middle of the night, if I don't go, won't I disappoint you too much? Lin Fei also wanted to see who wanted to see him in the middle of the night. Chapter 4058. Number 365 West Lake. This location was on a mountain next to West Lake. It was surrounded by lush trees and was very inconspicuous. If one was not familiar with it, one would not be able to find this location. At this time, there were already many people standing at this location. The leader was a woman dressed in red. Senior sister, are you sure that kid will come? Don't let us come here for nothing, a handsome young man asked. The one dressed in red was Huofeng Phoenix. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize her. Last time, when he accelerated on the mountain road, Huofeng Phoenix was so scared that she cried. She did not come out for a long time. He will definitely come. Huofeng Phoenix looked at a place not far away. Speaking of which, everything that happened today was a coincidence. Let's talk about the martial arts circle convention first. Huofeng Phoenix was a member of the Hua family in Hangzhou, so she was naturally a member of the martial arts circle. Although Huofeng Phoenix's strength was average, her talent was not bad. She really went to the martial arts circle convention today. Originally, she just wanted to join in on the fun, but she didn't expect that she would actually run into that kid, Lin Fei. Not only that, but Lin Fei was even treated as an honored guest and even sat on the rostrum. This caused countless young people in the audience to be displeased, but no one dared to say anything. Fire Phoenix had almost forgotten what had happened last time. Now that she was able to see Lin Fei again, she couldn't help but feel a sense of resentment in her heart. Although Director Xue and the others treated Lin Fei warmly, Huofeng Phoenix always felt that Lin Fei was arranged like this because of the family behind him, and his own strength must be average. Therefore, Huofeng Phoenix planned to trick Lin Fei out and teach him a lesson. At that time, she would vent her anger, and Lin Fei would definitely hold back after being beaten. Naturally, he would not dare to spread the news. Then, Huofeng Phoenix had nothing to worry about. Therefore, he arranged for someone to guard the Four Seasons Hotel and wait for Lin Fei to return. He also arranged for someone to deliberately send a letter over to lure Lin Fei out. As for kidnapping or not, Huofeng disdained to do it. She believed that Lin Fei would definitely come out for Su Shaowan. This was a woman's intuition. Senior sister, he's here, he's here. He's coming up from the foot of the mountain. A junior brother ran up and said. Huofeng Phoenix said, Is he alone? Yes, it's just him. I've been waiting below for a long time, but I didn't see anyone else come up, so I took the small path. He should be here soon. Huofeng Phoenix stood up and said, Remember what I told you. When that guy comes over, you have to fight him fiercely. Don't be afraid of losing face. That guy is ruthless. If you do well today, I'll take you to eat and drink good food tomorrow. It won't be a problem even to introduce my best friends to you. Tonight, Hofeng Phoenix brought all the powerful disciples of her family's martial arts club. She even prepared some tricks. In any case, she had to make Lin Fei suffer. Who asked a grown man like Lin Fei to use such a dangerous method to scare her? Since returning from Donghai, Hofeng Phoenix had nightmares for several nights in a row. Although she was open and bold, she had never experienced such a thing. She almost lost her life. So far, Hofeng Phoenix did not dare to race. Even when she touched the steering wheel, she would feel afraid. All of this was caused by that bastard Lin Fei. If she did not vent her anger, Hofeng Phoenix felt that she would never forget that guy's hateful appearance. Lin Fei walked up the stone stairs. To be honest, this place was really not easy to find. However, Lin Fei's spiritual sense was powerful. With a slight sweep, he locked on to a group of people above. He even saw a familiar figure. At this moment, he understood who did this. This woman seems to have suffered too little. She actually came out to stir up trouble again. When he saw Hofeng Phoenix, Lin Fei was a little surprised that he met her here. If it was someone from Tianhu Martial Arts Club, Lin Fei would be interested. After all, he could go straight to the root of the problem. However, if it was Hofeng Phoenix, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. However, Lin Fei still chose to come up. Since he was here, he still had to teach Hofeng Phoenix a lesson. Don't think that men don't hit women. That was just a joke. After turning the corner, there was a stone door. Before he could walk through the stone door, he saw a stone door. Lin Fei! A shout rang out. Immediately, a large amount of white substance sprinkled towards him. After the white mist sprinkled out, 7 or 8 people rushed out from the left and right sides, holding wooden sticks in their hands. Without saying a word, they smashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this fire phoenix. In order to deal with him, it actually used such a despicable method. This was because the white mist that had just been sprinkled was lime. For a martial artist, if they were sprinkled with lime, their strength would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, these people were all strong and had martial arts foundation. This kind of ambush would work on anyone. Lin Fei, you bullied this old mother last time. Today, I will let you taste this old mother's power. Hofeng Phoenix stood on a stone, looking valiant. Seeing that Lin Fei was surrounded, she couldn't help but smile. Ever since she came back, Hofeng Phoenix hadn't smiled for a long time. Bang 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 bang. Before Hofeng Phoenix could finish her words, the 7 or 8 juniors who rushed up all flew out and fell to the ground, wailing. Walking out of the white mist, she looked at Hofeng Phoenix with a smile. Beautiful lady, you didn't sleep at night and found people to ambush me. You have quite the guts. Lin Fei didn't have a single trace of lime on him. He was clean. On the contrary, those people more or less had the shadow of lime on them. You are actually fine. Hofeng Phoenix's eyes widened in disbelief. I have really underestimated you. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s, standing behind Hofeng Phoenix, stood out. Miss, I have already told you that this kind of pettiness is meaningless. Hofeng Phoenix pouted. I just wanted to try. Who knew that this guy was actually fine? I can only trouble Uncle Bai. This time, Hofeng Phoenix didn't come alone. She also brought an expert from the martial arts club. This expert was half a step to the supreme power realm in the martial arts club and was quite famous in Hangzhou. However, at this moment, he stood behind Hofeng Phoenix respectfully like a servant. Lin Fei, I am bold. What can you do to me? Who asked you to bully me last time? You are a man. What tricks did you use to make Sister Qingyan not contact me? Tonight, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Sister Qingyan. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Wrong. It is not you who will teach me a lesson. I will teach you a lesson. I will let you know that it is immoral to threaten others. People like me like to use their fists to convince others. Chapter 4059. Bai Wuheng was a half-step supreme power master in the martial arts club. After hearing about this, he was very annoyed, so he took the initiative to follow them. On the one hand, he wanted to guard the place, and on the other hand, he wanted to prevent any accidents. In his eyes, this was just a small game, and he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. However, he didn't expect that the young man's strength was so strong that he could resist this kind of small trick. Since they couldn't do it, Bai Wuheng would definitely teach this guy a good lesson to avenge Miss Hua. Huofeng Phoenix was quite confident in Uncle Bai's strength. Even a Supreme Power Master might not be able to defeat Uncle Bai in a few moves. Uncle Bai, help me teach him a lesson so that he won't dare to boast in the future. Huofeng Phoenix hated Lin Fei's words the most. What did he mean by winning people by virtue? What a joke. Bai Wuheng walked down. I advise you to think clearly. Don't lose face when the time comes. Ha, come on, let me see how powerful a master like you is. If you can't even touch the corner of my clothes, you will really lose face. How dare you? Bai Wuheng took 3 steps at a time, directly pouncing forward, directly using a move that could split Mount Hua. His movements were bold and unrestrained, advancing bravely. However, this move directly missed. Obviously, Lin Fei was standing in front of him, but he actually missed. But it didn't matter. He still had a second and third move. Bai Wuheng's combat experience was very rich. One move after another, he continued to attack Lin Fei. Even if Lin Fei dodged the first move, it would be impossible for him to dodge the second. However, after Bai Wuheng continued to attack, he discovered that Lin Fei was just casually standing there, yet he was still able to easily dodge all of his attacks. Bai Wuheng was dumbfounded. Even people in the same realm might not be able to do this. See? I told you. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You just have to be strong. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. He lifted his foot and kicked Bai Wuheng. He directly hit a stone behind him and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. How about I win people by virtue? Bai Wuheng spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Shameless, really shameless, you actually hid your strength. Under this kick, Bai Wuheng's internal qi was shaken to a state of chaos, and he could not mobilize it at all. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Miss, leave quickly. This guy is very likely to be a Grand Master strong. Bai Wuheng quickly reacted and urged Huofeng Phoenix to leave. At this time, Huofeng Phoenix was also quite frightened. In her subconscious mind, this Lin Fei's strength was definitely not that big of a deal. However, the current situation was completely different. From the original little white rabbit, he had transformed into a big fierce tiger, and it was the kind of fierce and fiendish kind. Even their Hua family didn't have many Grandmaster experts, but this person was so young. It was hard to believe. You're a master strong. How old are you? Huofeng Phoenix blurted out, obviously not believing it. Lin Fei smiled and walked over step by step. Now we should have a good talk. You let me run out of the hotel in the middle of the night. If you don't give me a good answer, hee. Huofeng Phoenix still underestimated the strength of Lin Fei. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran. The last experience had a deep lingering fear. Huofeng Phoenix did not want to do it again. Huofeng Phoenix ran very fast. Lin Fei followed her at a steady pace, always keeping a distance of 2 or 3 meters. Fire Phoenix was on the verge of collapsing. She had clearly run very fast. Lin Fei, you are a man bullying a weak woman like me. What kind of hero are you? After Huofeng Phoenix ran for a long time, she still couldn't outrun him. She had to stop. Her eyes were red, and she was about to cry at any time. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sorry, you're not a weak woman. You have a foundation in martial arts, and I'm not a man either. It's your fault for doing this in the middle of the night. Huofeng Phoenix already regretted looking for Lin Fei for revenge. Not only did she hurt her own people, but Uncle Bai was also injured. Her heart was full of guilt. Then I'm wrong, okay? Anyway, you didn't suffer any losses. Just treat it as the end of this matter, okay? The Fire Phoenix begged for mercy. And I won't trouble you after this. What do you think? Lin Fei shook his head. Whether it's trouble or not, I really don't care. It's just that I'm very unhappy with your actions. You're already a grown man, but you actually used others to threaten others. This kind of thing shouldn't be done by you. Lin Fei walked over. He reached out and grabbed Hofung Phoenix's clothes. With a casual lift, he made Hofung Phoenix lay on a rock. No matter how much Hofung Phoenix struggled, it was useless. Lin Fei, what are you doing? If you dare to mess around, I'll definitely get Sister Qingya to deal with you. Lin Fei ignored Hofung Phoenix's words. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. Moreover, he didn't use much strength. It was very loud in the night. Boo-hoo, Lin Fei, you bullied me. You dared to hit me there. I'll fight it out with you. Hofung Phoenix had never been hit there in her life. She only felt that every slap from the other party felt like needles. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. It hurts. It really hurts. Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Instead, he slapped down again and again, landing heavily on the ground. Boo-hoo, I really know my mistake. Lin Fei controlled his strength. Even so, it wasn't something that Hofung Phoenix could take. You know your mistake? Let's see if you dare to do it again next time. If I don't teach you a lesson, you really think that anyone can bully you? Lin Fei wouldn't give Hofung Phoenix any face. He thought that he had taught her a lesson the last time they raced. He didn't expect that she would do the same thing again. If he didn't teach such a person a lesson, who knew what would happen in the future? Hofung Phoenix cried her heart out. Her eyes were red and twitching. She had never thought that there would be a man who didn't care about her looks and hit her just like that. Even her father wouldn't dare to do that. Big brother Lin, stop hitting me. I was wrong. I really know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Hofung Phoenix cried her eyes out. As long as you don't hit me, I'll tell you a secret. A secret that will shock you. Hofung Phoenix was a rich missy. Although she practiced martial arts, she was still a woman. How could she endure such pain? Sorry, I'm not interested in secrets at all. I just want to teach you a lesson. Lin Fei had seen everything. He really didn't care about such secrets. When it came to secrets, who knew more than him? It could be said that he knew everything in the world. What about this thing? You definitely don't know. This is a treasure for practicing martial arts. Hofung Phoenix struggled to raise her hand. Look at the gem on my wrist. Chapter 4060. Under the night sky. The bracelet on Hofung Phoenix's wrist became very eye-catching, especially the red gem in the middle. It was shining like a flame, vivid and lifelike. If an ordinary person saw it, they would only be surprised. Perhaps they would think that she was very beautiful and valuable. In Lin Fei's eyes, this red gem was not simple. Hey, why do you have this thing? Lin Fei's hand stopped in midair. He reached out and grabbed, and the bracelet on Hofung Phoenix's hand fell into Lin Fei's hand. If it was an ordinary thing, Lin Fei might not care, but there was something wrong with the red gem on this bracelet, and it was not a small problem. Seeing that Lin Fei did not continue to hit her, Hofung Phoenix secretly let out a long sigh of relief. As long as you let me go now, I'll give this bracelet to you. Just treat it as an apology. I really can't bear to give it to an ordinary person. Fire Phoenix was not lying because the red gemstone on the bracelet was not a small matter. At this moment, Hofung Phoenix was really afraid of Lin Fei. The strength of the palm almost penetrated her body and mind, and she gradually could not hold on. Otherwise, she would not have cried so miserably, like a pear blossom in the rain. Anyone who saw her would feel pity. Lin Fei reached out and directly grabbed Hofung Phoenix's pulse. This time, Hofung Phoenix was at a loss. She did not know what Lin Fei wanted to do, and she did not dare to ask, for fear that Lin Fei would continue to hit her. No wonder you can wear this bracelet. Ordinary people wearing this bracelet will definitely die. It turns out that your bloodline is not ordinary. With Lin Fei's eyesight, he was able to recognize what the ruby was at first glance. His heart trembled. Although this item wasn't considered precious, it was definitely a top-notch treasure on Earth. It just so happened that it was hanging on Fire Phoenix's wrist, which made it even more extraordinary. Hofung Phoenix was shocked because the bracelet was indeed unusual. Apart from herself, only a few close relatives knew about it. No one else knew about it. How did you know? When Hofung was still young, her bracelet was snatched away by someone. In the end, the person who wanted to take the bracelet died not long after. Later, she realized that her bracelet was different. Other than her, no one else could wear it. Isn't it just Firestone? It's not like I can't tell. It's just that your Firestone is a little different. Lin Fei said coldly. Right, did your clan tell you? If we don't find a way, people like you won't live past the age of 25. Because the bloodline in your body can't be suppressed any longer. Huofeng Phoenix's whole body seemed to have been electrocuted. She became muddle-headed and stared at Lin Fei. You even know this? How is this possible? You are not a member of my Hua clan. No one can know this secret. This was a big secret hidden in Huofeng Phoenix's heart. There were very few people in her family who knew about it. Even her best friend Bing Qingya didn't know about it. But now, it was actually exposed. Because of this secret, Huofeng Phoenix had a bad temper since she was young. Her family didn't dare say anything, so she became like this. With her body's condition, her family wouldn't say too much. Even if she caused trouble, with the Hua clan's ability, they could easily suppress it. This is not a big secret. You can only fool people who don't understand. Lin Fei said very casually. It was indeed as he said. Bloodlines seemed profound, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just like that. There was nothing special about it. He had seen countless bloodlines, especially powerful ones. Last time, Lin Fei didn't notice Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline. But after seeing the Firestone this time, he realized that this Huofeng Phoenix should have a bloodline in her body. It was just that this bloodline hadn't been opened. It was precisely because she hadn't opened it that she was able to carry the Firestone with her. To put it more simply, the Firestone was used to extend the life of the Fire Phoenix. However, it wouldn't be able to extend her life for long. Once she turned 25, the Firestone would reach its end. When the Firestone broke, it would also be the end of Huofeng Phoenix's life. Huofeng Phoenix had never seen a person who could easily see through bloodlines. But now, hearing the other party's words, it seemed like the matter of bloodlines wasn't a big deal at all. In an instant, a glimmer of hope appeared in Huofeng Phoenix. She endured the pain and climbed down from the stone. Brother Lin, I was wrong. You must be an amazing person. Can you help me remove the curse of my bloodline? As long as you can help me remove it, I, Huofeng Phoenix, am willing to become your woman. It doesn't matter even if I'm your lover. I only ask that you help me. Huofeng Phoenix didn't know where this thought came from, but she immediately hugged Lin Fei's arm. Ever since she knew that her lifespan wasn't long, Huofeng Phoenix never dared to think that she could live longer. This was because their Hua family was a top-notch family in Hangzhou. Even in the whole of China, they were considered one of the top families. But even so, they still couldn't remove the curse of their bloodline. As long as they were a direct descendant of the Hua family, no one could live past the age of 25. This also caused the Hua family's strength to decline year by year. Unable to see any hope, Huofeng Phoenix became even more indulgent. She made a name for herself in the big cities in the south. Actually, this was also because Huofeng Phoenix used these things to numb herself. Only then would she not think about this matter. Huofeng Phoenix realized that perhaps she could find a chance to live through Lin Fei, so she didn't hesitate to say something like that. Lin Fei said it casually, but he didn't expect that Huofeng Phoenix would take the initiative to lean towards him. She even grabbed his arm with a lovely and pitiful look. It was very awkward. Brother Lin, I know that you're a powerful person. I've lived for 24 years and there's never been anyone who could withstand my approach. You're the only one. Please, Brother Lin, help me. Because of their bloodline, Huofeng Phoenix's constitution was similar to that of a normal person's. For example, normal people wouldn't be able to withstand Huofeng Phoenix's fire-based energy waves, let alone something like hugging her arm. Right now, only Lin Fei could withstand it. Huofeng Phoenix didn't want to miss this opportunity. She didn't know if she would be able to meet someone as powerful as Lin Fei again if she missed this opportunity. In Huofeng Phoenix's bones, she still worshipped the strong because only the strong could conquer her. And now, Lin Fei was that strong in her eyes. Chapter 4061. Lin Fei didn't know if he should let it go or not. It was very awkward. He had to admit that Huofeng Phoenix was different from other women. Because of her physique, invisible waves of heat rolled over. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei realized one thing. Why would Huofeng Phoenix be together with Bing Qingya? One was fire and the other was ice. They could get along well. No wonder they could play so well. You said your family is cursed. Lin Fei didn't shake off Huofeng Phoenix and asked curiously. Yes, our family is indeed cursed. Not many people know about it. Brother Lin is the first to see it so easily. Huofeng Phoenix started to change the way she addressed him. Let me take a look at your bloodline. Huofeng Phoenix didn't refuse. She took the initiative to hand over her wrist. Lin Fei didn't care about bloodline at first. But after hearing what Huofeng Phoenix said, he couldn't help but feel a little interested. Bloodline curses were not simple. Huofeng Phoenix didn't dare to make a sound. Her heart was in her throat. The bloodline curse had troubled their family for too long. Huofeng Phoenix felt that this might be an opportunity. She was looking forward to it. As soon as he saw it, his expression changed. It changed several times. I still underestimated this bloodline. Lin Fei slowly exhaled. Huofeng Phoenix's heart sank. You know what bloodline I have? Lin Fei nodded. You might not believe it yourself. But your bloodline is the Phoenix bloodline, the primordial Phoenix bloodline. Even Lin Fei was shocked. He thought it was a fire bloodline, but it turned out to be the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. This was awesome. Huofeng Phoenix's beautiful eyes widened. My bloodline is the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. Are you joking? If it was something else, she might believe it. Who would believe the ancient Huofeng Phoenix bloodline? It was too exaggerated. No one would believe it. It is precisely because of the ancient Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline that your family has fallen into a curse. This curse will last for a very, very long time. Lin Fei thought that he was very lucky to find his eldest disciple, Su Mei. He didn't expect to meet another Huofeng Phoenix bloodline. He was also a genius. Others might think that this was a curse, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was just a small problem. Once his bloodline was unlocked, his strength would soar to the heavens. His future potential was unlimited. Lin Fei felt that he had underestimated Earth and Huaxia. Maybe the Earth is not what I think it is. Lin Fei sighed with emotion. This was also the first time he felt this way. If I'm not wrong, your family should have collected a treasure. Lin Fei said, this treasure is very precious. Go and tell the family that I will visit the Huo family tomorrow. Huofeng Phoenix was shocked once again. There was indeed a treasure in the family. It was said that it was passed down from the ancestors. At the same time, there was an ancestral saying that there would be great fortune in the bloodline. The people in the family had been researching it generation after generation, but they were still unable to understand it. These were all secrets. But now that Lin Fei easily said a part of it, it was inconceivable. The matters of the family had never been leaked out, so where did the other party hear it from? You want to go to my house? Yes, unless you are willing to refuse. I am willing. Huofeng Phoenix was not a fool and knew the meaning behind it. I will definitely tell father when I return. Lin Fei left. Huofeng Phoenix was still excited. Miss, are you all right? Bai Wuheng chased after her with injuries. I'm fine. Hangzhou, in a villa in the downtown area. Nonsense. In the living room. Hua Tianlin scolded with a sullen face. Huofeng Phoenix stood with her head lowered, but I feel that he really has a way. Our family's cursed bloodline can't be solved by just anyone. Hua Tianlin said, I don't care where this person found out from, at least it proves one thing, and that is that someone in our Hua family is secretly helping outsiders. Hua Tianlin wasn't angry that his daughter found someone to take revenge, that was just a small matter. She shouldn't have leaked the family's news. Huofeng Phoenix returned in high spirits, but she didn't expect to be scolded. Her heart felt bad. Go back and rest first. Hua Tianlin said without any room for refusal. Before Huofeng Phoenix went upstairs, another sentence came from behind. Don't go out tomorrow, dress yourself well, the Southern Shen family's young master Wudi is coming. Huofeng Phoenix's heart shook, she opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Master, there is no need to be angry over such a small matter. Miss might have been bewitched, it's fine as long as it makes sense. Bai Wuheng said. Hua Tianlin said solemnly, is that kid really powerful? And he should be a grandmaster expert, his strength is unfathomable. Bai Wuheng didn't forget until now, In a life-and-death battle, I will definitely die. Huo Tianlin's face was gloomy. If that kid dares to come tomorrow, bring some people to capture him and interrogate him. No matter who it is, they must be punished severely. As long as that kid dares to come, I have 100% confidence in taking him down. Bai Wuheng promised. "All right, Master, do you really intend to let Miss and that young Master Wudi interact?" Sigh. Huo Tianlin's face was filled with helplessness. Our Huo family is getting worse every year. We can't afford to waste time. If it wasn't a last resort, who would be willing? Bai Wuheng was silent. Lin Fei accidentally found the ancient Huofeng Phoenix's bloodline. He was thinking about it. With the fire attribute ancient Phoenix's bloodline, what about the other 4 sacred beasts' bloodlines? Would they appear too? Lin Fei felt that he had found something interesting. This was also the reason why he planned to go to the Huo family. Lin Fei was interested in that treasure. He wanted to know what was left behind. Hangzhou. On a road in the downtown area. In a black Bentley car. "Father, I heard that the Huo family's man has a bad temper. He's really willing to give up his precious daughter." Shen Wudi frowned. In a short period of time, Shen Wudi had grown quite a bit. The Huo family is getting worse every year. Others might not know the reason, but I do. It's all because of that bloodline curse. Shen Tianquan held a glass of red wine in his hand. "I've studied it for a long time. I can confirm that it's a bloodline seal. Huo Tianlin probably doesn't know about it himself. My son married Huofeng Phoenix, undid the bloodline seal, and devoured that power. He has a 90% chance of breaking through to the Tao God realm." God realm? Shen Wudi's breathing quickened. "Father, will there really be a chance?" "At the very least, there's an 80% chance. I risked my life to get this information out of the dark ruins. It can't be fake." Shen Tianquan's breathing quickened. Who would have thought that the Huo family has the bloodline of the 4 sacred beasts? That's why their family members don't live long, especially the females. This generation is Huofeng Phoenix's turn. As long as I reveal it, Huo Tianlin will definitely agree. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4062. The Huo clan's villa was very lively today. The Shen clan, one of the top 3 clans in the south, was coming to the Huo clan today. Huo Tianlin, the clan leader, came out personally to welcome Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. After all, they had to give face to one of the top 3 clans in the south. The Huo clan was no longer the same as it was in the past. "Wudi greets Uncle Huo," Shen Wudi said to Huo Tianlin as soon as he got out of the car. Huo Tianlin was very satisfied with Shen Wudi. Whether it was in terms of appearance or strength, he was the cream of the crop among the younger generation. He had a high chance of becoming a God realm expert in the future. Huo Tianlin wasn't the only one who said this. Actually, many people said the same thing. He would have a high chance of breaking through in at least 10 years. By then, Shen Wudi would only be in his 30s. He was considered a promising young man with limitless potential. The only thing that displeased Huo Tianlin was that his daughter didn't come to welcome Shen Wudi. This made him look a little uncomfortable. "Not bad, not bad. You look talented. No wonder you're the pride of the young generation," Huo Tianlin said with a smile. If it was in the past, Shen Wudi would have admitted it with a smile. However, after suffering time and time again at the hands of Lin Fei, he didn't dare to think so anymore. There was a mountain in front of him. If he didn't get rid of Lin Fei, Shen Wudi felt that he wasn't qualified to be the pride of the young generation. Shen Wudi nodded reluctantly. "Uncle, you're flattering me. With my strength, I can be considered the pride of the young generation. There's always someone better than you." Huo Tianlin didn't take it seriously. "You're too humble. Come in and take a seat." Huo Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage, so he was very polite to them. While Huo Tianlin was welcoming Shen Wudi, Huofeng Phoenix came out of the door quietly. She had just received a message from Lin Fei, saying that he was coming to the villa. Huofeng Phoenix's mood was very complicated. On the one hand, she was happy. On the other hand, she was a little sad. With regards to Lin Fei's eyesight, Huofeng Phoenix firmly believed in it. After all, with his strength, he could see through the problem of her bloodline at a glance. Not everyone could do that. However, what worried Huofeng Phoenix was that Invincible God, one of the 3 major families in the south, had come to the villa today. That guy was the pride of the younger generation. Although Hofeng Phoenix did not like Invincible God, Invincible God's fame and potential were recognized by everyone. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Fei and Invincible God would have a conflict. If that happened, Lin Fei would be implicated. This was not something that Hofeng Phoenix wanted to see. Hofeng Phoenix sneaked out to stop the two from meeting. Lin Fei had indeed come. He was very interested in the ancient Phoenix bloodline. Moreover, he also wanted to know what good things the Hua family ancestor had left behind. There were not many things that could interest Lin Fei now. Originally, he thought that there would be nothing good on earth, which was lacking in spirit chi of heaven and earth. However, it seemed that it was not as simple as he had imagined. There were still many secrets hidden on earth. If that was not the case, Lin Fei would not have come in person. In the morning, Lin Fei declined Su Xiaowan's invitation to continue touring Hangzhou City. Instead, he went straight to the villa that Hofeng Phoenix had left behind. The Hua family really left something good behind. Lin Fei walked over slowly. He squinted his eyes and saw a place in front of him that was filled with an intense fire attribute aura. This kind of fire attribute aura was very hidden and almost invisible. Only a trace of it permeated the air. Even Grandmaster experts and inborn experts might not be able to sense that trace of fire attribute aura. Lin Fei could already tell that this should be an amazing treasure. That trace of fire attribute aura was very overbearing. Although it had dissipated for a long time, it still left a faint trace in the air. Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. He was even more curious about the treasure because he knew that ordinary treasures would not have such an effect. Only ancient treasures were qualified to have such an effect. Could it be that the Hua family's ancestor left behind a magic weapon of fire attribute? Even a magic weapon might not have such power. Lin Fei thought to himself. He did not stop walking. After a while, he saw Hofeng Phoenix trotting over. He could not help but frown slightly again. "Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid that you can't go to my house today," Hofeng Phoenix said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. "What's wrong? Do you not want me to go to your Hua family? Or do you think that what I told you yesterday was all a lie? It's not worth mentioning and I was just trying to scare you." What a joke. Since Lin Fei was here, he would definitely go to the Hua family's villa. No one could stop him. There was really no one on earth who could stop Lin Fei. Ho Guangmang's face showed a trace of embarrassment. He waved his hand. "Brother Lin, you misunderstood. It's not like that. It's just that today is not the right time. I think it's better to change it to tomorrow." At this time, Hofeng Phoenix really did not want Lin Fei to go to the villa. After all, she knew that Invincible God was not a good person. He hated people who were stronger than him. Moreover, the Hua family's secret was not suitable to be revealed at this time. Therefore, Hofeng Phoenix did not want Lin Fei to go to her house no matter what. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, Hofeng Phoenix's actions, he could more or less see some problems. "You're afraid that I'll meet someone important in your Hua family so that there won't be any conflict, right? If that's the case, then you can rest assured. In my eyes, there is really no one who can scare me." Lin Fei laughed. "Tell me, am I right? How do you know?" Hofeng Phoenix was indeed shocked. She really did not tell Lin Fei that there would be someone important in the villa. Moreover, this person was the kind of person who was arrogant. Lin Fei laughed. "There's no need to say anything. It's written all over your face. You look worried and afraid. If it's not someone important, you wouldn't be like this. I heard that your Hua family is also quite powerful. Therefore, to be able to visit your family, it must be someone more powerful than your Hua family. It might even be that your Hua family needs help from the other party. If I can't even see this, then there's no need for me to come in person. Everything is right. Everything is right." Hofeng Phoenix was secretly shocked. She gritted her teeth in her heart. "But I still don't want Brother Lin to go because those people are people with great backgrounds. I'm afraid that my father won't believe you if you go. Don't worry. As long as I go, no matter who it is, they will listen to me obediently. Moreover, I feel that today is a good day. There's no need to come another day." Chapter 4063. In the Hua family villa. Hua Tianlin was enthusiastically entertaining Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. Without a doubt, Hua Tianlin was very supportive of this marriage alliance. When Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi arrived, they were already certain that the Hua clan was not as prosperous as it had been in the past. Furthermore, they were well aware of the bloodline curse even though others might not know about it. If this continued, the Hua family would become an ordinary family in a few decades. No powerful family would allow such a thing to happen. Hence, this marriage alliance was very important. This was also one of the reasons why Shen Tianquan was so sure that he had the Hua family under his thumb. If the Hua family wanted to continue standing in Hang City, they had to accept the Shen family's goodwill. A marriage alliance between the Hua family and the Shen family was also very beneficial. Just the Hua family's bloodline alone would allow his son to become a god-rank powerhouse. When that happened, the power structure of the three great families in the south would change. Up until now, none of the three great families had produced a god-rank powerhouse. Whoever managed to groom a god-rank powerhouse first would be able to unify all the powers in the south. This was the dream of everyone in the three great families in the south. It could be said that everyone was doing their best to groom the next generation. Among this generation, Shen Wudi was the one who called for it the most. Apart from this, the Hua family still had a treasure left behind. Shen Tianquan had secretly bribed someone in the Hua family to find out about it. Hence, apart from the marriage alliance, he also wanted to get his hands on this treasure. As the saying goes, treasures belong to the virtuous. You're a declining Hua family, so what right do you have to hold on to such a good treasure? A treasure like this should fall into the hands of the Hua family and be used to its fullest potential. Brother Hua, we've been talking for so long. Where's your daughter? Don't tell me she's hiding because she's shy? Shen Tianquan teased. Shen Wudi also looked around. He had heard of Huofeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered little pepper. In Shen Wudi's eyes, this little temper was nothing. Moreover, a woman with a bit of a temper could only be conquered. Hence, he wanted to take a look at this Huofeng Phoenix. Although he had never seen Huofeng Phoenix's influence in the south was not ordinary. At the mention of this Huofeng Phoenix, Hua Tianlin felt a little uncomfortable and his expression became a little awkward, because just now, he heard his subordinates report that his daughter ran out again. Hua Tianlin regretted that he didn't arrange for someone to watch over his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Girls are a little shy. I'll arrange for someone to call her over. Hua Tianlin was indeed worthy of being the patriarch. The moment he opened his mouth, he spouted a bunch of lies. Right now, they still needed to satisfy Shen Tianquan and the rest. If they were dissatisfied with their daughter's matter, it would be terrible if their marriage was ruined. Go call the young miss over. How long are you going to make the divine young master wait? This isn't proper at all. Hua Tianlin called his trusted aide over and said with a sunken face. This confidant naturally knew that Miss Huofeng Huang had left the villa, but he still replied seriously, Master, please wait for a moment. I'll go and call Miss back. When the confidant came out of the hall, his face revealed an anxious expression, like an ant on a hot pan. He really didn't know where to go to find the young miss. But this was something that the master had instructed him to do, so he had no choice but to go. He could only pray that the young miss hadn't gone far. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome today. To be able to become the master's trusted aide, he naturally knew how capable the Shen family, one of the three great families in the south, was. Young miss, you're really too willful this time. This confidant hurriedly called someone over and prepared to go find Miss Hua. But before he left, he saw Miss Hua coming back with a young man. When this confidant saw this, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. This was really bad. Young miss, the master is looking for you. In the end, Huofeng Huang still brought Lin Fei to the villa. To be honest, she was quite flustered. She knew her father's temper. Once he was angry, something might happen between the two of them. Huofeng Huang didn't know whether she was worried about Lin Fei or her father. Although her father was a master, the strength that Lin Fei displayed seemed to be that of a master as well. This was what Huofeng Huang was most worried about. Moreover, apart from her father, Shen Tianquan from the Shen family in the south was also here today. He was an old fox who was best at scheming. If he also made a move, Huo Fenghuang was really worried that Lin Fei would be at a disadvantage. If it was possible, she really didn't want Lin Fei to meet her father and the people from the Shen family, especially at this time. But she couldn't stop Lin Fei from coming. In front of Lin Fei's strength, Huo Fenghuang didn't have the strength to stop him at all. She could only bring him over. You don't need to look for him. I'll go over now. By the way, how's my father's mood now? Old Master is in a good mood. It's just that he seems a little annoyed that Miss didn't go. The confidant reported honestly. Huo Fenghuang wasn't surprised. She knew that it was a marriage alliance today. If she didn't go, her father wouldn't be happy. When she thought about Lin Fei's expression when he came over, she felt that her father's expression would be really good. The old master's confidant was also observing this young man. However, after searching through all the memories in his mind, he couldn't find any information about this person. He couldn't help but be shocked. Miss, where did you find such a man? One could imagine that there might be a huge accident later on. I don't think we need to go in. Someone is coming towards us. Lin Fei suddenly smiled and looked forward. Someone is coming? Huo Fenghuang looked forward instinctively. Not long after, she saw a figure walking over. Young Master Shin is here. Young Master Shin is here, Old Master's confidant said softly. Huo Fenghuang couldn't help but feel nervous. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to wait? Lin Fei smiled even more happily. No need, no need. There's no need at all. Who knows, I might even be acquainted with this person. This must be Miss Hua. It's not a waste for me to come out personally. Shen Wudi saw a fiery red figure from afar. He knew that it was Huo Fenghuang, the beloved daughter of the Huo family. She was recognized as the big sister in the southern circle. Old friend, long time no see. Last time, you went to harm Bing Qingya. Now, you're here to harm Huo Fenghuang. You really know how to cause trouble. Who's talking nonsense here? Shen Wudi walked over quickly. His face darkened as he got angry. He had suffered a lot because of Bing Qingya. Until now, he still hadn't forgotten about it. Therefore, he definitely didn't want anyone to mention Bing Qingya's name again. It's me, your old friend. Chapter 4064. Invincible God was furious. No matter who said that, he was determined to teach them a lesson they would never forget. Who's your old friend? Believe it or not, I'll smash your mouth right now. What a joke. In Hangzhou City, Invincible God did not have many friends. Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to be here. He knew this very well. Even in the Huo clan, there was no one who could be considered a friend. Okay, then come and try. I want to see if you can twitch later. Don't ruin your face when I slap it. Invincible God was a little angry. He raised his head and glared at Lin Fan coldly. Then he strode forward. Young Master God, you misunderstood. This is a misunderstanding. Before Invincible God could make a move, Huofeng Phoenix stood in front of him. She really did not want anything unpleasant to happen. She was even afraid that Lin Fei would get into trouble because of this. Huofeng Phoenix was very worried, but what happened next left her dumbfounded. Invincible God, who was still in a state of rage, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, a dry smile appeared on his face. His hand, which was raised in the air, stopped just like that. Huofeng Phoenix saw something in the other party, indecision. Huofeng Phoenix firmly believed that it was indecision. Come on. Didn't you want to hit me just now? Go ahead. I'll give you a chance now, lest you lose unwillingly. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The more he said that, the more awkward Invincible God's expression became. He never expected that the person who came with Huofeng Phoenix would be Lin Fei. The person he hated the most was the one who made him clench his teeth helplessly. Every time he saw this guy, Invincible God felt that nothing good was going to happen. Invincible God's mind was on Huofeng Phoenix just now, so he naturally ignored everything else around him. He never expected that Lin Fei would be here. Isn't he in Donghai? What is this called? Invincible God really wanted to fight, but he knew that he was no match for Yi Futian with his strength, unless he stepped into the immortal level. If you win, I'll leave. Invincible God retracted his hand and turned to leave. He wanted to tell his father that Lin Fei had come. No matter what reason Lin Fei had, he was definitely related to the Hua clan. Perhaps he had come for the bloodline. If that was the case, then this matter would have to be considered at length. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Let's have a good talk. Who wants to talk to you? Invincible God thought to himself. But just as he took a few steps forward, an explosion rang out beside his ear. His entire body shook. Sigh, I seem to have missed it just now, but I promise I won't miss it next time. You can test my accuracy. It turned out that Lin Fei had casually flicked out a stream of power that brushed past Invincible God's face. Even if it was just a casual flick, it was not something that Invincible God could withstand. He was scared half to death. Amidst that power, he smelled the scent of death, and his entire body felt uneasy. Lin Fei, don't go too far. Don't think that the Shen clan is afraid of you. Invincible God turned around and gritted his teeth. But no matter how he said it, it sounded empty and lacking in confidence. Oh, so the Shen clan is very strong. Then come at me. If you don't, then I'll just stand still. Haven't you heard of this saying? If you're taking a beating, stand still. Believe it or not, I'll send you flying with a kick and make you bedridden for a year and a half. Invincible God immediately lost his temper and did not dare to speak anymore. He had seen Lin Fei's strength before. If he really gave it his all, he might really be bedridden for 2 to 3 years, let alone half a year. For Invincible God, who was in the prime of his youth, this was not something he wanted to see. Don't hit me. Let's talk this out. Invincible God's tone softened, and he sounded like he was begging for mercy. Fire Phoenix was stunned by what she saw. She knew that Invincible God was an arrogant and despotic person. He thought that he was the pride of the heavens and never took anyone seriously. But now, he was behaving in front of Lin Fei. Fire Phoenix could not believe what she was seeing. Was this still the son of the Shen clan, one of the 3 clans in the south? He was no different from a coward now. When Hofeng Phoenix sneaked a peek at Lin Fei, her eyes were filled with confusion and even a hint of admiration. Not everyone could make Invincible God stand still. Look at how cowardly you are. What are you doing here instead of staying at home? I really want to know. Do you want to hit on Hofeng Phoenix again? Or do you guys have ulterior motives towards the Hua clan? Be honest with me so I can know. Lin Fei was surprised to see Invincible God here. But when he thought about the Hua clan's bloodline, he knew that Invincible God must have ulterior motives for coming to the Hua clan. The Shen clan, one of the 3 clans in the south, definitely knew more than Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei did not mind finding out more about the Hua clan from Invincible God, who asked Invincible God to come here of his own accord. If he did not get to the bottom of this, it would be a shame. Invincible God immediately felt a headache coming on. If it was anyone else, he would not have been able to force him to speak. But with Lin Fei, he had no confidence at all. Invincible God really wanted to say that he would never say anything and that Lin Fei had no right to listen. But Invincible God could not say something like that. He was sure that if he really said something like that, Lin Fei would send him flying with a kick. Even if his physique was stronger, he would not be able to withstand a kick from Lin Fei. He had experienced it firsthand. Of course, you don't have to say anything. It doesn't matter to me anyway, Lin Fei said with a smile. You just have to let me kick you 3 times. Kick him 3 times? Invincible God felt his hair stand on end. That one kick had nearly taken his life. If 3 kicks were to follow, he would definitely be dead. I'll only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you can escape from me, I'll consider you impressive. Lin Fei smiled and raised a finger. 1. Invincible God's body began to tremble. Things had been going well, but he had run into Lin Fei. He did not know what to do at that moment. 2. Lin Fei raised 2 fingers. Every number gave Invincible God immense pressure. He had never felt so pressured before. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Don't kick me. Invincible God's mentality was still problematic. After all, it was not the first time he had suffered at the hands of Lin Fei. There was a crack in his mentality. We're here for Miss Hua's bloodline and the treasure left behind by the Hua clan. As long as our Shen clan obtains this treasure, our Shen clan will have an immortal realm expert. Huofeng Phoenix was enraged as well. What a Shen clan, to have such intentions. Where did you get this information from? We got it from the Dark Ruins. Chapter 4065. Invincible God did not dare to hide anything. He told Lin Fei everything. He just wanted to stay as far away from Lin Fei as possible. Nothing good ever happened when he saw Lin Fei. Invincible God did not even dare to spy on Huofeng Phoenix's Hua family bloodline. It was not something he could spy on. Lin Fei just had to show up at this time. He would not dare to do that even if he had 100 guts. You guys went to the Yin Void Land. Huofeng Phoenix was shocked. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was confused. He had never heard of the illusory Yin Land before. However, he could tell that the illusory Yin Land was not an ordinary place. It might even be similar to the Blessed Land of Paradise or Arcana Land. Didn't I say that the Yin Void Land is untraceable? How did you guys find the Yin Void Land and know about the Hua family bloodline from there? Huofeng Phoenix was usually carefree, but now she realized how serious the problem was. Previously, Huofeng Phoenix had thought that they came to the Hua family for a marriage alliance. Now it seemed that it was not just a simple marriage alliance. They were spying on everything about the Hua family. Invincible God shook his head. I don't know how to get in. Anyway, my father told me that. If you want to know, ask my father. At this moment, Invincible God had betrayed his father. After all, he didn't know anything about this. All right, you can leave now. Lin Fei swung his arm and Invincible God flew out and fell on the ground. Invincible God did not dare to make a sound when he got up. He ran towards the hall. Brother Lin, why did you let him go? He might have gone to find someone. Huofeng Phoenix stomped her feet in anger. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Even if he went to find someone, it would be useless. By the way, what is this Yin Void Land? This place sounds quite different to me. Huofeng Phoenix said, I've only heard about the Yin Void Land from my father. It's said that it's a special secret space. No one knows where it is, but there are many treasures in the Yin Void Land. I've even heard that some powerful people have come out of the Yin Void Land. To put it simply, the most famous Yin Ruin Land in our country is Kunlun. Although everyone knows where Kunlun is, this is only on the surface. The real core is the Yin Void Land. That is where the real Kunlun is. It is said that 50 years ago, an expert emerged from the Yin ruins of Kunlun. He defeated all kinds of experts along the way. In the end, he even accepted a disciple, and this disciple is Yi Xian, the current #1 god of war in our country. As Fire Phoenix spoke, her eyes were filled with admiration. With such a simple explanation, Lin Fei understood that the Yin ruins were not much different from a mystic realm. At the same time, I became interested in this Yin illusory land and kept it in mind. Let's go in and take a look. Who knows, Invincible God's father might know more. Actually, even if Lin Fei had not mentioned it, Huofeng Phoenix would have gone in and told her father. This was because the Shen family was too shameless. They actually came with such an idea. If Invincible God had not taken the initiative to say it, the Hua family might have been devoured by the Shen family after some time. This was not what Huofeng Phoenix wanted to see. Coming from a martial arts family, Huofeng Phoenix more or less knew some mysterious things. She did not doubt this at all. In the hall, Hua Tianlin and Shen Tianquan were chatting and laughing as if they were old friends. As Invincible God entered in a fluster, the atmosphere was broken. Dead, let's go. That B** starred is here. Seeing Invincible God's sorry state, Hua Tianlin frowned and stood up. What happened? Did someone from the Hua family do something to you? Tell me the name and I'll teach them a lesson. Although that was what he said, he was extremely shocked. He knew that no one in the younger generation of the Hua family was a match for Invincible God. Even a grandmaster might not be able to defeat him. But now, Invincible God looked like he had been bullied. This was hard for Hua Tianlin to imagine. Perhaps someone had barged in. Moreover, Invincible God did not have any advantage over the other party. That was why he had rushed back. If that was the case, then as the owner of this place, Hua Tianlin had to make a move. He had to let the other party know that this was the Hua family, not some ordinary place. Not everyone could cause trouble as they pleased. The Hua family could not afford to lose face. Shen Tianquan was in a good mood. He could already tell that Hua Tianlin of the Hua family was indeed planning to have a marriage alliance, and his attitude was very proper. However, when he heard his son's words, he frowned. "Who's here? Look at you, aren't you ashamed? You're a grandmaster after all." Shen Tianquan naturally did not expect Lin Fei to be here. Invincible God became even more anxious. "Dad, Lin Fei is here. What do you think we should do?" This time, Shen Tianquan heard it clearly. His face darkened and the smile on his face froze. He sat up from the sofa as if he had been stabbed by a needle. "What did you say? Lin Fei is here? Isn't he in the East Sea? Why is he here in Hangzhou? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Invincible God smiled bitterly. "Look at me now and you'll know. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. You know that among the younger generation, I don't really care about anyone. But Lin Fei is one of them." Hua Tianlin was confused. This name was very unfamiliar to him. He did not know why he had heard it before, but he could not recall where. "Brother Shen, isn't it just Lin Fei? What's there to be afraid of? I'll take care of them for you." Yes. Lin Fei should be taken care of. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Hua." Shen Tianquan's mind spun quickly. Now that Lin Fei had come here, he definitely had a motive. If Lin Fei and the Hua family were to go against each other, at least they wouldn't have to worry about the two of them getting together. "Dad, I'm back. I want to talk to you about something." Just as Shen Tianquan finished speaking, Huafeng, Phoenix, and Lin Fei walked in from the entrance of the hall. When Shen Tianquan and Invincible God saw Lin Fei, they both took a step back. They were really afraid of this guy. Hua Tianlin's expression was strange. "Phoenix, who allowed you to bring a man in? Why aren't you letting him leave?" Hua Tianlin had planned on a marriage alliance. But when he saw this scene, his heart was about to explode. Especially in front of the family head. How was he going to resolve this? Chapter 4066. "Father, listen to my explanation. He's my friend and an expert. If you want me to form a marriage alliance with the Shen clan, you can go and ask them what their motives are. They want to use your daughter as a human cauldron to strive for the divine level." Huafeng Phoenix didn't have any fear this time. She pointed at Shen Wudi and said angrily, "If you don't believe me, ask them and see what they say." Being pointed at, Invincible God immediately lowered his head, losing all confidence. After all, he had already explained everything clearly. It would be difficult for him to argue back now. Furthermore, there was still Lin Fei standing there. Even if he had the guts to argue back, he wouldn't have dared to argue back. He felt wronged, truly wronged. Hua Tianlin really wanted to marry into the Shen family. After all, the Shen family was the one who brought it up. To the Hua family, it was a great honor. The Shen family was one of the three great families in the south. Their influence was much greater than the Hua family. If they could marry into the Shen family, the Hua family would benefit greatly. However, this didn't mean that Hua Tianlin would let his daughter fall into the fire pit. When he heard his daughter's words, his face darkened, revealing a trace of displeasure and even a trace of confusion. This was a secret that only the Hua family's leaders knew. How did the Shen family know about it? "Phoenix, what you said is true." Huafeng Phoenix nodded. "It's true. Young Master Shen said it himself." "Nonsense. Our Shen family Wudi really admires Miss Hua. He definitely didn't come for the Hua family bloodline. Someone must be talking nonsense." Shen Tianquan snorted. If he admitted it, he would fail. Hence, he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Hua Tianlin trusted his daughter's words. Although she was careless, she wouldn't say anything about this. "Young Master Shen, it's better if you explain yourself. Who's talking nonsense?" Hua Tianlin's eyes shone coldly as he stared at Shen Wudi. If this had been anywhere else, Invincible God would have definitely spouted nonsense. However, with Lin Fei around, he really did not dare to spout nonsense. If the other party were to give him another kick, he might just end up being sent flying. "Shen Wudi, didn't you just say it honestly? Why are you scared now? Or do you think that with your father backing you up, everything will be different?" You can give it a try. Let's see if my next kick will land on you, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. Young Master Lin, do you think it's fun to play tricks on the Shen family? Shen Tianxuan's expression changed as well. Just like his son, he didn't want to see Lin Fei appear. This guy was full of secrets, and they hadn't been able to find out anything about him. It was as though he had appeared out of thin air. People like that were the hardest to deal with. This kid seems to have some background. Hua Tianlin also heard Shen Tianxuan's words. His mind raced and suddenly his body trembled. He finally remembered where he had heard this name before. Could this brat be the Lin Fei of the Soaring Dragon Manor who caused the Shen family to suffer a loss? If it's really him, he's too young. Also, how did our daughter get to know him? Thoughts after thoughts appeared in Hua Tianlin's mind. Recently, the martial arts circle was still quite lively, especially in the martial arts circle of Donghai, where a big dark horse had risen. This dark horse had dominated a blessed enclave in a short time, and he had 9 supreme power experts under his command. He had become the #1 force in Donghai, but the origin of such a person was very mysterious. Until now, no one knew the specific origin of such a person. When Hua Tianlin first heard this name, he was secretly shocked. The first thing he suspected was the Lin family in Yanjin because only the Lin family could cultivate such a genius. However, the martial arts circle later denied this matter. Hua Tianlin couldn't figure it out. Now that he saw Lin Fei again, he sensed a familiar aura from him. Could it be that the information was wrong? Say that again if you dare. Who do you think I, Lin Fei, am? Do you think it's fun to play tricks on you? For people like you, I can't wait to slap them to death. However, this is a society governed by law. Fighting and killing isn't good at all. That's why you're still alive and breathing fresh air. Don't you think I'm right? Lin Fei said with a smile. Shen Tianquan was infuriated. He knew that today's matter had been completely ruined. It would be even more difficult for him to form a marriage alliance with the Hua family. Young Master Lin, you're amazing. Our Shen family will leave now. Shen Tianquan forced himself to calm down. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would attack. Maybe the other party was waiting for him to attack. This guy was also a little fox. He wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't believe that Lin Fei came here for the Hua family. It would be a lie if he didn't have a purpose. You haven't explained yourself clearly. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You have to let the Hua family know your purpose. Otherwise, he will think that I'm bullying you. Lin Fei took a step forward and stood in front of the gate. If they wanted to leave, they had to pass by Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei didn't agree, no one would be able to leave. Hua Tianlin said, since he said so, you should at least give me an explanation. Although my daughter can marry your Shen family, she is definitely not someone that your Shen family can use as a cauldron. You should remember this clearly, so right now, you should give me an explanation, lest I have doubts in my heart. No matter what your final explanation is, I will not do anything to you. After all, you are guests, I understand this principle. Although Hua Tianlin didn't know their purpose from their mouths, he knew that they were close to the truth. This made him very angry. If Hua Tianlin wanted to deal with them, it wouldn't be easy. Shen Tianxuan's strength was on par with him. Moreover, Shen Tianquan had a treasure. If they really fought, they would only have a 50% chance of winning. At that time, neither of them would have a good ending. There's no need to explain. Everything is as your daughter said. That should be enough. Our Shen family can't afford to be related to you, so we can only take our leave. Young Master Lin, are you satisfied with this explanation? Shen Tianxuan's expression was cold. Lin Fei laughed heartily, it's barely passable. Remember, the next time you try to scheme against someone, you have to find out more. Otherwise, if you encounter such a thing again, you won't even have a place to cry. Chapter 4067. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi wanted to leave this place immediately. They didn't want to stay a minute longer. However, Lin Fei didn't let them leave. He stood at the door without moving. How could he let them leave so easily? Hold on, you still have something you haven't explained. You can leave only after you've explained everything. Shen Tianxuan's face twitched. He didn't know what Lin Fei wanted to know. Didn't I say it clearly just now? What else do you want to know? Lin Fei unhurriedly said, "You only explained things to Patriarch Hua, but you didn't explain it to me. I'm very interested in the Dark Ruin Land, so tell me about it. Remember, I want to hear the truth, not lies. Of course, you can also try and see what will happen to you if you lie in front of me." Lin Fei took a step forward. There was a loud rumble and an invisible pressure pressed down on Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi. Thud thud thud, thud 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 thud. Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi kept retreating. Every time they retreated, they would leave a footprint on the ground. The impact alone was enough to make their blood boil. They almost vomited blood. Hua Tianlin, who was standing not far away, could still feel the terrifying pressure even though he wasn't facing it head-on. He didn't doubt that the pressure alone was enough to suppress a Grandmaster Realm expert to the point that he couldn't move even if he didn't do anything. In fact, Hua Tianlin had guessed correctly. With Lin Fei's immortal body, he could easily crush a Grandmaster to the ground, rendering them unable to move. Hua Tianlin knew that a powerful guy had appeared in Donghai, but he didn't think that his pressure alone would be so terrifying. Hua Tianlin felt like he was getting old. He was really the younger generation now. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the Yin ruins that Shen Tianquan had mentioned. As one of the top clans in Hang City, they naturally knew many secrets that others didn't, including the Yin ruins. However, he had never expected that Shen Tianquan would actually find the Yin ruins, enter it, and find out about the bloodline. He was even able to implicate the Hua clan. This caused his expression to turn ugly. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, he would have been deceived. No one knew better than him that after becoming a human cauldron, one would be completely crippled. At that time, Hua Tianlin would definitely be filled with guilt because he was the one who proposed the marriage. Shen Tianquan didn't dare to hide anything anymore. Although they had fought before, it wasn't as terrifying as this time. It was enough to make him unable to even think of resisting. He probably only had less than 10% of his strength left. Hence, he explained everything that had happened in the Dark Ruins in detail. "You said that the Dark Ruin Land is 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou." Lin Fei frowned and suddenly remembered what had happened before. It was Chief Shue's invitation. It was said that the Moon Spirit Stone was more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou. Could it be that the two were in the same place? Lin Fei's memory was very good. He didn't think that he had heard wrongly. It was very likely that the two places were in the same place. "Young Master Lin, I don't dare to lie to you. The Dark Ruin Land is indeed more than 100 kilometers away from Hangzhou City. I only entered that place after hearing the news from someone else. However, the Dark Ruin Land is very dangerous and dangerous. I only came out after obtaining some things and didn't dare to hesitate." Lin Fei asked a few more questions. After confirming that the other party wasn't lying, he let Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi leave. The person who was the most shocked was Huofeng Phoenix. She had never thought that Lin Fei, whom she had met once on the mountain, would be so powerful. Even the two masters of the Shen family couldn't resist him at all. Moreover, he was so young. His thoughts were also constantly changing. He had thought that the geniuses he had seen before were the true geniuses, but compared to Lin Fei, they were nothing. This was a true monstrous genius who could suppress a Grandmaster powerhouse with just a wave of his hand. "I thank young Master Lin on behalf of Phoenix. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened to my daughter. I wouldn't even have a place to cry," Hua Tianlin said gratefully with his fists cupped. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart. After all, the other party had bad intentions. In the end, the Hua family and his daughter, Huofeng Phoenix, would be the ones to suffer. Lin Fei smiled and said, "It's fate that we met. Since we met, I have to help. Moreover, I don't like those guys from the Shen family." Just as Lin Fei said, it was a coincidence. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about this. He also wouldn't have known that there was a Yin ruins in the suburbs of Hangzhou. From these few words, Hua Tianlin could tell that although Lin Fei was a proud son of heaven and his strength was unfathomable, his character was much better than invincible gods. At the very least, he didn't put on an air of superiority. He was just like an ordinary person. If he hadn't suppressed a Grandmaster just now, no one would have believed that he was a warrior. Because Lin Fei didn't have a trace of a martial artist's aura. He was just too ordinary. Lin Fei, no matter what, I still have to thank you. It's just that I'm afraid that Shen Tianquan and his son are up to no good now that they've left. After all, the Yin Ruins is an extremely mysterious place. Once the news spreads, who knows how many martial artists will flock there. Moreover, I've also heard that there's a long wait to enter the Yin Ruins. It's not something that can be entered at any time. This is just a small matter. Since it's the Yin Ruins, it will be exposed sooner or later. Even if he doesn't say it, others will know. There's no need to make a fuss. Lin Fei said with a smile. Phoenix, invite young Master Lin to sit down and drink some tea. Go to the study and bring me the top grade by Luo Chun. Huatian Lin invited Lin Fei to sit down. Huofeng Phoenix smiled as she ran to the study and brought out the Bai Luo Chun. Then she personally brewed the tea. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. It could be seen that Huofeng Phoenix was not only good at martial arts, she was also very good at the tea ceremony. During this time, Huofeng Phoenix and her father also talked about her bloodline. Huatian Lin was glad that he didn't take action. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would have happened. Young Master Lin, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about bloodlines. I wonder if you have a way to solve my daughter's problem? As a father, Huatian Lin was most worried about his daughter's bloodline. After all, the family's bloodline curse had been passed down. He didn't want to see his daughter die before him. Now that he knew that Lin Fei had a way to solve it, he had to ask Lin Fei for help no matter what, even if he had to pay a big price. Chapter 4068. After leaving the villa, Shen Tianquan and Shen Wudi sat in the car sullenly. Once again, they felt a deep sense of helplessness and sullenness. They had encountered him once in the East Sea and suffered a huge loss. Now, they suffered another huge loss in Hangzhou. They were one of the three major families in the south, the Shen family. When had they ever suffered such a huge loss? Every time, they could only watch helplessly and couldn't take revenge. Lin Fei's strength was truly unfathomable. They were both evolved Jing masters. One was a new evolved Jing master, while the other was an old evolved Jing master. In the end, they couldn't resist Lin Fei's pressure at all. Dad, can we really only lower our heads like this? But I really can't accept it. We are one of the three major families in the south. When did a brat step all over us? Shen Wudi's eyes were filled with hatred. A loud bang was heard. What Shen Wudi didn't expect was that his father would slap him in the face. Brat, isn't this all because of you? Even now, you still haven't thought it through. This brat is very likely to be a God-ranked expert. You are going against a God-ranked expert. You want to drag the Shen family down with you, don't you? Shen Tianquan was much more far-sighted than Shen Wudi. To be able to easily suppress them with pressure, who else could it be other than a God-ranked expert? The probability was more than 90%. Even if it was 70% or 80%, Shen Tianquan knew that he definitely couldn't make Lin Fei an enemy. Remember, in the future, when you see Lin Fei, you must either be polite or turn around and leave. Don't offend him anymore. Right now, the Shen family can't afford to offend Lin Fei. Unless one day, our Shen family can also give birth to a deity rank expert, otherwise, we can only be a well-behaved turtle. When Shen Tianquan said this, he seemed very helpless. However, there was no other way. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was stronger than them. Just his pressure alone was enough to cause them to be in such a state. Even a pig's brain would know what was going on. Shen Wudi opened his mouth. In the end, he fell silent. He knew that his father was right. To be able to cause them to be in such a sorry state, other than a God-ranked expert, who else could it be? A God-ranked expert could easily deal with any top-tier faction, unless that faction had a God-ranked expert overseeing it. In any case, we'll just sit back and watch the show. Once news of the sinister ruins comes out, it will definitely attract the attention of all the experts in the country. Who knows, a divine-level expert might even appear one day. If you insist on being so high-profile, you'll be going against everyone. We have plenty of time to wait. Although Shen Tianquan had lowered his head, he was very clear about the current situation. Dad, are you saying that a tall tree attracts the wind? If that's the case, I'll need to arrange for someone to spread the news about him and make him look good. Maybe one day the first god of war, Yi Xian, will find trouble with him. Suddenly, Shen Wudi's eyes lit up. Shen Tianquan slapped Undefeatable God in the face again, and half of Undefeatable God's body slammed into the glass. The sturdy bulletproof glass cracked, and it was a shocking sight. How many times have I told you? We won't get involved in anything. Don't tell me you want Yi Xian to look for the Shen family? Could it be that when the time comes, you'll be the one to defend? Or do you want me to stop him? Shen Tianquan was furious. Only then did Undefeatable God realize that he had said something wrong. Dad, I know I was wrong. You're the best. Let's just wait and see. We won't get involved in anything. If I see him in the future, I'll stay far away from him. Undefeatable God nodded tactfully. He wasn't an idiot. Naturally, he knew very well that offending Lin Fei wouldn't end well. He wouldn't refute his father's words. It was because his father's words made sense. They just needed to wait and see. If he really went to make arrangements and spread the news of the sinister ruins, the Shen family would still be the unlucky ones. In the hall, Hua Tianlin and Hua Feng's ears perked up. Hua Tianlin was especially concerned about this matter more than anyone else. After all, this concerned the life and death of his daughter. In order to solve the problem of the Hua family's bloodline curse, Hua Tianlin had spent a lot of time and effort on this matter. However, he hadn't achieved anything yet. Now, he could only place this slim hope on Lin Fei. Perhaps there would be an answer. It's actually not that difficult to get rid of the bloodline curse. The curse on Huofeng's body is especially easy. Lin Fei said calmly, the reason why the Hua family's bloodline is cursed is because the power of the cursed bloodline will keep accumulating. However, you won't release it. Once the power reaches a critical point, it will erupt instantly. No one can resist it. That's why the curse happened. Huofeng's spirit was suddenly lifted. Doesn't that mean that as long as we release the power, the bloodline curse will be broken? Hua Tianlin frowned. He knew better than anyone that this wasn't a small matter. If this power could really be released, then the Hua family wouldn't have so many casualties. They knew this better than anyone else. Hua Tianlin didn't continue to ask. He believed that Lin Fei would definitely give an explanation. You're right. As long as we release the power, then everything will no longer be a problem. For example, with the help of this power, you can instantly break through to the Master Realm. Moreover, your potential is greater than anyone else's. Huofeng's eyes blinked. She didn't dare to believe it. Is this true? I can break through to the Master Realm. Although Huofeng's phoenix had the potential to break through to the Master Realm, it would take at least 2 or 3 years. It might even take longer. I never lie. If I say that you can become a master, then you will definitely become a master. As for releasing the bloodline, it's actually even simpler. All you need is a suitable fire attribute technique. I think that the Hua family should have a fire attribute technique that has been passed down for generations. However, this technique should have some flaws. That's why you haven't been able to cultivate this technique to perfection and release the power of the bloodline. Am I right? Hua Tianlin's entire body trembled. Young Master Lin, you're right. The situation is like this. Our Hua family has indeed lost the most important part of our technique. That's why our strength has been stagnant all these years. Moreover, the bloodline curse has caused our Hua family to lose a lot of disciples. I hope that young Master Lin can help us solve this problem. As long as young Master Lin can help us, no matter what you ask of us, our Hua family will agree. Hua Tianlin trusted Lin Fei more than ever. This was because he could see the determination in Lin Fei's eyes. It was enough to prove that he really knew that their fire attribute technique had flaws. You're the one who said it. Helping your Hua clan perfect your cultivation method is not a problem. I only want the treasure left behind by your Hua clan. It's that simple. Because this treasure has no effect on you, I'm only interested in it. Chapter 4069. P.S. Thank you City Lord Nan and Monopolizing the Mountains for your tips. Forgive me for not reading the reviews. When Lin Fei stated his request, Hua Tianlin's expression didn't change much. In fact, he had expected this to happen after Shen Tianquan and the others left. However, Hua Tianlin's expression was somewhat unnatural. Young Master Lin, are you sure you want our Hua clan's treasure? I'm afraid you'll regret it when you see it. Our Hua clan doesn't want you to misunderstand and think that we're lying to you. Only Huotan Lin knew what the Hua clan's treasure was. If he offended Lin Fei because of the treasure, it wasn't something he wanted to see. After all, the lives of the Hua clan's descendants were in Lin Fei's hands. It would be hard for Huotian Lin not to be careful. Lin Fei also sensed something. Obviously, the Hua clan's treasure was different from what he had imagined. To Lin Fei, the treasure wasn't that important. He just wanted to see what the Hua clan's ancestors' treasure was. That was what Lin Fei wanted to know. As for helping the Hua clan for free, that was impossible. Normally, a perfected cultivation technique could be passed down for hundreds of years. This would be beneficial to the Hua clan. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, Lin Fei had to take something. The only thing that interested him was the Hua clan's treasure. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. I only want the Hua clan's treasure. It doesn't matter what it is. Even if it's ordinary, it has nothing to do with you. Lin Fei said casually. You can take out your Hua clan's cultivation technique now. I'll help you perfect it first. Perfect it now? Huotan Lin was surprised. After all, the Hua clan's treasure hadn't been taken out yet. He didn't expect that Lin Fei would be the first to suggest perfecting it. What? You don't want it? I'll get it right away. How could Huotan Lin not be happy? Ever since he became the head of the family, the pressure he felt was greater than anyone else. Because the Hua clan was getting weaker and weaker with each generation, the patriarchs of each generation hoped to push the Hua clan back to its peak. Unfortunately, this dream had always been out of reach. Now, it was finally being carried forward by Huotian Lin. That was happier than anything else. Huofeng Phoenix was also a little excited. She finally saw hope, a beautiful wish to continue living. Not long after, Huotian Lin returned with a wooden box in his hand. The wooden box was made of red sandalwood. It had an antique feel to it. He carefully opened it and took out a yellowed book. After looking at this yellowed manual, Lin Fei knew why the Hua family's cultivation technique had been left out. It was because the last few pages of this manual were missing. Young Master Lin, I've let you see a joke. This is our Hua family's fire art, 13 layers of heavenly flames. Unfortunately, only 9 layers remain. The last 4 layers are gone. Huotan Lin said in shame. Find me a quiet room. I will help you deduce the next part of the cultivation method. No problem, no problem. I will arrange it immediately. Lin Fei took the yellowed manual and walked into a room. Huotian Lin and Huofeng Phoenix were waiting outside. Dad, do you think he can really complete the last 4 layers? Huofeng Phoenix asked with joy and worry. Huotian Lin didn't dare to guarantee it, but subconsciously he believed that Lin Fei could do it. We just need to believe in young Master Lin. Weren't you very confident in him before? Could it be that you are afraid now? I'm afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Sitting in the room, Lin Fei flipped through the secret manual. Not to mention, the 13 layers of heavenly flames were really not low level. If the last 4 layers were not lost, the Hua family would definitely have a few more Xiantian experts because this was a cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the Xiantian realm. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be very amazing, but in Lin Fei's eyes, it was no different from a common product. And to make up for the last 4 layers of the cultivation method, it was not difficult at all for Lin Fei. In less than 5 minutes, it was completely perfected. After making up for it, Lin Fei was bored, so he deduced the next few layers. In total, he deduced up to the 18 layers of heavenly flames, which could be cultivated to the next realm. To be able to deduce the cultivation method so easily, only Lin Fei could do the rest easily. After sitting in the room for half an hour, Lin Fei walked out and returned the secret manual to Huotian Lin. Take a look yourself, right? Huotian Lin held the yellowed secret manual in his hands, and his breathing quickened. He quickly opened it. Huotian Lin had already cultivated to the 9th layer of the 13 layers of heavenly flames, and had been stuck at this level. When he saw the 10th layer, his eyes lit up, and his breathing quickened. Oh my God, yes, 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 this is it, this is the 13 layers of heavenly flames. No one knew better than him about the latter part of the cultivation method. When he saw the mental cultivation method, he was sure that it was real. Lin Fei had really managed to create the last 4 levels. When Hua Tianlin continued to read, his whole body trembled in fear. He thought that it was amazing to be able to deduce up to the 13th layer, but he never thought that Lin Fei would actually go all the way to the 18th layer. What an unbelievable level! Hua Tianlin immediately realized that with the 18 layers of heavenly flames, the Hua family was going to rise again. Even he had a certain degree of confidence in breaking through to the God realm. This was something he didn't even dare to think about in the past. Young Master Lin, I thank you on behalf of the entire Hua family. If it wasn't for you, our Hua family would have become an ordinary family sooner or later, and we wouldn't even be able to keep this cultivation method. Hua Tianlin took a deep breath and lowered his head to express his gratitude to Lin Fei. This time, it was from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that a young man could be so amazing, able to deduce all 9 layers of cultivation methods in one go. Even Hofeng Phoenix, who was standing at the side, could feel the change. She knew that Lin Fei must have deduced the cultivation method, which meant that she could really live. Thank you, Lin Fei. Hofeng Phoenix had been suppressed for too long, and she never dared to imagine that she could live forever. She couldn't help but kiss Lin Fei's face. It seemed that this was the only way for her to completely believe that everything was real. After being kissed for no reason, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To be honest, he had just done something casual, and it wasn't anything complicated, but he didn't expect that he would gain such a reward. I've helped you solve the problem of your Hua family's cultivation method. Now, can you bring us to see your Hua family's treasures? Chapter 4070. The place where the Hua family's treasure was stored was beyond Lin Fei's expectation. It was actually hidden deep underground. It was a secret room. Moreover, there were many traps outside the secret room. Even if a Grandmaster expert came in, he would suffer a great loss if he was not careful. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. Finally, they arrived in front of a large metal door. This metal door was made of reinforced iron plates. It was at least 10 centimeters thick. The solemn black color gave people a great visual impact. Hua Tianlin looked a little uncomfortable. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry to let you see this. This treasure is really not ordinary, so we can only use this method to preserve it. The more it was arranged like this, the more interested Lin Fei became. Something that could be guarded like this must be very interesting. Hua Tianlin's face showed a trace of a smile. I'm afraid that young Master Lin will be disappointed when he sees it. A fingerprint lock appeared on the metal door. After Hua Tianlin operated it for a while, the heavy door slowly opened. Young Master Lin, please come in. Lin Fei was the first to enter the secret room. He glanced around. The secret room was not very big. At most, it was the size of a few square meters. However, the most eye-catching thing was that there was actually a fiery red egg in the middle of the room. The egg was about the size of an ostrich's egg. It was placed on a shelf. Other than that, there was nothing else in the secret room. Young Master Lin, this is the treasure of our Hua family. It has been passed down from generation to generation. Until now, we still don't know what it is. We've tried to hatch it, but it didn't work. That's why it's been here all this time. Hua Tianlin said awkwardly. That's right. Everyone knew that the Hua family had a treasure, but who would have thought that it was actually an egg? After seeing the egg, Lin Fei was actually a little surprised. He had more or less underestimated his imagination. Who would have thought that the Hua family's treasure was actually an egg? When Lin Fei carefully examined the egg, his eyebrows jumped. He actually discovered a trace of life force within the egg. However, this trace of life force was very weak. Only someone like him could detect it. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Is this the Nirvana Hofeng Phoenix? Or is this the egg that Hofeng Phoenix gave birth before it died? Lin Fei had seen the 4 great sacred beasts before, but he had never encountered such a situation. And now, a Hofeng Phoenix's egg was placed right in front of him. Moreover, it was still alive. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. A Hofeng Phoenix's egg was more valuable than anything else. Moreover, this Hofeng Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. This was the most important thing. If Lin Fei hadn't come here, then this Hofeng Phoenix's egg would have been completely destroyed. This was because the trace of life was very weak. It could only be said that the Hofeng phoenix's egg was constantly consuming its life force. Unfortunately, no one was able to hatch it. Once it hatched, it would be a sacred beast. Young Master Lin, if you don't like this treasure, you can ask for anything you want. Our Hua family will definitely do our best. Even if we have to go bankrupt, we will still get you. Hua Tianlin saw that Lin Fei wasn't saying anything, so he thought that the other party was angry. This Hofeng phoenix's egg was indeed priceless. However, in the eyes of knowledgeable people, it was just a dead egg. It was completely impossible for it to hatch. If it could hatch, then the current Hua family wouldn't be like this. Lin Fei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say any more. I want this egg. Moreover, you don't need to worry about anything. Since it's the Hua family's treasure, then there's naturally a reason for it to stay. I don't mind." Lin Fei thought that the Hofeng phoenix's egg only had a trace of life force. However, for Lin Fei, if he handled it properly, then it might really hatch into a phoenix. As a member of the 4 sacred beasts, although it was on the same level as the vermilion bird, it was even more amazing. Therefore, Lin Fei was really looking forward to the birth of a phoenix. Even if it was a vermilion bird, it wouldn't matter much. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such a chance. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would encounter such a thing again. "Young Master Lin, this egg is just a dead egg. Why don't you change your condition?" Hua Tianlin was worried that Lin Fei would get angry. After all, this dead egg was basically useless. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hua family had passed it down, Hua Tianlin would have opened it to take a look. "There's no need. Lin Fei, mean what I say. Since I want your Hua family's treasure, even if it's useless, I will still take it. You don't need to say anything else." Lin Fei said indifferently. He waved his hand and the Hofeng phoenix's egg was instantly stored away. This is a storage ring." Hua Tianlin's eyes widened as he looked at the disappearing Hofeng phoenix's egg. His heart shook. He actually saw a storage ring. This was something that only cultivators could have. Hua family head has good eyesight. This is indeed a storage ring. Lin Fei said with a smile. "Now that I've taken it, this matter is settled. As for the 18 layers of heavenly flame, you just need to cultivate well. I believe that with Hua family head and Miss Hua's talent, you will soon make a breakthrough." Hua Tianlin was overwhelmed by the favor. He finally knew that Lin Fei was more mysterious than he had imagined. He even had a storage ring. This was something that only appeared in legends. Since Lin Fei had said so, Hua Tianlin didn't dare to say anything else. He only felt that he had gotten a great bargain. As for the Hofeng phoenix's egg, it was already given away. How could it be compared to the 18 layers of heavenly flame? This was something that could be passed down for hundreds of years. It was simply incomparable. Hua Tianlin and Hofeng Phoenix personally sent Lin Fei out of the villa. If it wasn't for Lin Fei declining their request, they would have driven Lin Fei back. "Phoenix, if you have nothing to do in the future, you can contact young Master Lin more. He's more powerful than you think." Hua Tianlin watched Lin Fei leave and said to his daughter with a smile. This was an existence that was even more of a bachelor than a diamond bachelor. If their Hua family could have a relationship with Lin Fei, it would be of great help to their Hua family. It could even be said that they would reach the heavens in a single step. "Dad, you're so annoying." Hofeng Phoenix's face turned red. "Didn't you always advise me not to find a random person?" Hua Tianlin said with a smile. "That depends on who it is. For example, Lin Fei isn't someone that just anyone can compare to. This is your fate. Cherish it." Shook House website. Chapter 4071. Hofeng Phoenix's egg. I actually brought such an egg back. On the way back, Lin Fei couldn't believe it. Although this wasn't something rare, and he had seen things more precious than this was China, his hometown. Finding a Hofeng Phoenix's egg had a completely different meaning. More importantly, this Hofeng Phoenix's egg actually had a trace of life. As long as he arranged it properly, he could definitely hatch this Hofeng Phoenix's egg. Lin Fei didn't need Hofeng Phoenix to do anything. He was just satisfied with the previous thought. Raising a phoenix outside was something to be proud of. Back at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei took out the Hofeng Phoenix's egg and carefully observed it. With his powerful mental power, he could indeed see that the Hofeng Phoenix's egg was very different. It was covered with tiny runes. However, these runes had begun to collapse as time passed. At the same time, there was a trace of life leaking out. Although it was very weak and inconspicuous, it was still leaking out. Little guy, you should be glad that you met me. Otherwise, in a few years, you would have become a dead egg. Lin Fei looked at it for a while, then cut his finger and dripped 5 drops of blood. The moment the blood essence landed on the surface of the eggshell, it was completely absorbed. This egg also burst out a scorching aura, rolling like a wave. In this wave, Lin Fei could even feel a trace of joy. Eat more if you like it. Digest it slowly. Anyway, if you follow me, I guarantee that you will have a good life. The 5 drops of blood were quickly digested. Originally, this egg didn't have any special aura. However, after absorbing the 5 drops of blood, it began to emit a scorching aura, causing the temperature of the entire room to rise by more than 10 degrees. It was like a furnace. Because Lin Fei's essence blood was the blood of an immortal, it contained a terrifying pure yang aura. When it landed on Hofeng Phoenix's egg, it was like a great tonic. If it had been any other creature, they would not have been able to withstand the vast and boundless pure yang aura and would have died on the spot. However, the Hofeng Phoenix was different. It belonged to the fire lineage, and the more pure the yang, the more it liked it. To Lin Fei, the 5 drops of blood essence weren't a loss at all. However, to the egg, they could be said to have played a crucial role. There would be no loss of life aura for a very long time. Now that the egg was completely stabilized, it only needed a certain amount of time to hatch. Lin Fei casually put the Hofeng Phoenix's egg into his storage ring. As for the hatching of the Hofeng Phoenix, he wasn't anxious at all. With his powerful pure yang aura and constant nourishment, the hatching speed should be very fast. Now that I've discovered the Hofeng Phoenix's bloodline, although the bloodline is sealed layer by layer, as long as I cultivate the 18 heavenly flames, I will naturally be able to unlock it. I just don't know if the other bloodlines exist. If they do, it will be more interesting. Of course, to Lin Fei, it was only interesting. After all, no matter how strong the 4 sacred beasts were, they were no match for him. In the next few days, Lin Fei originally thought that he could have a few more days of peace, but with the arrival of the Hofeng Phoenix, the situation became a little different. This rich lady was very enthusiastic and insisted on taking Lin Fei to play around. However, Lin Fei had already played around once, so he really didn't have much interest in Hangzhou City. After refusing several times, he finally gave up the idea of going with the Hofeng Phoenix. Even so, the Hofeng Phoenix still came every day, claiming to be a good guide. The arrival of the Hofeng Phoenix made another person a little unhappy, and that was Su Shaowan. After all, she used to be Lin Fei's guide. Now that she was inexplicably taken away by the Hofeng Phoenix, she would definitely be unhappy. The two of them often schemed against each other. However, in front of Lin Fei, she was very enthusiastic. Regarding this situation, Lin Fei simply acted as if nothing had happened. They could do whatever they liked. Lin Fei could still see Hofeng Phoenix's thoughts. This situation did not last long, because Chief Shui came. As the branch chief of the Yan Huang battle team in Hangzhou City, he naturally knew every move of Lin Fei. Fortunately, Chief Shui did not arrange for people to watch him day and night. "Young Master Lin, did I disturb you by coming here?" Chief Shui came to visit the Four Seasons Hotel. After seeing the Hofeng Phoenix and Su Shaowan, he regretted coming too early. Whether it was Hofeng Phoenix or Su Shaowan, he knew them, especially the former. Chief Shui also admired Lin Fei's ability. In Hangzhou City, everyone knew that the Hofeng Phoenix was a rich lady with a bad temper. Anyone who wanted to pursue Hofeng Phoenix was beaten badly, so in the end, nothing happened. Now looking at the situation of the Hofeng Phoenix, if he did not see it with his own eyes, Chief Shui would not believe it. This was completely different from the Hofeng Phoenix in his impression. It was like they were two different people. He could not help but admire Lin Fei's methods. "Chief Shui, you must be joking. I can't be happier that you're here. How could you say that I'm disturbing you?" Lin Fei was indeed quite happy, because Chief Shui's arrival meant that the dark ruins were going to be opened. After looking at each other, Hofeng Phoenix and Su Shaowan tactfully left. The former knew Chief Shue's ability, while the latter had seen Chief Shue's ability. Naturally, she knew that Chief Shue was here to discuss something important. Seeing that Lin Fei was not angry, Chief Shue was relieved. Chief Shue did not like to be a third wheel. Young Master Lin, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when we go to collect the Moon Spirit Stones this time. After the two of them left, Chief Shue spoke. He looked troubled and helpless. Could it be that some big force is planning to participate in it? Lin Fei had not gone out for the past few days, so he was not very clear about the movements in Hangzhou City. However, he knew that since Chief Shue had said so, something must have happened. Chief Shue smiled bitterly and said, "If it's just the Moon Spirit Stones, there won't be a problem. However, because the place where the Moon Spirit Stones appear is a little different from what we imagined, I'm afraid it will be more difficult to snatch the Moon Spirit Stones this time. After all, the Moon Spirit Stones are located in the Dark Ruins." At the mention of the Dark Ruins, Lin Fei knew why Chief Shue was having a headache. Even an expert like Shen Tianquan, who was close to the Xiantian realm, was afraid of the Dark Ruins, let alone someone like Chief Shue. After all, Chief Shue was not as strong as Shen Tianquan. It's actually the Dark Ruins? What a coincidence! Lin Fei pretended to be shocked.